camera. Good morning! Good morning, I'm alive. BGM Doko, you're so right. You're so right, BGM Hoko. Master of Mundus, thank you, my guy. Big fucking huge. Oh no.
I have just had the worst chicken nuggets in my life. They tasted so healthy, like they weren't even real chicken. I have dishonored my toaster oven, dishonored my kitchen, dishonored my desk ketchup. Sadmunya.
Is that bad? Like, as long as the nuggies tasted good, then it's fine, right? I don't know how you would have healthy nuggies. Did you accidentally eat, like, I don't know, unbreaded tofu shaped like nuggies? Thank you, Master of Mundus, my guy. I'm sorry for the confusing breakfast. Namunya. Adrian Robledo, thank you for the Mexicans. Quick late, she hates us. El Munya. No hate, I made it. I'm alive. You must chug a cup of grease to atone for your sins. That sounds horrific. Eat your eggs. I finished my bacon. Is that okay? I didn't finish my eggs, but I finished my bacon. Healthy nugs, the humanity. Oh god, where Cheem's ball fucking done got me good. It's all scabbing over and coming off, and it feels bad, and I hate it. DFW Dweghom, thank you for the 9 frickin' months on cake. Enjoy warm apple toddy with placenta. Thank you. Excuse me while I eat my dino nuggies and dino tots. Oh my god. He's got an entire dino society on his plate. Lichkun, thank you. What day is the conspiracy collab next week? The 20th? Which is a Thursday? Thursday the 20th? And then also the 22nd, I think, is gonna be my big special announcement stream. I think that makes the most sense to do it on Saturday. Like, I would like to do it on Friday, but I can't. So, anything ever happened with my future cat edition? He never came back and eated the cat food I left out for him. Or her. I couldn't tell which one it was. So hopefully they're fine and haven't been eaten by a wild animal in the woods. And hopefully they come back, or they go back to their house, wherever they escaped from. Why does my tummy hurt, and why am I mad at the government? Why isn't your tummy hurt, and why aren't you mad at the government? Big Hylio, thank you for the— why is this model the hottest out of all your models? What's wrong with you? Tomorrow's your birthday. You're gonna celebrate by getting the meat sweats at Fogo de Chao. Fuck yeah, buddy! Don't forget to tell them it's your birthday. You get a free dessert. Get a free dessert on your birthday. And also, happy freaking birthday, Delt, my dude. I hope you have a wonderful day at Fogo de Chao. I hope you got delicious dessert, my dude. Hell yeah, happy birthday. Wild animal or foreign national who hasn't found the government food bank yet. Oh my god, speaking of fucking wild animals, Suda is apparently kicking off again. I quote retweeted that Basil the Great guy posting a video. Apparently, he just reposted a video from the prior invasion, but there is actual, like, updates going on in Suda. He just posted old footage for some fucking reason. I don't know why he did that, but let me find where I brought my Suda tabs today. Cunning Druger, thank you for the 22 months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Finally getting your mom and your guns up to New Hampshire in a couple of weeks. Oh, fuck yeah, buddy. Welcome. Welcome to the best land. Kirsche and Chatter, super duper cute and wonderful. Less than 3. Hope you get a good Jorb news coming this week. I hope you do too, my guy. And thank you. You are super duper cute and wonderful. Basil the Great posts a ton of fake shit. I haven't really seen a ton from them. They aren't really someone that I have... Like, when I see something posted by that, Wall Street Apes guy, I always ask my mods, like, hey, is there another source for this? Because this guy's unreliable, but occasionally he will post, like, actual, real news. But I haven't seen that from the Basil person. So, either I don't see enough of their tweets, or I guess I've just been lucky with the ones that I've seen, maybe. You know, Nick Shirley was there? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is Spain going to become Wakanda? Not entirely sure. Not entirely sure, but we have a doctor in Suda saying, I don't know what diseases I'm bringing home. I can't even take my dog for a walk. Every day we receive reports of girls who have been raped.
Totalmente, totalmente. Es que nosotros en la consulta...
I can't understand this, and the subtitles are also in Spanish. I'm so sad.
Estamos viendo cada consulta con 20, 17 pacientes todos, pero aparte también la consulta que hemos abierto para el triaje de los inmigrantes llena 47, 50 pendientes a ver, y es una situación completamente insostenible.
What the fuck is that hairline? I don't know, man.
Tenemos miedo, claro está, de
Just
atender a
ad
todas esas
lib.
personas, por mucho que tengamos medio de protección, no sabemos de lo que padecen, lo que tienen.
The subtitles are for the Mexicans who can't
y
understand the
tenemos miedo también de
Castilian
llevarlo a nuestras
lisp.
casas, porque es lo normal. Ciertamente hicimos un juramento de atender a todo el mundo, pero que el miedo existe, y es una situación que te sobrecarga porque estás viviendo esto aquí en tu trabajo, pero luego te vas a la casa y también lo vives en el barrio. Ejemplo, en mi barrio yo vivo en Sarchal, la playa está llena, el campo de fútbol está lleno, no puedo salir a sacar a los perros porque me da miedo.
Yaumara, esto es así. Me imagino que estáis además también atendiendo.
Didn't someone suggest putting it into an AI for subtitles or something last time? Oh my god, you're so fucking smart. Grokathy. Grokathy, give me super grok. Translate this video for me. Twitch is blocking this channel for you? How'd you get in here then, buddy? Toothpaste for Twitch happens to you too. If you look for me on the PS5 app, you have to go to followed channels to see it instead of just in front like everyone else. That's so fucking weird. That's so fucking weird, dude. There's a Grok logo by the subscribe button. It will reference the post. Oh. I just put it into Super Grok on my real account.
And this is direct translation. Use code KIRSCHE at checkout for 10% off your gamer subs order.
That's true.
Munya.
That's true. She's so right. Make sure to listen to that woman. Use code Kirsche for 10% off your gamer subs order. It helps me pay my mortgage. It's a wonderful time. Grokathy is still thinking. Battleizer, thank you. May the Munya festivities be merry and loud. The Sunday shall not be denied. True and fucking real. Matt Larson, thank you. Food for thought. Would alt timeline Kirsche have desk mustard? Also, can you get a Munya? Can I get a Munya? If you don't have a sub for X on that account, you did it right. You're bad. Yeah, no problem. No problem. No problemo. I know Munya. Darth Milk, thank you. Speaking of wild animals, you lost 5 hens and 4 chicks to a coyote last week, and another 4 chicks to a raccoon 3 weeks ago. Sounds like you need stronger fencing. Adrian Robledo, thank you for the Mexicans. Should you translate? I threw it into the Grokathy. Be jammin', thank you. Air France had to close their sauna at the lounge at Charles de Gaulle Airport after passengers turned it into a sex den. What?
It's wild how when men complain about not being able to find work, they deserve it because all men are rapists. But when they're foreign invaders, suddenly anyone who suggests the idea that young unattached men commit sex crimes sometimes is racist.
That's true. All men are rapists, except the actual rapists. Those are babies who need coddling. Toast Engineer, thank you. Adrian Robledo, thank you for the Mexicans. Not sure if it's the hottest, but it's the most doable. You have some space left to write more things, so lasagna, radiator, telephone, El Munya. Be Jammin', thank you for that weird French airport thing. Am I going to talk about the Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens debate? Why would I? I didn't watch it. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. You bought 4 things with code Kirsche yesterday. Fuck yeah, buddy, thank you. Fuck yeah, buddy, thank you. Already translated subtitles on this clip. Fuck! Help! Fuck, but also thank you. God damn it. That was a horrifying hiccup. They all are. They all are. Okay, perfect. Dr. Insuda is almost crying on live TV. Every hospital is completely overrun with migrants. Rooms are full, medicine running out. They even opened a dedicated hospital for migrants, and that one is full too. Doctors are afraid to treat them. They're scared of being attacked, and she says when she goes home, the entire street is filled with migrants. the parks, the football fields, everywhere. She's afraid to leave her house. Sexual assaults are rising.
Totalmente. Es que nosotros en la consulta.
Wait, I don't want to turn up the volume if I'm going to try and read the subtitles in English. Okay, let's turn off those ones. Absolutely! Absolutely. It's just that in our clinic, we're seeing 17 or 20 patients in each shift, but also... Unfortunately... What? That's so fucking quick! How am I supposed to... Unfortunately, girls and women who report sexual assault. The clinic we opened for the triage of migrants is full with 47 or 50 waiting to be seen. And it's a completely unsustainable situation. You thought they all went home? Yeah. Yeah, sure. We are afraid, of course, that treating all these people, no matter how much protection we have, we don't know what they suffer from, what they have, what they're incubating. Literally calling them bioweapons. And we're also afraid of bringing it home because that's normal. We certainly took an oath to treat everyone, but the fear exists. Fear exists. And it's a situation that overburdens you because you're living this here at work, but then you go home and you also live it in the neighborhood. For example, in my neighborhood, I live in El Sarchal. The beach is full, the soccer field is full. I can't go out to walk the dogs because I'm afraid. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's incredibly fucked up. Thank you, KB, for the already subtitles. They basically are weapons. It's getting real fucking crazy. Sexual assaults are rising. Thinks back to the women filming the invasion while smugly waving the invaders in. You know? And there's another video here. Hundreds of immigrants advance through the mountains of Castileos in an attempt to stage a massive assault on the Ceuta border. A human tide of hundreds of males descends in formation through the hills bordering Fnidec, Castileos, advancing determinedly toward the borderline with Spain. The column skirts the hillsides in the direction of the security perimeter amid shouts and chants, while ground patrols attempt to position themselves at the lower access points to halt the avalanche. Oh my god, they're even screaming. Sounds like a fucking invasion in a movie. Oh, did I hear a shot get fired, or was that just like a car backfiring? Information! Yeah, right? Yeah, right? What the heck? You're in Spain right now, but gladly didn't witness any of this? Well, Ceuta and Melilla are enclaves owned by Spain, so they are Spanish cities, but they are on Africa, the continent, and specifically sharing a border with Morocco, which is why invading those places is so incredibly easy. I mostly lurk, and thank you for the 18 months of tier 3, buddy man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How can anyone not see this and call it an invasion? The people who see this and try to call you a terrible person for calling it an invasion know that it is an invasion. They just support it. They want it to happen, which is why they must try and shame you into not calling it an invasion so that they can just simply win with no pushback. El Biero, thank you for the clips. Just release a horde of pigs on the street and see them run the opposite way. You know? Sergeant Buck, thank you. You have alerted the horde. The horde is coming. It cannot be stopped. Therian.ai, thank you. Second try because tech-nanigans. Working weekends can suck sometimes, but you're glad you got a Foxy to inform and entertain you every day of the week. Bless you, Kirsche. Glory to the Princessipality of Korshovo. True. True and fucking real. Thank you, Therian, my mans. Thank you. UNSC Saratoga, thank you. Since the Spanish military refuses to protect their people, how about we use the Marine Expeditionary Unit we have almost permanently stationed in the Mediterranean to stage a military intervention? Well, I think they would have to ask us first, and also, The US government just gave $40 million to Morocco. So, there are some people in chat who even push back against me, being like, Morocco is our oldest ally. Morocco's good to us, Kirsche. I just don't believe you, bro. Like, I understand hating the socialist weenie in charge of Spain right now. But I'm not going to trust Morocco, buddy. Especially after seeing this shit. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. About 4 things. I read that, thank you. Thank you. Rusty McShane, thank you for the 5 gift to subby bubbies, my dude, thank you. Kings in East March, thank you for the 4 months, dude. Thank you for the information. Well, doing your best to prevent it from total blackpilling. I try. Master Prick, thank you. Spain needs to get rid of their prime minister. It's insane all that he has done to destroy their country. Hard fucking agree. Mr. Unsmiley Man, thank you. Thanks for watching your dogs last night. Here's your dog sitting fee. You're welcome. And just cut off all immigration from Spain and Morocco unless it's Canela. She gets a pass. I don't know who Canela is. I'm sorry. We have Spain stocks African enclave Ceuta with boosted security as Morocco monitors a call for second border rush. Spain and Morocco have beefed up security on both sides of the border in Spain's African enclave Ceuta as renewed calls circulate social media for Moroccan migrants to rush the border a second time, after an initial mass migration event in July overwhelmed the city. Soldiers patrolled the city's commercial and government buildings Friday, while an enhanced police presence was noticeable on Ceuta's main avenues. See, if their reaction the first time was to send, like, maybe 10 soldiers in and have them just stand there and do nothing, saying that they're going to beef up security is not going to be a deterrent. Ooh, you're gonna have more men in uniform standing there being told they can't do anything. Ooh, I'm so scared. Fucking pieces of shit. Soldiers patrolled the city's commercial and government buildings Friday, while an enhanced police presence was noticeable on Ceuta's main avenues. On the Moroccan side, security personnel dressed in all black patrolled the beaches of Fnidek, one of the most prominent launching points from which migrants illegally entered Ceuta on July 30th as part of a mass migration event that saw over 70,000 people rush into Ceuta from Morocco. The strengthened security followed calls on social media for Moroccans to again rush into Ceuta and into Spain's other African enclave, Melilla, on Saturday. The Ministry of the Interior has detected during the last few days the circulation of anonymous publications and messages on certain social networks inciting the organization of attempts at collective and illegal crossing into the cities of Ceuta and Melilla, practices which carry serious risk to the safety of people and aim to instrumentalize migration issues in acts of incitement. I got some news for you, buddy. That's kind of what's been happening for like a decade now. Welcome to ZomboCom, which are criminalized by law. Doesn't matter if you say it's criminalized. If nothing happens, if there's no repercussions, it is merely criminalized on paper, but not actually a criminal act. It's just like, it doesn't matter if something is a law or something is supposed to be illegal or something is even granted to you as a right on a piece of paper. None of that fucking matters if you're not willing to do something about it. Morocco's Ministry of the Interior said in a statement posted to the country's state-affiliated news website, MAP. Morocco arrested multiple people who circulated the inciting statements, Interior Ministry spokesperson Rashid El Khalfi said. The Interior Ministry also called on Spain to continue working to return the remaining Moroccan migrants in Ceuta back to the North African country. The only way to stop this is to adopt a lethal force like Poland does at their border. It's getting kind of ridiculous. Of the more than 72,000 migrants who rushed the border, the vast majority have returned to Morocco. A citation needed, buddy? According to statements from Spain and Ceuta's government. Yeah, I'm not going to trust that. About 5,000 remain. How do you know? Genuinely, this is like during the peak of the crisis in like 2015, 2016, when governments were like, yeah, we know who we're letting in. And then rape and murder just started exploding everywhere. It's like, no, you don't. You have no idea who these people are. They're lying about their ages. They're lying about their backgrounds. They don't have correct papers. Like nothing that can be said about any of these migrants, it can be believed. Notice what happened to Morocco's sovereignty since they made peace with Israel? Did they? I have no idea. I have no idea about Moroccan peace with Israel. Those in power cried, "I got mine, fuck everybody else," and those without strength to defend themselves suffered? Pretty much. Pretty much. Spanish officials have been screening the remaining migrants and have processed roughly 500 asylum seekers' cases, rejecting the vast majority of them, Reuters reported. Does the rejection even matter? Right? Because, as we've seen, some of them have crossed the channel to get onto mainland Spain, and even though some other countries have shut down the Schengen zone with Spain, do we really think these migrants aren't going to be getting to other countries? Do we really think that's not going to happen? Spain has also installed floating barriers in the waters migrants had previously swam across. So you gave them something to hold on to so that they can regain their strength and swim better on the other side of it? Thanks, I guess? At least 96 people died during the mass migration. Fox News Digital contacted the governments of Spain, Morocco, and Ceuta for further comment. Oh no, not buoys, my one weakness! It's like every decision is just like, what the fuck are you doing? You clearly want the collapse of your own country. Like, you're all facilitating it. You're just not saying it in plain speech yet. Anthony, thank you. Meanwhile, Poland passed a law to let Border Patrol use live pews if necessary to defend against these invasions. I'm pretty sure Hungary already had a stipulation like that. I, like, vaguely remember reading an article about Hungary having, like, mercenaries posted at their borders, basically. They should take the Polish option. It's not going to be Spain anymore. It'll be Western European Economic Zone number 5. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Zim the Despo, thank you. Apparently Morocco has the oldest treaty with the US. They do. But I don't think that matters. Based on what's going on, you think that treaty should be null and void? Yeah, I agree. That's pretty much what I've been saying. I was like, I don't give a shit if we have a paper that says they're our oldest ally. Clearly, they are not interested in that. They are interested in the money that we can give them while they flood countries with prisoners that they've released and other assorted bad people. You don't remember that part of Mambo number 5? Not like this. Ceuta Beach is now a disease-ridden shantytown. It's been utterly destroyed.
Ceuta is far from over. The media is not showing you guys the full truth. Look at how big these shelters are here. There are hundreds of...
This literally looks like a South African, like, shantytown at the moment. Like, if somebody showed me this clip completely out of context, I'd be like, is this closer to Joburg or Pretoria? I'm not really sure. Or Peoria? Peoria? I always forget how it's pronounced, sorry.
Shelters all along the beach, maybe 2 kilometers long. Fires, food, human excrements, human disease, tuberculosis,
Pretoria, thank you.
scabies, just to name a few. This is a really bad situation. The locals have been totally abandoned. Unfortunately, these people are also abandoned. They don't know their next steps.
Why are you sympathizing with them, you cock-ass shit?
They don't know where they can go. The Moroccans that are here don't want to go back. The sub-Saharan Africans that are here can't go back. Morocco won't accept them. It is terrible. Families can't go out that live nearby.
You don't have to sympathize with invaders, my guy. They're going to take advantage of that weakness, and it is a weakness. You must steel your heart, brother man.
They can't go out safely, especially women, young girls. It is just an unfortunate situation.
Face mask in 2026? To be fair, if I was going to enter this, like, I don't know what diseases you people have enclave, I'd probably put on a mask, right? Like, I don't think the one he's wearing is gonna do anything. You know, you gotta get one of those, like, respirator masks, you know?
And this is a place that was once a family beach.
What, well, women? There are no women there?
Here?
There are no women there, but, you know, he has to sympathize. He has to show that he's a good person, TM.
How you doing, brother? Man, I don't know. This makes me sad. This makes me sad, and I have to use the mask for hygiene reasons. I don't want to catch tuberculosis. So yeah, saying goodbye from Ceuta, Straits of Gibraltar right there, mainland Spain. Take care, everybody.
Oh my god, like, I'm gonna cope by saying he's saying that shit so he doesn't get attacked. That's my cope. You have to pass the excavator. This is how Suda was this morning. They turned the beach into a shanty camp full of people catching diseases. There's no right. I just a little English, no big deal. I don't know what kind of music that is. You do wonder how much they actually bother to vaccinate for in the countries that they come from. Obviously, our governments don't give a shit what diseases they bring with them. Oh my god, are we gonna have our own version of smallpox blankets that we can bitch about for like hundreds of years now? These migrants are purposefully bringing diseases. They're purposefully infecting people, just like the smallpox blankets. It's not an accident. It's not that they don't know. The way he adjusted his max makes you think it smells awful. It probably does. It probably really does. That actually happened already. Oh my god. Already turned that place into a third world country within 20 days. Yeah, it's kind of fucking ridiculous how quickly that happened. We have another one. Multiple girls and women are being raped daily in Ceuta by the Muslim invaders, and the Spanish government does nothing. If you live in the US or in Canada or in a European nation, and you are dealing with migrant rape statistics, you will not be helped. There is no help. Anyone who gets captured by the police for any kind of rape is going to be let go or given community service. You do not matter. The people who rape you matter more than you as the victim who's getting raped. We live in clown world, and you must act accordingly, unfortunately. Oh fuck, it's in Spanish again, hold on. Angry Spanish noises. This is what we have, the shame, violent women. Oh, it's the fake subtitles. I was like, what do you mean violent women? We have the shame of this, women raped. Among themselves, they take them to the mountains. Where are the police that we have here? And the women that we have here from Ceuta, we have to be... Why don't they pick them up? I'm talking. The woman here. We have to live like this. To terrorize, we can't even go out of the house. This is unfair. What we are living is unfair. Get out of here. It's unfair. It's very unfair that we have to live like this. I'm glad that this was the next video in my tab, because this perfectly illustrates her government does not give a shit about her. She could get gang raped in the mountains and then beheaded, and her government won't give a single fuck. But if she calls this brown man behind her an invader, well, she's a bad person. It can't be. It can't be. It's a shame. And here you have to get up, Ceuta. The country. We can't live like this any longer. And I'm pregnant and I'm suffering. I have a child and I'm suffering, and it hurts that my city is like this. It hurts and we have to get up. It can't be that they invade us like this. It's a shame. When I have to go out... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. When I have to go out into the street and find this, when Ceuta has always been a safe city, a great city that we have welcomed everyone and we've always been well. You're a Spanish enclave on the tip of Morocco in Africa. Like, you were always a flashpoint waiting to happen. The difference would be if you had a real government that cared about its Spanish citizens, they would have fought back against the invasion instead of letting this happen. Spain's government does not care about its people. Many such cases in our countries at the moment. Subtitles are slightly incorrect. Yeah, there's like grammatical issues, so I'm assuming there's like slight inconsistencies in the translation. All the other men just walking by and avoiding eye contact, cucked. It reminds me, once again, of all of the men who are just like, well, women wanted this, so you can deal with it, good luck. Men aren't going to fix this issue. Well, then it's never going to get fixed. It's never going to get fixed. Women will not, cannot fix this. Even if you have a handful of strong, logical women who want to fix this, they are not going to be able to. Men are needed to fix this. Men are the architects of society. If men decide to give up and allow barbarian hordes to rape and murder their women, well, they no longer deserve those women, and they also no longer deserve their society. They've checked out of it. You can watch it crumble. Congratulations, you're part of the problem. My soul hurts. My soul is torn from the inside seeing my city like this. The women must shut up and stand aside. Hard to fucking agree. Hard fucking agree. We see all of the issues from women put into positions of power that they have no business being in. You need the strong men to come in and be like, you know what? You're actually not in this position anymore. Get out. You're fired. Good luck. They can't even go to the beach, the children. That's true. Men have spent the last 20 years being told women don't need us. Why should men help, Kirsche? Because if you extrapolate the feminists who have been screeching about we don't need men to every single woman, you are dooming all of Western society. You might as well just open the gates and allow Sharia law to take its place right now. Or allow the communists to take over, whichever one's going to get in power first. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. It's very obvious that men are necessary for society, and if all men decided to stop working and stay home, everything would fucking grind to a halt. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy propaganda from communists that have taught women that they don't need men? Are you gonna believe the dumb women who say that they don't need men? Or are you gonna be the strong man to say, you know what, shut the fuck up and I'm gonna fix things? Need a rebalance of authority with responsibility? Yes, true and fucking real. Nonsense. What strong men need to do is go on Twitter and complain about internet porn. Who go to the marina and they have fights everywhere. The places where we take our children to play, we can't do anything. Impotence. Men won't fix anything until society stops demonizing them. If men are the architects of society, you are the ones who can fix that. Men are the ones who can cause the demonizations to stop, just like men were the ones who allowed the feminists to gain ground politically. Need the UK to finally get a real leader from the north who isn't ashamed of the empire, you know? It's ironically exactly how the bridge Marxists say it. We can't make the change we want without men on board. Yep. All women are feminists, the left ones and the right ones who heretically hide behind Christ. I don't know what that means. Maybe because I'm not Christian, ? I don't know what you mean by that. We've had generations of demoralization at this point, been going on way longer than 20 years. It has been going on way longer than 20 years. It has been going on way longer. And it's just like, every time I see a guy with the like, yes, all women kind of mindset, it's just like, okay, if you keep doing that, you're going to push away the few logical women that do exist, and they're going to say, why should we help you? Why should we support anything you want to do if your opinion is giving us the middle finger and saying, fuck off, you can figure it out yourself? Why would there be any reason for any logical woman who wants to be on the right to actually align with you if that is your mindset? That's pushing more people into the like, okay, well, if I'm fucked either way, I might as well at least go with the strong men who are doing something. Time to convert to Islam, inshallah, brother. That number's so small, it's irrelevant. Is it? Is it an irrelevant number? Or is there just not a large conglomerate of women with that mindset online visible? You're saying women need to do their part as well? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But it takes men getting rid of women judges who are obstructing things. It takes men stepping into these positions and saying, no longer are we going to be ruled by people who are going to go by kindergarten ethics. Men try to vote to protect women from savages, but we're overridden by the soft men and the fetishist women and the corporations who use them to get cheap labor. Yes. Yes, it is an all-encompassing issue. Fixing things requires being more cruel than the foreign barbarians to women and society. Literally Sharia-level oppression of women to make them stop being a fifth column. I don't know if you genuinely need something like Sharia. You just need the ability to say no when women start crying about shit that they don't need to be crying about. Chet Chisholm, thank you. The beacons are lit. The Fox girls call for aid, and the himbos and dude bros shall answer. Oh my god. Chat, it's all men's fault. What a fucking retard. What a fucking retard. If you got from, it was all men's fault from what I said. No. It is not all men's fault. I'm saying there are people who will try to say it's all women's fault, and you guys are disgustingly black-pilled beyond recognition. Stop listening to people who want the worst for you, and start thinking you can actually make a fucking difference. Weak men are how feminists got power, and then those feminists went and ruined fucking everything with the approval and the accolades of the weak men. They worked in tandem. It is both of their faults. Fuck, here we go again. If you have a problem with weak men, then just be strong, chat. Go be strong. Exactly. Exactly. Unfortunately, shut up, silly woman is not a universally appealing political stance. The funny thing is, in the story of the Dune series, the God Emperor had to teach humanity a lesson by being a tyrant for thousands of years to make humans understand that a charismatic leader is not a good thing. You know? If you just say no and try to do things, the opposition will be enforced, and then the no-saying men will be kicked out of power in the next voting round. Why would they be kicked out of power if they're doing the things that they were elected to do? Who's gonna vote them out if they're doing everything that people who voted them in wanted? Kirsche dropping truth bombs like she was in Vietnam. Weak men cope ignores that strong men ultimately push these ideas like a communism to begin with, though?
Read radical Muslims in Morocco.
No, I think you're the one coping, actually.
All over again. Only reason this happened is because Spain's gov's cucked. Morocco's gov relies on European tourism too much to want this.
Yeah, I've always been told that Morocco's economy runs heavily on tourism, which is, again, why those backpackers who got raped and beheaded in the mountains, the people who did that actually faced repercussions for it. Because Morocco can't have that happening and also be a tourist nation. So, gonna be very interesting to see where this goes. Any of us that try and stop that get destroyed by the legal force of the women and weak men that took over. How many of us can afford to go to prison to make a point? I mean, we did see what happened with January 6th. But this is why, when I encourage people to get involved, it is to do so politically, locally. This is a way that you can fight back and get people who actually believe things similarly to you together, right? Either you can run with the support of people around you, you can financially support a campaign, you can physically support a campaign. Even if you believe voting doesn't fucking matter, at least that's doing something while you are pretending to sit around and wait to just shoot opposite military people, I guess. Maybe we should go to Morocco and pay them back in kind. Women are not men. We must do the job he created us to do. This is our time now, as it was for our ancestors. It starts in our daily lives and flows outward. Yes. Yes. And it's like, I would like to see more men be strong men rather than weak men. And those that basically give up and say, it's all women's fault, we're just going to check out of society. That is not a strong man. That is a cowardly man who does not care what happens to his women or his nation. Does not care that he is ending his bloodline then and there. It might be useless in the end, but it's retarded to not try. Yeah, exactly. Blackpilling is for weak men. You are the weak man. If I call you a statement that says auto mods and it effectively ruins your life, you're weak and deserve the beating. I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say with that. Go to church and work out. You're sorry you're so blackpilled. You don't have to apologize. Like, it's understandable. That is the entire point of communist propaganda. It is to demoralize you and to make you want to check out. That is the point of it. Your face alone makes you blackpilled. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sucky once a day would be nice. Find a woman who loves you, brother. Patchouli, thank you. Good munya. You decided that watching the Foxy while playing MS-DOS games was more important than spending $60 and putting on pants to go to a weeb con. Understandable. Change starts from identifying pathological loops among institutions. Many are civilizationally corrupted, and we need enough people to start pointing it out in very precise words. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. It's like when we were talking about fucking Arday and all of his stupid, retarded, fraudulent shit that got him many opportunities and many accolades, right? Arday himself is obviously a problem with his pathological lying and his desire for attention. But the other problem, and I pointed it out, every single person that was responsible for hiring him somewhere was a woman. How did these women get these positions? Why were they given these positions? In their descriptions that we read, every single woman only had DEI accolades with which to boast. Why are they there? Who put them there? Why do we take any of them seriously when they have no credentials? Why do we allow these women, infiltrators, these paragons of communistic thought, to usurp and skin suit actual institutions that were considered prestigious? Why should Western men save women who already turned their back on them? That's true, you're so right. You're so right. Europe and America should both fall to Islam. It's worthless countries filled with worthless people. You're correct. You're absolutely correct. I'm glad we came to this conclusion together.
I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner!
Ah! Marmalin, thank you. Sweet, now loop on the kiss after a good blowjob. I tried 50 different variations on YouTube and it failed. So fuck that! Call me failed platform and everything about it. We root them out. Exactly. Exactly. Fuck YouTube censorship, buddy. Thank you. Thank you, Marmalin. The fact that Arday is outed and dead is proof that the black pill is wrong. These people can be removed and their machine can bleed. Yes. 100%. It just feels like it's an uphill battle, because it partially is, and it takes forever to get these people out. Once more people are in positions of power that actually want to fix shit, it will get easier. I agree, it's too slow right now, but you can't really do much about that. Get married, make babies, grow a garden, know 10 people within 10 miles, create community, create parallel economy, spread the good, the true, and the beautiful. True and fucking real. True and real. It's just a Handmaid's Tale becoming real. I don't think that's gonna happen. Is it possible to convince men who have been that black-pilled to do anything? I would hope so. I would hope that it's easier to convince somebody who has swallowed the black pill than it is to convince someone who has been genuinely propagandized to believe that communism would work. You know? Because just because someone's blackpilling doesn't mean they're a lost cause. It just means they've been demoralized beyond recognition.
I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient
Stop
Irish
shaming
did.
men. Shame women that stab good men in the back. Shame both! Shame both the shitty women and the weak men! That is my whole point! Stop blaming one or the other. It is both the bad women and the weak men. You guys get so caught up in this, like, we must blame one gender. You're doing exactly what the useful idiots have set out to propagandize you into doing. It's so frustrating, man. People are pretty nice, actually. Most adults will agree male virginity isn't working out in the US. What does that mean? What does that mean? Why not both .jpg? Exactly. Exactly. The solution to these problems are not going to come through government intervention. It starts with the citizen. Very much does. Very much does. We may be Sisyphus, but no mountain is infinite, chat. It absolutely is an uphill battle, but that doesn't mean it's impossible, and it certainly doesn't mean that it's not worth it. And, like, I would feel incredibly horrid if I did not at least attempt to fight off forces trying to destroy the civilizations that were built in our countries. I want kids to actually have a functioning country instead of one that has been conquered by people who hate them. Internet Zen Master, thank you again. Speaking of strong men doing something despite the wailing of idiotic women and black-pilled men, Tom Homan has started silently surging ICE actions in Seattle lately. Apparently that's also started in Boston as well, surprisingly. Made front page news with women pearl clutching over ICE bad. Change is happening. The ability to make your country great again is contingent on being able to tell weak men and dumb women, Shut the fuck up. So good. I'm glad their pearl clutching is being fucking ignored. I feel people in their late 20s go through their blackpilling, and sadly a good majority of them stay in that phase instead of growing out of it, and you find that sad. I mean, it's very easy, right? It's very easy to just give up. Wake you up when we're at the shoot our way out of the communist takeover. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. If you're not willing to do, like, the bare minimum of a lazy individual, which is just, like, casting a vote or getting involved with people locally, why would anyone believe that you're going to do anything when we're at the shoot our way out portion other than get taken out by someone else's bullet early on? That's a great LARP there, guy. Good luck. Your goal is to live in a place where there aren't 10 people within 10 miles.
They're accepting the leftist frame. They are using the only analysis tool they were given in school. Their only
Why are some of you so militant against women?
Holy fuck! How do we elevate or degrade this broad social groups relative to each other?
I can understand the militant hatred against women because they are fed a diet online of look at all of this shit that women think. Look at what women think of you. All women, by the way, not just some retarded women. All women think this way. And so they digest all of that, and they internalize it, and they become to believe it, which is why I've said over and over again, it is quite literally just feminism for men. You are doing exactly what the communists wanted. Congratulations. You are a useful idiot. And Foxy's about to start collecting chatter scalps. No, I'm not going to ban people. That's silly. You can't blackpill. Mom won't let you. Love my ma. True. No one's saying shame only one. People are saying dial back one that's been going on for decades while doing more to shame the other that has mostly gone under the radar. I've literally been pushing back on people in chat who have been saying, yes, shame only the women. What do you mean by this? Thank you for closing that hole for you. Shame both. That one is... yes, shame both is my entire fucking point. I was just wild when some people are like, oh, Kirsche doesn't want to shame the woman. She's a feminist. It's like, no! I fucking dog on that shit literally every day. What do you mean? Chat, two things can be true at the same time. They're unable to perceive breakfast. Honorable chatters are brave warriors fighting a battle against those who hate us and want us dead. The bastards would celebrate your despair, spite them, find a good woman, live a happy life, prosper, adopt a Kirsche, raise a family, teach your children to ride the Kirsche into battle. Deus Munya, true and fucking real. True and fucking real. And a lot of people who have, like, accepted the black pill don't like hearing me say, fucking stop it. Because stopping the black pill means they have to actually do something. They have to actually put effort into something instead of just whining online. And nobody likes having to put effort into something that they don't know is a guaranteed success at the end. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's not. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be fucking hard, bro. It's going to be difficult. But if you genuinely hate the things happening to your country, if you hate the kinds of women who have made this situation possible, if you hate the men who have given the women the power to do this in the first place, you should want to be better. Don't despair. Don't blackpill. Be part of the solution, man. You like pancakes, so you hate waffles. Men are blamed the most. It's become mainstream to do so, not the other way around. The mainstream is to, yes, all white men are evil, all white men are the source of the problem, all white men should be eternally demonized forever. When have I ever said that? When have I ever said, yes, all men? So when I say, blame the weak men who have enabled these shitty women to do these things, and you get mad at that, is that not you admitting that you are one of the weak men? You twist my words in order to fit whatever's going on in your brain so that you can continue to be angry instead of getting off your ass and doing something about the problems we are plagued with. Where are the Doom Looper chatters at? Twitch, Kick. I mean, there's a couple in every chat. I think Kick is the least Doomer pilled, surprisingly. Chatter not realizing he's playing the blame game. Walla walla bing bang, thank you! I'm running into people who are incapable of understanding generalizations. Literally, these are people too low IQ to understand. If you have a set of 9 red dots and 1 blue dot, and say most dots are red, they call you stupid and point at the blue. Oh my god, it's the male equivalent of... the average women's height is, like 5'5". But I'm 5'7". If Hoffman is here, please search Dearborn and Detroit. True. Toast Engineer, thank you. Thing about black pillars, they're accepting a leftist frame. They're using the only analysis tool they were given in school. Their only idea of how politics can work is how do we elevate or degrade this broad social group relative to each other. In case people forgot, the point of the feminist was a tool of communism. The point of the feminist was to drive a wedge between men and women, to dilute the dating pool, to dilute relationships in general, and to destroy the family unit. I would say they have been largely fucking successful. Battleizer, thank you. To all those who have decided that the women can fix it, you realize you can no longer complain when insert corruptors here say, very good, face the wall now. That is what you're inviting in, and it will be your fault if it happens. Do not black pill. Fight. You're Wakanda level black pill, but only kvetch about stuff you can change, yet your health is preventing. If you have like health issues that prevent you from being more involved than you would like to be, I don't know what kind of health issues you have, so I don't even know if you could like go to a doctor and attempt to address any of them, right? Like even if it would get you in debt, I feel like that would be the first thing to try and tackle.
Spicy cat raid.
I've known a couple of people who basically went into large amounts of debt, declared bankruptcy to get it all taken away, and then built a new life after that. Or if your health issues are just I can't really leave the house all that often, there are some local meetings for government things that do end up doing live streams. If you want to be involved, you can ask them like, hey, I want to help. You guys are like-minded to me. I want to help get people elected. I want to change things locally. I have health issues that prevent me from being able to leave very frequently. Could we have the meetings be streamed so that I could participate in them? Most people aren't going to tell you no. I see that very frequently. It's already pretty much over for the US. You have pockets of what it was, but the majority is overtaken, and the founding fathers didn't vote themselves away from the Brits. They did not. They did not, but that is not something that you can advocate for happening. So, be a patriot, very much so. If we may, most men just see only shaming on them. We only really see criticism of women from the red pillars who give the wrong answer to the problem. Women do need to do self-criticism as well as the men, but it must be done at the same time, or the one who starts gives up. I can agree with that. The people who give the wrong solution, who continue the demonize all women train, it's very attractive to men who are used to being told, yes, all men, by the retards in greater society. I can understand that. But just because I can understand it and it's sensical to people who want something to rage against, doesn't mean it's the correct option. It's the easiest option for sure. Sadly, you only see one solution, Reconquista. It's very difficult to not believe that. But before that happens, I would still like for everyone to try their best and do what they can to do things in the, like, a peaceful voting manner. We had so many investigations come out recently showing us the extent of, like, voter fraud and the extent of the people in positions of power who, like, knew that it was going on. And I think that while, holy shit, that's fucking awful that it happened, it's good that investigations and more of it is being brought to light. Will people be held accountable? Do we have enough strong men in positions of power to actually hold people accountable for this? Or are there too many weak men and retard women in positions of power that they'll just get away with it? Would you not want to be part of the solution, holding these people accountable? We have midterms right now, and we have another election in 2 years. Would you not want to be a part of the solution? If your apathy makes you unable to do anything when it's easy, who's to believe you'll do what's right when it's hard? Exactly. Nepal had the right idea. If Nepal can do it, so can Suda and the others. Very hard agree. Are we just going to ignore, like, men have been demonized for the past 50 years? Yes, that is the point that I've been addressing! If you would like for that to change, you can't check out of society and say, well, we'll let women fix this. They're not gonna fucking fix it. The ones in power are the ones creating the issues. The ones continuing to demonize the yes, all men. But I think, like some other chatters have said, I am fighting against a 60 IQ person, so I should probably stop addressing you. You need to start socialist propaganda. How cute you are! Please, women, think like this! I don't think it's worth it. Black pillars, fine, go home, give up, jerk off until the commies or Islamists take over. Just go home and do it quietly and get the fuck out of everyone else's way. True. The biggest challenge men who want to do something face is that they'll be targeted by the media and governments to stop them. Very true. There are fewer of them. Both schools and parents break them. Groups are either infiltrated and destroyed from within. Whether they're militant or merely advocacy groups, most conservative groups turn into liberal trash. And this is a huge problem. With like the group chat leaks and shit that we've had recently. Why are there people on the right more interested in sabotaging each other on the right than actually fighting the left? Like, the senseless infighting, the senseless infiltrations builds that I can't trust anyone and I can never be honest about what's going on. It builds an arena of fear and paranoia that ensures you will never try to actually get together and build a network of people. Because if you've been taught every time you build a group or a network, it's going to be infiltrated and everyone will then be either socially outcasted and lose their jobs or be dragged through media kangaroo circus courts. It makes people afraid. That is the goal. That is the point. How do you fix that? How do you get together with people that you know that you can trust? How do you vet your groups to make sure that somebody is not just in there to try and ruin everyone else's life while making their own clout grow big in the eyes of the societally weak? If you're incapable of parsing out the good from the bad, you don't deserve to be a part of the argument. True.
Take Kirsche life update. 3 months of being unemployed, broke, lonely, and at my lowest. I even attempted suicide twice, but kept fighting. Odd jobs, Uber Eats, applications, he kept moving. Now I got my old job back. Slowly rebuilding. Here's your white pill.
Fuck yeah, brother. We love white pill stories. Holy shit, I'm so fucking scrolled up in chat, dude. I was trying to find your fucking message. Iced, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the huge white pill update. I am glad that your attempted suicides have failed. Don't do that. Do not take that way out. It's not going to serve anyone, least of all yourself. So I'm glad you failed at doing that. That's a good failure. Celebration failure. Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. No matter how bad life might get, life is always worth living. Don't give up. I might not have all of the solutions for how to fix things. After all, I am the woman, and I do not want any kind of position of power. There are people much smarter than me who can figure out certain things that I cannot. I feel like my one job here, my one thing I want to impart to people is if you want to be a weak man, if you want to give up and just blame all women and say, fuck it, I'm going to check out of society, then at least move out of the way and let people who want to fix things get the job done. Trying to demoralize more people to your position is going to ensure everything fails. It's just like a very disgusting attitude to have. Yeah, society has been yes, all men for years now. That doesn't mean you have to become a part of the problem. You should just like the feminists should have said, yeah, you know, we don't want men being sluts, instead of saying, well, why can't women be sluts like men? You're doing literally the exact same thing. Venmaru the Fool, thank you. Trump and Morocco knew Spanish commie government would do nothing. Both knew it would get massive media coverage thanks to the internet. You can see from the response of the UN how not part of the plan this event was. They're lying commie scum, so grain of salt. Yeah, I read some articles that were very weird back when I covered the first migrant surging into Ceuta. Trump and Republicans can now use the footage of Ceuta invasion trial run and fallout as propaganda all the way through to November. Show normies exactly what it looks like if the commies in the USA regain any measure of national control over borders again. Yeah, they should be basically playing that kind of footage on loop and explaining how many illegals we have in the country. This is the weak man mindset. Oh no, it's hard and people will call me a bad boy. I can't fix the world. It's not worth it. How do these beings even call themselves men? Doing the right thing against all odds is literally what we're supposed to do. It's what men were built for. They were built to survive and overcome adversity. It's also why men have a more autistic drive in both their work and their hobbies than women do. Do not go exiting life. Live out of pure spite of your enemies. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. Like the corpo cuck Republicans aren't mass importing foreigners to displace Western workers and expectations. I mean, they are. I talk about that all the time. I frequently talk shit about the do-nothing Republicans. Moving out of society is the only way for you to influence the majority of women to ask for help, but most would not, so men won't influence women. Moving out of society is not going to get women to ask you for help. I'm gonna tell you that right now, actually. Bobber Bobbertson, thank you for the 14 months. If Spain doesn't want to defend its territory, it should be up for grabs. Send the Marines! Send the Airborne! Oh god, we're actually playing Civ now. You wish to join ICE and help out, but you've always been physically weak. Literally 130 pounds soaking wet with rocks in your pockets. A gust of wind could knock you down. Your state is also deep navy blue and contains Baltimore of all places. What do? Well, I would say go to the Hard Gains channel in the Discord and have all of the bulky bros give you pointers on how to get fucking big, dude. How to get some fucking pumps on, brother. They're probably the best ones to give you advice on how to not be 130 pounds soaking wet. Get some muscle mass on you, boy. You want both major parties dissolved and power refocused on the local level above all, honestly? True. True. Jen Jacko, thank you. Just like the Terminator movies, we shall find the infiltrators by having a Kirsche at the meeting door to smell the commie BS. True and fucking real. Just apply to ICE. There are more jobs than just enforcement that ICE does. Also true. Also true, but it would be beneficial to him regardless of what kind of position at ICE he gets to be more bulky, more able to defend himself and others, you know? Faded Dave, thank you. You wanted to save this for a bridge day. At work, we sign acknowledgements for safety tips, some of which are do not speed on the highway, go green, do not pass on debt to future generations, which also includes environmentalism. Operationalizing. Yep, that is absolutely operationalizing. Because it's like, notice how they're mixing in common sense things like don't speed on the highway with go green and environmentalism? That's a little goofy. That's a little silly. Last part, you don't think it was just weak men that let women gain political and voting power? There's a significant factor that it was compassion for their effort in society. Citizens rewarded for participation in society is a say in what their share does when it's handed over willingly. I would disagree solely because we know that those guys are the same guys of today who are just like, well, we want cheap labor by any means possible, right? And so giving the feminists what they wanted wasn't weak men saying out loud, haha, we will continue to destroy the family unit. Men and women will hate each other for years abound. They weren't that cartoonishly evil. They were just like, you know, if women stop having the ability to choose to be a housewife or a career woman, and we have to depress wages, we can start paying everybody, men and women, less, because we're going to have an immense flood of people into the workforce. We're going to have so much more labor, and eventually women will have to work, and so that will solidify the low wages for decades to come. This was the beginning of completely destroying any kind of like work-life balance, any kind of ability to have a family on a single wage. This was like a intense precursor to, well, actually, we just need to import slave labor from other places now. Start a mercenary group and go defend the people pro bono. It's a choice until it's mandatory. We're fried here in NYC. NYC is a very scary state to think about. I can agree with that. Fortunately, we can't talk about the real culprits who control international governments, finance, and media and rile us up against each other, so you don't see a point in trying. I see a point in trying. Really hate the fake nerd epidemic. Real communists offer social amnesty for the incompleteness of Western society so long as he will provide value. Really miss those guys. Did you just... Real communism has not been tried in my chat? What the fuck? Professor John Wolfman, thank you. You've noticed these loops usually happen on Sunday. Why is everyone doom spiraling on the Sabbath? I don't know if the people doom spiraling are Christians, but I very much agree with the Christianity has been usurped by weak men, and it basically only shows off a weak side publicly. It's basically a, ooh, I will never do anything no matter how much you harm me kind of religion at this point. And so it would make sense if a lot of these men crying and complaining were of that faith. And it would make sense that it happens frequently on Sundays. Remember, chat, communism actually has a 100% success rate. The goal is destroying everything it touches. Thanks for coming to my Foxy Talk. True. True. Maybe everyone's just miserable because we have to go to work tomorrow. True. Mondays do suck. The only people who think there's no chance of fixing things are the ones that think they have to work within the legal confines only. Does no one remember how America became independent? Yep. Yep. I'm not going to have all the answers. I'm not smart enough for that. And I, again, do not wish to be like any kind of leader of anything. I just want to help people's morale stop from sinking into the black abyss. That is what I see as like my responsibility here. Right. And maybe that's putting it on like too high of a pedestal, but it's like I don't want people to give up. I want people to succeed. I want my country to be better again. The evil has to turn up the black pilling on Sunday. True goal of communism is to make the leader and their friends fabulously rich at your expense. True. You talk to your pastor about this. Christianity has been infested by communist ideologues that have twisted scripture to push leftist agendas, and he echoes many of the same concerns that I have. This gave you hope that people in the church are starting to wake up. God, I fucking hope so. Holy shit. Gramps, thank you for the 4 months of proven, buddy, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. A fox woman doesn't have all the answers. I don't. I readily admit that I don't. And I think it would be very silly, especially for the black pillars who were like, yeah, fuck all women, by the way, to be like, look, this woman doesn't have all the answers. That means all hope is lost. It's like, well, kind of contradicts your earlier opinion, does it not? The answers you've settled on are the pragmatic and practical. Either work in your domestic area to make good change or move somewhere else that is already doing that. Pretty much. Sorry, Kier, born to support, forced to tank, knowing your luck, you're going to have to take up the banner and become a modern Joan of Arc. I don't want that! I don't want that. Kirsche's trying to be the healer to help out the warrior. Very true. Very true. Don't generalize. Proper men of God with the false shepherds that use our name. Blackpilling goes against basically everything God, the Bible, and the church teaches. If the goobers actually had been to church this morning, they wouldn't be here saying this nonsense. There are people who take umbrage with me fucking dogging on the current state of Christianity. Obviously, I don't mean every single Christian, but much like all of the propaganda that fuels the yes, all men are bad, or yes, all women are bad, the kind of stuff that we see online are like the female pastors draped in rainbows, the male pastors who have very questionable mannerisms draped in progress flags. We have, like, the Pope himself kissing the feet of migrants and being like, well, we must open our hearts and our societies to those less fortunate. It's just like, yes, I know, not everyone, but it is very all-encompassing, and it is something that needs to be dealt with. It needs to be dealt with like the shitty women in these positions that do damage, like the weak men who try to drag everyone down with them. It is a problem. It is not everyone, but it is a problem. Sadly, the loudest voices are the fake Christians. You need to choke out those voices. Yeah. And it makes me happy to hear from fucking Trailstorm that, yeah, pastors are actually talking about the same exact things and the same exact problems within the faith that I am. It's like, fuck yeah, bro. I'm not in the faith, but I have eyes, dude.
Why are people doom spiraling on Sunday? Maybe this is just my view as a Catholic who isn't stupid. Not enough people going to church, temple, synagogue. Yes, Jews, I know it's Saturday for you. Shut up, to reconnect to the community as a whole.
That's also a fair point. Also a very fair point, Internet Zen Master. Thank you. Thank you for buttering my fucking dog, dude. Thank you. Wild how the Christians in chat can understand not all Christians when it benefits them, but can't understand not all women when it doesn't benefit them. Are they able to perceive the breakfast? A vast majority of the bad actor Christians are Catholic. Basecamp has a video about how they profited off of the illegal immigration into the US. I don't even know if it would be majority Catholic. Whenever we cover any kind of Christian denomination, basically trying to flood our country either with fraudulent visa kind of things. I say fraudulent with quotes because they're doing it the legal way, but they know that they're doing it in a malicious manner. And it's always the Lutheran churches. And I was like, I don't even know anything about that denomination, brother. How is it always them? You don't want to go back to the Christian panic from the 80s and 90s? Fuck that. Can't do this because it's satanic. You can't show that because it's offensive. It's just a different flavor of stupidity, but the same shit. Yeah, I don't want to go back to fucking right-wing censorship either. But you know what we don't have to worry about right now? Right-wing censorship. You know what we have to worry about right now? Fucking communist censorship. So instead of worrying about a problem that we don't have, that we might have in the future, how about we worry about the problems we're currently dealing with and then deal with the other problem should it raise its head again? Vlad the Impaler, hear me out. I have a solution. You know, the altar in a church has the podiums with decorated cloths at the front. The church your parents go to has draped pride flag cloth over those podiums. It's absolutely disgusting, and they refuse to believe you when you tell them it is a flag of conquership. I would agree with you. This has been a wild conversation. Loop to be privy to. Oh, Sunday. Let's see. It seems to be infected in all Christian branches, honestly. That's what it feels like, you know? Rainbow is the covenant of the flood from God. They've corrupted it. You got perma bot spam reported on X and lost your account just to get stuck with bots who auto-report your account when you're unsuspended, so your X account is gone. Be careful if you post, but thanks, Kirsche, for covering it live. But be careful about making posts on X. Yeah, I think I saw, I don't remember who tweeted it, but I think I saw someone posting that, like, Whoith and that group of, like, weird Discord crusaders is going around mass reporting people, trying to get their accounts taken away from them. So, yeah, definitely some issues with that going around. Cosmic Trailblazer, thank you. You're mostly a lurker. You've been watching for a while, watching my live streams. Helped get out of your depression. You're doing a lot better. No longer taking the black pill. Good! Good! I want to hear the stories of your successes in the future, my friend. Do not black pill. Chippy the Wizard, thank you. You need to force people to put their money where their mouth is. It would probably solve a lot of the problems, like Martha's Vineyard. True! Very true. I would love to see more places like Martha's Vineyard have to feel the repercussions of their voting habits. Jen Jacko, thank you. Just like in the Terminator movies, we shall find the infiltrators by having a Kirsche at the meeting door to smell the commie BS. True. Bobbert Bobberson, thank you for the 14 months. I already read that. Thank you again. I am very far away. Too awesome for you, thank you. Whack the left and right with the stick. Keep doing it. Choco, thank you. Do you think Joan of Arc woke up one day and thought to herself, I'm gonna lead an army that will one day be best known for running away? He doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. I don't know what that last sentence means. I'm too retarded. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure she did wake up one day and be like, yeah, I'm gonna lead an army. But like, still, I'm not trying to be like, I'm not like the other women's, you know. I also do not want to take a meaningful position away from a strong man because he would obviously do better than I would. Praxis Fall had a similar feel. He wasn't sent to the Shadow Realm, wasn't restricted, but has been feeling silenced on X. Definitely strange. That is strange. That is very strange. I mean, the X did just release their, like, behind-the-scenes algorithm shit, and it did say that reports are essentially like a nuclear warhead on your reach. So if there are Discord groups who go around reporting the chuddy buddies that they dislike in an attempt to get their account suspended, even if you're not suspended, you're probably gonna have a massive fucking brick hammering your reach into non-existence. I've seen that as well, where, like, on average, I'll get between, like, 1.5 and 2K likes on a post. Sometimes I get way more. Sometimes it'll be, like, 200. And I'm like, I can understand, you know, posting something that people aren't necessarily interested in. But when it's, like, 200, that feels like it's way, way away from the norm to the point where, yeah, that's probably the, fucking up my reach thing happening. Eine Moment. This qualifies. The called is a recurring
Are
Christian
these the
phrase.
same
Oh,
chatters
shit.
that received the great gift us over on Twitch Hype Train last evening? Truly a poor use of your gift. Be righteous, not because it is easy but because it is hard.
It is hard. It is hard. It do be do. Thank you, Master of Mundus, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Namunya. Also want to love on VT for a moment. Lots of good spectator comments that really get it there. Not everyone, you know? What? The qualifies the called as a recurring Christian phrase pointing out how God uses sinners to spread his word, similar to if only saints attended church, the pews would be empty. It's a saying telling people to get off their ass and do things, even if they're not the perfect fit for the job. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. I don't want people to think, like, when I don't understand something in a supa, like, I hope people don't always think it's like, oh, fuck, I worded it wrong. Sometimes it's me who just does not comprehend what you wrote. Hassan Piker can say some shit, but will never explain what is really happening with Christianity. Well, I mean, whatever's happening with Christianity, I'm sure Piker is happy about it, right? Like, he's not going to support Christians. God hates taxes, thank you. Lord Kier, do you know about Episcopal and Unitarian Universalist churches? Super commie. Are the Episcopal churches the Episcopalians, or is that a different one? I'm trying to remember, like, when I was in Georgia, the ones, like, most complained about would be, like, United Methodist and Protestant. Wait, you're saying the Islamist wouldn't support Christian? I know, it's crazy theory, right? Too awesome for you, thank you again. Overlord Umbra, thank you. Even Jesus himself had moments where kindness was no longer an option. There's a famous story where he loses his shit and goes Hulk smash because people turned a church into a gambling den. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. Kirsche has a Boston accent, true. Gus of the Dorks, thank you. Ever wonder if maybe some of the Doom Spiral people are bots / actors and they do it on Sunday because the check to run those bots clears on Saturday? You know, you have a good point, actually. So, I mean, it's very possible. I feel like if you dislike me enough to be spending money on bots to spam my chat with things that get me to loop on a topic that you think everyone should be blackpilled about, I don't know, that seems like that effort could be better put to use just not being blackpilled. Like, instead of doing that, you could do literally anything else to improve your own life or your community. A beep boop, I'm a bot. It's 100% happening. I mean, it could be. I don't want to be, like, that fucking paranoid, because it's like, I'm not exactly worth that time. That's too highbrow for anyone on the left to think of. Well, the black pillars in chat aren't leftists. These are people on the right who want to ensure fragmentation of the movement and nothing actually getting done. Are the bots donating? Send them my way. Johnny Wishbone. I mean, it's a good theory, and I'm sure it does happen in some cases. But I feel like if that's going to happen, these people are probably just posting themselves on, like, an alt account instead of using a bot network. But Kirsche, they love taking the suppository black pill. They do. Have thousands of people watching you for 5+ hours a day. Clearly, you're worth the time. And so sometimes that imposter syndrome goes hard, brother. There's an anime opening that has lyrics you love tangentially related. Let's stop looking for reasons to quit and look for reasons to continue instead. Just One Life by Aspire. I haven't heard of that. Johnny Wishbone, thank you. Don't be a Denethor screaming flee for lives, guys. Instead, prepare for battle, figuratively and metaphorically. America can be saved. Not sure about the UK. I have been very happy seeing the retaliatory efforts of the boys in the UK. And so I don't think all hope is lost. I'm just, you know, wondering how they managed to have the connection networks that they did. Because when we saw the stuff happening in Belfast a few months ago, that was very coordinated and it was very targeted. It wasn't like the leftist riots that we've seen in the UK or in the US, where it was like wanton violence burning down cities. It was very methodical. And so obviously these people have had a way of getting together and planning things, and it's probably, most probably, getting together in person in a remote area without any kind of technology around them. Get your Faraday bags, brother Ben. You can't safely express just how much you approve of their OPSEC and methodology. We saw some videos of like people who were recording them and were like asked to stop. Those people who were recording those on the ground in Belfast, they like got their cars hit by Molotov cocktails as a sort of, you will stop recording us message, you know? And I was like, as much as I would love to see more on the ground stuff, this is the correct way to go about it if you're actually committing to doing this, which once those guys started, they kind of can't stop because they will be made an example of by their government. They're allowed to cause chaos by intelligence agencies. Simple. You don't believe they're not being watched. It's just puppet masters want the Civil War to happen. I don't know if it's so much they want the Civil War to happen. It's that they count on only one side actively trying for civil war, since the other side will get basically terminated, right? If they try to defend themselves. So I think it's more just, we are wishing for this takeover to happen, and so we're watching it and monitoring it. Places like Belfast could probably do it easier than the US since it's much smaller. It is also much smaller. You do have a fair point. It would be a lot more difficult to get things in the US to happen all over the US, but I don't think it will be a countrywide spark if we ever got to that point. I think it would more likely be a flashpoint in one area, and then it would spread from there. Seeing this, did I already go over the stupid old cunt politician from the UK that says young male immigrants need brothels? No, but I did have that tab open a few days ago. I was just like, yes, that's exactly what we need to do. We need to feed naked young women to the migrants so they don't come and rape the other ones. You know, we can sacrifice some women to the rapists so that they'll leave the other ones alone. You're personally increasingly concerned by the complacency on the right with everybody talking big but expecting someone else to actually stand up and do something. I've always said I am not someone who will ever actually call for the violence to start. Not only because I really wish that we could fix these things in a peaceful manner without it getting to a violent point, but also, as a woman, I'm not going to be the one who is most victimized or expected to carry out any of the violence. I can just stay home. I can stay home and I can defend myself. And I feel like it would be a very, very disgusting thing to do, knowing my position, to then actively call for other people to put themselves in like a harm's way violent situation. Just like the founding fathers intended, New Hampshire has shown that saying no will allow you to fix things, and there are good churches out there that are for the faithful. No black pills, yes. New Hampshire should be a massive fucking white pill for everyone who wants to fix things in their own states. It's going to be harder for places that are completely co-opted, like New York, like Virginia, like Washington State, right? It's going to be harder in some places. So when are we funding your minefield? I think that's still illegal. What did New Hampshire do? We had some very traditionally liberty-minded people in the Libertarian Party run for Republican seats and win. And so they've actually managed to do things like make sanctuary cities illegal in the state. They've had like a pledge to actually work together with ICE in order to fix fucking shit in the state. Some of the politicians have tried things like repealing the Office of Refugee Resettlement. There were some funky fucking shenanigans that made sure that didn't get passed, but that doesn't mean it's over. Politicians want to try again getting that passed, getting that out of there. They were able to out some healthcare office in the New Hampshire government. I can't remember what it was called, my bad. But they were able to out them as exactly what I've been talking about with Bridge, how they didn't actually remove any of their DEI stipulations. They merely changed the language and moved people around to make it look like they had dropped DEI. And the contingency was you're either going to drop the DEI or abolish the office. And so now I need to figure out what's going on with that, since they were outed as being liars. I'm so surprised. You all in New Hampshire, live up to your state motto, man. Come on, Virginia, do better. Yep, you had 24 years of the Free State Project getting libertarians to move there, and they've been getting elected into state offices, much more so in the last 10 years. The Free State Project is, yes, very, very much responsible for getting a lot of these people elected. It's pretty great. How the fuck are sanctuary cities legal? Because a lot of our country lives in Clown World. Does New Hampshire have gun restrictions? I'm sure there's some restrictions,
Spicy
but far
raid.
less than other states.
Spicy cat raid.
Far less than other states. I know that there was something recently that happened. Bives might remember more than I do. There's something recently that happened that something that used to be illegal is now not illegal. I can't remember what it was. New Hampshire's constitutional carry, man. That too. It is a constitutional carry state. I know some of the politicians that I follow in New Hampshire have been talking about, there was another state, it might have been Utah, ? I can't remember. But they made it legal to, like, buy fucking machine guns again. And so the New Hampshire politicians are like, yeah, we gotta get unrestricted machine guns here too. Sanctuary cities aren't legal. They actively defy the Constitution's supremacy clause. Our borders are a federal matter, and people who violate them should be expelled. Yeah, I mean, like, they aren't legal, but if nobody's enforcing the laws, they might as well be. That's my whole point. It doesn't matter what's written down. If nobody's willing to enforce it, it doesn't matter. The tax stamp items, it's been advertised as the death of the NFA. Suppressors in New Hampshire are now basically unregulated. No more tax stamps or forms. Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't remember what it was. Some people are working on doing some silly things, like making a department of civilian armament where the state can manufacture and transfer machine guns for fun. I'd buy a machine gun from the state. It's medieval in Spain. Can't go outside with weapons, mercenaries, or can't go outside without weapons, mercenaries, and God's blessing. Mr. Magic Owl, thank you. Meanwhile, the Juicish log off on Saturdays and not use electricity and log back in on Sundays. What? Julio Acius, thank you. Well, you get why men check out. There are way too many women and bikinis for you to do that. Pages will be written about how we adapted, but we can't just let bad actors walk all over us or it will never end. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not just in New Hampshire. There, you think 14 states total where it applies. Others still need to get the form, but no stamp. It's weird, but a step in the right direction. Oh, also, the fucking... oh, God, I keep forgetting what it's called. The inspection stickers on vehicles. Our politicians listened to the people in New Hampshire and said, all right, no more inspection stickers. But the company that did the inspections tried to sue the state and block it from happening because they were like, we'll lose money if there's no more mandatory inspections. And we just got recent good news where, like, some federal EPA whatever fucking thing ruled that New Hampshire does have the ability to pull out of that if they want. So hopefully that will be all on the up and up recently. Bearcute Bang, thank you. Hello, Miss Kirsche. Have you looked at the mass psychosis occurring on TikTok and Instagram over the Lindsay Clancy case? I have no idea who Lindsay Clancy is. They're like Tom Clancy related? Makes the idea of having children a bit scarier that modern women want to give a pass to murdering children due to mental health. Hey, you know what's cool? You know what's cool and great? If a woman says that she agrees with murdering children after they're born, you don't have to date that woman. I know that's crazy. I know it's crazy. You have agency and you can decide to not date that lady. But yes, I agree. It is scary considering if you see a bunch of women saying that, you're like, well, how many? How many? You know? But this is also why I think it's a good idea to bring up things that you believe in and things that you want out of life early on so you don't waste your time with someone who's just going to, you know, you're going to walk home from work one day and suddenly your Brian will be a Brienne. She got her husband to leave the house and then murdered her kids. Yeah, what a fucking psychopath, dude. Lindsay Clancy was a woman who they loaded up with a ton of meds and she killed her kids. I don't know if I want to blame the meds because it's still a conscious decision to murder her own fucking children. How could you do that? Hell, there's a thing called common sense. It can do wonders for you, you know? This is why you ask if she wants kids, date one. And if she does want kids, you need to know her opinions on some things, right? Like the childhood vaccination schedule. like transgenderism. You gotta ask her opinions on these things. Because you don't want to put yourself in a position where you don't know the person that you got together with. And again, you come home and they fucked up your child. It used to be that women could trust men to go out and be the provider, make the money, and the men could trust the women to take care of the home and raise their children to both their value standards. That is no longer the case. You have to do some, like, pretty extreme fucking vetting. Gotta ask her opinion on the two-way.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Battleizer, thank you. Small white pill. The judge who previously blocked removal of Somali TPS just had that revoked. TPS can now be removed from Somalis and the deportations can flow. I think I talked about that last week in junction with someone, I can't remember which politician, but someone filed articles of impeachment against that judge specifically. So multiple white pills in that case. I talked about that last week. Can't remember the names of anybody, but it is in a prior stream. If they agree with those things, you dodged the bullet, right? It takes genuine espionage to figure out if someone is lying to seem better nowadays. It does. It's fucking exhausting. It is absolutely exhausting. I agree. You need to marry someone who you trust to hold your own values to carry on the day you no longer exist. Exactly. Exactly. Like parenting, a wife who wants to permissive parent is a fucking nightmare waiting to happen. Was the New Hampshire gun thing I was thinking of about the defense of third parties that's going into effect on 1/1/27? No, that's new to me. That's new to me. I can't remember what it was, but we talked about it recently. It might have been some like SBR thing, maybe? Question mark? I don't remember. Mr. Toast, thank you. Your fervor for the permanent removal of communists is second only to Stalin's on the Eastern Front of World War II. If you ever land a date, you're going to ask, what are your thoughts on communism? If they support communism, you're not scheduling another date. Lady Takanashi, thank you. Fun fact, the sin of sloth was originally 2 sins, which were apathy and sadness. Put those together and you get depression and blackpilling. Huh. That's very interesting. I did not think about that. Ryfile, thank you. Why the fuck does in this depressing-ass Sunday stream forget about fun? Fun fucking wins every fucking time! The left is not fun anymore! Take the fun mantle. Yes, fun mantle. You're not saying she shouldn't be held responsible. She should be, but it is a massive failure of our medical industry just giving her so many drugs without checking what was previously given to her by other doctors. I mean, if I go by just what you're saying, because I know absolutely nothing about this case or this woman, yeah, you probably shouldn't ply a woman with a bunch of drugs that you don't know how they're going to interact with each other, as well as with what she's already taking. That seems kind of fucked up. But, like, yeah, she's the ultimate responsible one. The stream's not depressing. You've, in fact, been having a lot of fun making fun of black pillars. It can be a bit frustrating, because it's just like, holy shit, please stop black pilling. Like, I want better for you, man. I was like, I'm not trying to, like, fucking tell black pillars to get in the ground, we're gonna bury you alive. It's just like, I want you to do better. I want you to have good things. I'm actively trying to counter your dark thoughts. SSRIs have a 2% efficacy rate over the control group. That's a margin of error because it's within placebo. Yeah. Yeah, I got put on depression meds at one point, and I was just like, I don't feel fucking right on this shit. And so I did not wish to take them farther. The VA gave your father 2 medications that cause homicidal tendencies when taken together. That was not a fun month. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Hey, your wife seems sad. Here's a ton of drugs. We don't know what'll help, but at least it'll do something. Hey, your wife seems sad. Have you tried, I don't know, hugging her more often? Been off Lexapro for 2 years. Good job, man. Patchouli, thank you. I know I don't want it, but hear you out. Me wearing the armor and carrying the banner would be chef's kiss. Think of the gallons! Okay, that's fair. Battleizer, thank you. Unfortunately, the most effective solutions to these problems are in no particular order: glowing, hard, violent, and are frequently associated with a boogaloo. Are you trying to flirt with me? You coming on to me, buddy? Captain Wave Crash, thank you. Doom pillars are weak as fuck. Enough said. Androtaz, thank you. The only thing you're black-pilled on is how many more videos of women like this it will take for us to do what must be done. Remember the Maltese 400. I don't know what the Maltese 400 are. I'm sorry. She isn't responsible because she's a flesh automation animated by SSRIs, then she should be vivisected for profit. Holy shit. I don't think that's what Skewky was saying, because he did preface it with, yes, she should be held responsible. He was just saying that also the doctors were incredibly, what's the word I'm looking for? Incredibly negligent by loading her up with a ton of drugs. You went on a mild SSRI for like half a year because you were having some very dark thoughts. It did stop because you lost all motivation to do everything. But good news, you no longer wanted to fillet a shotgun, so success. Glad you're off them now, though. I'm glad they helped you in the short term. I'm glad that you are here, my guy. You say don't date women that believe these things, but women can and often do hide their beliefs and silent support things like 9 months late-term abortion, hence why stuff like that passes. We've seen people hide their true beliefs all the time. With how much socialism hiding communist beliefs is discussed, this should be obvious. Yeah, as someone who has been lied to by people I dated in the past, it's very hard to decipher whether someone is lying or not. That is a very difficult thing to do. We're not clairvoyant. We can't see into their brains. And I don't really have better advice for yourself or for myself to figure out who's lying to us other than just vet them better. Just try better to vet the things that they believe. Because someone pretending is not going to be able to keep up that mask for long, especially if you keep trying to have conversations about it. If you are suspicious that they are hiding something incredibly important, like I guess to you would be the 9-month late-term abortion thing, keep trying to have conversations about it. They're not going to be able to keep the lies up. If your wife is sad, tell her new Kirsche will arrive soon. And it's like, you know, maybe that seems like some bullshit advice, but like, I'm sorry I don't have all the answers, and I'm in a very similar boat to you, buddy. What's it called when you black pill so bad that you want to take the most extreme action possible? I'm not sure, because if you want to take action, that's not really black pilling. Ask the simple shit first date, hit them with the extreme shit second date. I think that's one problem that I have, is like, I just don't want to waste time. And so I just like, I lay everything out like right in the beginning of talking to someone. And so that can make guys be like, hold up, why is she doing this? Is this a fed? Is this a fucking transgender? Is this, you're not a woman, right? Like, women don't talk like this. And it's like, no, I'm just exhausted and I don't want to fucking fuck around, buddy. But make sure she has sensible friends. That's also a very major factor. The biggest way that women have sabotaged other women is by perpetuating the she's untrustworthy if she has male friends. That does not mean she a hoe. That might mean she's been around other women often enough that she does not trust them. Lying is just not worth the effort it takes. It's not. It's so fucking tiresome. You asked the last lady, so have you heard of the killdozer? Oh my goodness. Mondays may suck, but Thursdays suck? Oh no. Be a good man straight up if you want me. You think it's you have to be a girl's girl? The heck is a girl's girl? Kermit Kojo! Thank you for the 5 gift subs, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Avion Zero, my guy. Thank you. You don't take SSRIs, you take SNRI. You do find it funny that the depresso is so hereditary that your mother, you, brother, and such all happen to take the same medication. That is kind of crazy. Kirsche is saying it scares away men. She's too good to be true. The amount of times a guy has been like, are you a man? It's really funny. I'm like, no. Like, do you want to call me? Like, she's perfect. That means she's a fed. Show women a picture of Kirsche on a first date and ask her, what do you think of this tard? If her answer is Munya, that's a Kirsche. Pick me is such a telling insult. Like, yeah, bitch, and keep up with that attitude and you'll get what you ask for. No one's gonna pick you. It's like, that's exactly how you can tell it's a woman or a very angry gay man talking. Just find a moderate and groom them to your beliefs. Yeah, you probably still do that with a moderate. You cannot fix the progressives. Munya, are you a chopped dude? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Regarding the Lindsay Clancy thing, from the brief glance you saw, the TikTok banshees are claiming, oh, she had postpartum depression. She shouldn't be held responsible for deleting all 3 kids. What's that other woman who, like, didn't she drown all of her kids in the bathtub? Is this just like the modern day version of that lady? But more people? Yeah, Casey Anthony, thank you. This is like modern day Casey Anthony. And people are, like, actually defending it? That's fucking crazy. Sylvia Plath? Isn't that a writer? That was Andrea Yates. Wait, why are there so many women who have killed their own children? What the fuck? Not Casey Anthony. She was another crazy one. Didn't Casey Anthony kill her kids? Am I crazy? I'm pretty sure she did. Sylvia Plath was a shit poet. Oh, I was gonna say, I didn't think that was a kid killer. I think that was a writer. Postpartum syndrome. I can't really comment on how bad postpartum is because I've never been pregnant to have postpartum. So I don't know how bad it gets, but I can't imagine it would get so bad that it overrides the evolutionary mothering instinct to, I don't know, not kill your kids. Something like 35% of murders committed by women are against children. That doesn't surprise me. Ask Cha-Cha. That's actually a decent question. I wonder if I could ask her that. Your wife was a moderate-leaning progressive when we got together, and she claimed to be a socialist until you asked her opinions on literally anything, and she's been a chud all along. It's weird. I don't know if it's that weird, considering that in order to maintain the beliefs that a progressive has, they have to be even more racist than the most racist chud you are friends with. Women are the majority of child murders, not counting abortion. That's kind of crazy. It's ignored, but it's the real topic matter. What? Go the butter dog! The lady did testify that she had a very loud voice in her head screaming at her to kill her children. Well, good. She should just be executed then, because she's crazy and can't be let back into society, right? Literally, the voices made me do it defense. That means you get executed. Do not pass go. Go straight to the gallows, lady.
Testimonial white pill for you brothers. I started an all-natural tea support supplement and after 6 weeks I have lost 10 pounds of fat and gained 8 pounds of lean muscle. Also another size has increased by 1 inch in length and half an inch in girth.
Hell yeah, Cataclystia. Good job, my guy. Looking up. Thank you for buttering my fucking dog. I have another guy friend who started taking, like, tea replacement, I guess, question mark? Because his doctor was just like, oh, your levels are kind of low, we should fix that. And he's been feeling fucking better than he did before. So I was like, that's good. That's fucking good. Every day, you believe more and more that we live in the rat utopia, over-socialized to the point it fries our instincts and makes us insane. I think that the clavicular guy getting any kind of attention is point proof of that. Like, this guy hit his face with hammers and then immediately started doing the, like, I'm hanging out at expensive clubs with all the popular podcast bros. I was like, oh, you could not make up a more astroturfed individual. Don't you hate it when the voices tell you to kill your children, bro? Even the voices are mocking you for being maidenless. That dude was a plant. Jen Jacko, thank you. You'll do the Cure Dad method. Seems to have worked out well. While I understand your point, I don't think purposefully searching for women like my mother will turn out good for you. That'll still be 18 years of suffering. Patchouli, thank you. Quick background on the Lindsay Clancy case. Mass woman, like Massachusetts, offed her 3 children and her counsel is pushing for insanity because she was on a wild cocktail of SSRIs. Give her the chair, not the grippy socks. In a functioning society not ruled by kindergarten ethics and female judges, this woman would be executed. Brave SJ, thank you. The meds thing is cope. She was stable enough to convince her husband she was fine and then wait for him to leave so she could commit the act. Fair. Absolutely, thank you for the 5,000 dicks! Thank you!
Oh my god.
Suffering is perfect for seasoning, Kirsche. No. I'm loving this. Thank you! Thank you, Atsu Lamicius, for the huge fucking 5,000 dicks! Thank you. Thank you. Oh, apparently the specific testosterone thing is called clomide. Clomide. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it, like, boosts your natural production of testosterone instead of, like, using steroidy ones. So clomide, if you suffer from low T and you are interested in it. Do not the crazy. The G-cups are not worth it, and I'm a boob guy. Can of baked beans, thank you. It's a person earlier who said they want to join ICE. You're overweight, going on a hike yesterday. Starting next month, you're working on a contract doing inmate transports for ICE in New Hampshire. There are options. Oh, fuck yeah. That guy's a patriot. I hope you have all of the delicious chickens in your future. Clomid, it promotes natural testosterone production. The generic is also cheap if your insurance doesn't cover it. Discount cards make it even cheaper. I mean, obviously, I'm a cartoon fox, not a doctor, so don't take anything without talking to your doctor, please. But yeah, that's the name of it if you would like to inquire to your doctor about it. And Kirsche's dad in character. And Clomide, the Italian, came out hard there. It was spelled to be a Clomide, so I was like, Clomide? Let's start with boron supplements and or organ meats. Those will use existing testosterone more completely without affecting production. Always stoke usage and then natural production. Yes. Take the chlamydia pill. It will make your girl cock harder. Please do not get chlamydia from a person or a koala. All of your medical, legal, and financial advice you get from Kirsche. I don't think that's a good idea. Instructions unclear. Consume the blessed nutrient paste. Anthony, thank you. Postpartum psychosis happens in 1 to 2 per 1,000 women after giving birth, which is frequently linked to infanticide. This is according to Google Foo. Now, you see, what would be interesting, right, if postpartum psychosis is enough of a phenomenon that they have research that tells you that it happens in between 1 to 2 women per every 1,000 women, and those women tend to end up killing their babies, would that not mean that more research would be necessary to figure out what specifically is similar with all of those 1 to 2 women who are frequently linked to infanticide, to then figure out what women are more likely to then be killing their babies? Because if you figure out what all of those women have in common, what might link them to being that statistic, you can try and root out the actual cause and prevent it from happening, thus lowering the statistics. They need to add one of those notes that says side effects may include killing your child. That would be racist. How would it be racist? We didn't even talk about race. Is infanticide, like, more common in certain races? I don't know. Pattern recognition exists for a reason. That's way too logical of an approach, and logic is racist. We can't have that now, can we? See, the issue, I think, would come in is if you did this study, and if you found a common link in all of these women who tend to get the postpartum psychosis, and then furthermore, you find a link in the women who get postpartum psychosis, and then tend to actually end up killing their children. If this isn't some sort of like SSRI-induced psychosis or something as a result of like some medication or some vaccine or whatever, right? Like, again, we're in hypothetical territory. If it isn't a result of something like that and it's more biological, it's more inherent in those women's DNA, then the logical conclusion would be that women with that specific condition in their DNA get sterilized. And I think that is where the problem would come in. Because if you have this specific thing that can only be addressed in the DNA, well, that makes offering solutions a bit harder at that point. So, it's not a DNA thing, you promise, it's a culture thing? I wouldn't know. I have no idea. I was just pontificating based on what Anthony had said. African American women were overrepresented in infant death, so they made up SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, and just used it as a cause of death to cover up the actual rates of infanticide. That's different. SIDS is different from, like, the psychosis women just straight up murdering their children, like, post-birth, right? There's a difference between the mother, like, drowning or strangling them and then a mother, like, rolling over them on accident in bed. I will say that there probably are a ton of cases of SIDS that are incorrectly labeled and are just trying to protect women who actually murdered their children. I don't know how you would figure out the rates of which have been incorrectly labeled as SIDS. But, based on what you said, I have thoughts, but my lawyer advises me to not respond. Is this case recent? I forget the lady's name already because I haven't read anything about it. It was just chat telling me about it. That's so SIDS. If you remember it correctly, it's a hormonal balance. You can test people to find people who are at risk. If it's a hormonal balance, you should be able to, like, rebalance that, right? Right? Is this the 2000s case? No, this was recent, like, I don't know how recent, because I haven't read anything about it, but recent. Glenn, thank you. In California, you can get unemployment for postpartum depression. What? Kermit Cujo, thank you. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. There's a woman in South Carolina that drove her kids off in a lake and pretended they were kidnapped and was eligible for parole and denied. How the fuck was she eligible for what? What? Star Phoenix, thank you. You should be grateful you were too dumb to go on SSRIs. I don't know what that even means. Mildly OCD, thank you. You're trying to date online because you don't get out much, and one of the profiles you saw said, God, give me a literal blue collar. This is in Texas. Yeah. Yeah, most of the good men I've encountered in person have been in blue collar work. It's great. It's great. They're muscular, they're sweaty, they're smelly, they can get shit done. The women get the most bullshit kid gloves in our legal system. It is absolutely a problem. Hatch, thank you. You may have answered this, didn't see it. What should women be required to do for society? As you know, men are required to lose our life for our country. Well. I'm trying to think, right? Because, like, women were just the ones responsible for raising children, which would be educating the next generation. I don't like that that has been outsourced to public schooling more often than not. I think having mothers be more attentive in the home and actually educating their children alongside wherever those kids are actually going to school is a better thing to do. And especially if you live in an area where, like, a homeschooling co-op is something that is possible and you vet it and it's a good program, I think that would be even more beneficial for the women to be doing. 19th Amendment and the destruction of the nuclear family is where we have failed as a country. Maryland is now adding potty training to kindergarten education. Generational family homes need to make a comeback. Even if you don't, like, all live together in the same home, I think living close to your family is very good. Right? Like, this is how I grew up. My dad should have had custody of me, but he didn't. So I lived with my grandparents, and I got to see, like, my aunts and uncles whenever they needed someone to watch their kids, whether it be for work or, you know, they wanted, like, a weekend to themselves or whatever, my grandparents would be the ones to watch the kids. My grandparents were the ones responsible for continuing to instill good values in the kids. And so having people watch your kids who align with your values, I think, is also very important. And that's why keeping things tight-knit in a family is also important. And it seems like a lot of people have been robbed of this for a couple of generations now, which is why we see boomers being like, yeah, I'm not going to leave anything to my kids. You know, they don't get a house. They don't get anything. You know, I want to sit on my pile of riches forever. And that trickles down to, like, our generations who are just like, well, yeah, why would I even have kids? Like, why would I have kids instead of focusing on myself? You know, like, I just want to spend money on myself and do things myself. Kids would be a burden. It's more important to, like, bring back actually caring for the children and actually raising them instead of outsourcing it and expecting companies to raise your kids for you or the government. Boomers want to buy gold and be buried with it. Heard it here. Kirsche says to keep it tight-knit and in the family. Not like that. Not like Maine. Your mom has decided that she's moving to Florida to avoid Social Security income taxes? What fucking state taxes Social Security? New Hampshire also has it, but she hates the snow, so good chance your kids will likely never see your mom or father, unlike you, who had grandma and grandpa literally down the road. That's unfortunate. I mean, you could be like, I can just plow you out. I can just plow your driveway in the winter if that's the problem. Snow is beautiful. And I've always said, as a woman who enjoys woman privilege, I have never had to pick up a snow shovel. I have never had to shovel or snow blow or plow any kind of snow ever. I get to stay inside and make the men delicious hot food and hot cocoa and go, wow, that snow sure is beautiful. And I love that privilege. You heard it here, chat. Kirsche loves plowing. Your colleagues have this post-birthing crisis, was alerted by a doctor in time not to spiral into oblivion. Now she's happy, but not remember the first 3 months of her baby's life. This is insane hormonal dice roll. I guess if the other option is going insane enough to kill your child, not remembering their first 3 months is the preferable outcome. Kirsche doesn't plow. She gets plowed. Sorry, I'm not telling my female family members I can plow you out. Oh my god. Wait, does Kirsche know how to cook? Yeah, I had to cook when I was a child. I've posted food I've made on Twitter a handful of times. I've also posted recipes in the Discord. I don't know why people frequently think that I can't cook. I know it's like a VTuber quirk that a lot of them can't, but like genuinely, I love cooking. I just don't have time to do it as much anymore. You went to a restaurant that's true. I did go to a restaurant that one time. I thought that was crazy. I think that was a Fogo de Chao picture. And some people were just like, why are you going out to eat instead of cooking? Women don't cook anymore. I was like, Jesus Christ, fucking calm your shit. Probably assume the talons of yours would melt if exposed to heat. Well, if it's like a couple of days after I did my nails and I go to like grab something super hot without a oven mitt, like I'm picking up like a piece of reheated pizza, it'll melt the polish off my nails. So like, since I learned that ages ago, I have adjusted, and now I don't pick things up that are super hot with my fingernails. I have little tongies to do it for me. Woman is obsessed with the Fogo de Chao. I love meat! Do not melt the polish, please. Italian cooking class with Kirsche. Ah, yes, come with me to a land of cannelloni. Kirsche confirms a man seen at local restaurant. More news at 11. Kirsche's never gonna have another tab again. Oh yeah, I was talking about Suda. We got fucking hella distracted. What the fuck? Hatch, thank you. I read that already, thank you. K-Boy, thank you for the 7 months. Master Prick, thank you. Your Kirsche is still at sea. Hope it isn't permanent. It's okay, he's causing a mutiny on the ship. It amuses you that all the Italian VTubers can cook and the other ones, not so much. Something about the Italian in your blood that just doesn't let you rest unless you cook, you know? Ollie Wally, thank you! Legitimately, do what you did. Watch the Kirsche with them, your significant other, when she gets excited and yells, fucking thank you! You found the one. I fucking love Ollie Wally Lolly. She's great. Made Wagyu burgers for lunch today. The best thing you've ever eaten, and you're never having McDonald's again. Fuck McDonald's, brother. Internet Zen Master. I read that. We're all caught up. Let's see here. Wagyu chat. I had a couple of more Suda tabs. Thankfully, this one is also subtitled. Thank you, Visigrad. 10-year-old girl from Suda was raped. Residents of Suda now live in constant fear and are fleeing for mainland Spain. You can ignore evil, but you can't ignore its consequences. This morning at 10 a.m., a 10-year-old girl from Suda was raped. It's just not right. We're scared. I'm scared for my kids. I'm genuinely scared. They were also telling us some families were sending their kids to the mainland. I don't know if you're aware, we've gone away for a few days, but we work. And my kids work too. I have my husband taking some people, picking up others, coming back, locking the door, arguing with my kids because they want to go out. I don't want them to go out. What's not right is that we have to live in fear. We parents are having a really hard time. I kept up with a Spanish woman speaking. I'm nuts. 10, the sun. Send him into the sun. 10, that's a bit old for the Muslims. Jesus Christ. How does anybody function without being able to cook? You learn to cook so you wouldn't starve at uni. What are these women doing not being able to cook? Eating hot chip and lying. Suda has turned into a slum within a matter of days. Masses of migrants are living on the beach and building huts out of straw and cardboard. Our reporter, Henrik Robaum, remains on the scene and is reporting. So we have more video of the shanty towns. These poor umbrellas. Back when this was just Spanish land, I said these umbrellas were super fucking cute. Now look at them. Look at this guy fucking mean-mugging the camera. Not this black bald man, but there's another guy next to him. Look at him fucking mean-mugging the cameraman, dude. Why are the men letting this happen and not fighting back? What are the cops going to do if you hit an invader? Well, if you are an individual man and you defend yourself against the invaders, you're gonna get arrested, right? This behavior is normal for the criminals. It's not normal for you. The laws are there to oppress you and to allow the criminals to do whatever the fuck they want. It would take literally every man in Suda rising up and fighting back against the invaders at the same time in order for, like, none of them to have the fist of the law brought down upon them. And that's never gonna happen, because at no point in history has everyone just. The communists running Spain will arrest the Spaniards and send them to prison. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Esta mierda me la suda. Me suda la polla. What did I just say? Except that one time, 80 years ago. Maybe we could embody the spirit of that one time. Wait, 80 years ago. Was that the No, the Reconquista was far longer ago than that. Hold on, what are you talking about? We believe that only 5,000 stayed by. Yeah, there's no way it's only 5,000. There's no fucking way.
Isha likes watching her father plow all through the morning. Remember folks, if you give up when there were only 200 Spanish knights in the mountains were all that remained of Christendom in Iberia, are you lazier than the Spanish? If they could, you can too.
True! True, DRT is king. Thank you, my guy. Be like my father. Plow through the morning. Thank you, DRT, my guy. Chat, you can't just laugh at me because I don't know how to do fucking math, alright? I thought he was talking about the Spanish Reconquista. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on. 80, that doesn't add up. Hold on a second. They've downgraded from mud huts to grass huts. Yeah, I was gonna pause and I was like, you know, this wouldn't be like a bad shelter if you were stranded on a fucking desert island. But, like, they're setting this shit up on a Spanish beach. This is ridiculous. This is insane. And you know what's more insane? I think about, like, if you end up camping in the wrong place, the police can come and be like, excuse me, you can't camp here. This is some kind of protected land. You're not allowed to camp here. Once again, the laws are here to prevent you, citizen, from doing anything. The laws do not care about the actual criminals. The Spanish took back their home whilst planning out siestas throughout the day. The siesta fiesta. K-boy, thank you. You don't need every man in Suda. Organized minorities have always been in the driver's seat throughout human history. You would need a good chunk of people. Because if it was just a small band of people, the arm of the law would absolutely destroy them in the most vicious way possible to make an example of them and create fear for anyone else who decides to try and defend themselves. So you would need at least a good chunk, even if it's not quite literally every man. Somehow they're allowed to make an entire shanty village. Here there's a heat wave. If the sun got a little hot concentrated, something might even catch fire. They should be careful. Oh my goodness. Just one little blowtorch would go a long way. That's true. That's true. The sun, the heat wave, it's horrendous. It's how California gets their forest fires. Need enough people to make it clear to people who are ready that it's not just going to be them getting killed. In fucking sanity that this has been set up on a beach. Why are you giving a thumbs up, you freak? Dragon Mage, thank you for the 11 months of Peru, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Just get a big magnifying glass. The ants! I am the lord of the ants! Jen Jacko, thank you. Locust, need a modern bunch of frogs. Are the French available? Oh, well, this isn't Suda. I guess that was my last Suda tab. But there's this guy named Amjad Taha, Emirati expert in strategic and political affairs in the Middle East, author, analyst, researcher. I've not heard of this guy before, but he had a handful of impressions here, 1.7 million views, and I thought this was an interesting post. He says, "A letter to the West. Greetings! Stop confusing cowardice with tolerance. What you see as illegal immigrants is a pre-planned invasion of your country, without tanks or soldiers. There are countries that have recently poured billions of pounds into Muslim Brotherhood terrorists who became activists and citizens in your countries. Their job is to defend every criminal and be the lawyer of every rapist, and make sure all of those who are illegal become legal and become the next governor or MP, and later prime minister. This is a long-term plan. They use democracy as an Uber to power, and then complain about the destination. Look around you. They now protest against you and your Western civilization. They call you Islamophobic if you dare to mention Muslim Brotherhood terrorists, such as Hamas, or Sudan's Muslim Brotherhood-led army, which killed over 2 million Christians and 500,000 African Muslim children and women. They will control your democracy through dictatorial rules. This is something the majority of us here already know, and I've also been bleeding about for years at this point. The problem is, like Keir Starmer said, this has been done to you on purpose. Your politicians want this to happen. Even before those politicians get replaced with communists or Muslims, they want and allow this to happen. Because they know that they will not feel any of the bad repercussion effects of when Islam or when fucking communism comes to power. I would say that they are a folly, and that when Islam comes to power, they absolutely will feel the repercussions. But they will be insulated if communism comes to power, unfortunately. And I very much agree. A lot of people who could do something, who are in a position of power, so not any of you guys here, to be clear, they are cowards. They are not being tolerant. Even if they talk about tolerance, they are being cowardly. Cowardice is why we cannot get the SAVE Act passed. Cowardice is why we don't have even more levels of deportation. We're getting things done. It's always going to be a slow roll based on how much damage has been done, but more could be done if there weren't people on our side who are completely afraid of doing anything. And I will also say, maybe sometimes it's not even afraid. Maybe it's just outright lying. Maybe they also want that to happen. Which is why people keep ending up starting a kind of, we're going to fix everything, like Nigel Farage, and then he just does a 180 and says, actually, nah, fuck you guys. It's much easier to take someone else's created goods than to start to learn and build yourself. 100%. You're still baffled how Trump retard screeched against Massey, but then Thune can just do this shit and Trump only slightly talks back? It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense, but also Trump kind of getting old too. A major problem with democracy is that politicians are almost certainly unaccountable once elected. They can and often will operate as though they already got their bag because they have. And we've seen more and more, politicians have always lied, but we've seen more and more people just completely misconstruing, purposely, their positions on things in order to get elected, and then once elected, they pull the, actually, just kidding, I wasn't being serious about any of that, and I'm actually going to continue destroying your area. Good luck. Saw a rumor that Farage is looking to rid himself of the Muslim who co-owns his party, but is 2 inches to the right of him. You believe it without evidence. I remember Rupert Lowe trying to make some sort of like coalition to work together with Farage's party, but I guess they rejected it, and it's like, that really should be all the evidence you need. You saw a rumor? I read that, sorry. Trump is just a stepping stone, which is what I keep saying. He's done good, but he was a bandage on an axe wound. Definitely need someone further to the right of him in that position next time. That's why they killed Kirk. He could have easily been a vice president and then president. Yep. I mean, all politicians, elected or not, it's not really beholden to do things that their people want. They should be. Which is why politicians should have a healthy fear of their constituency. You should not be able to live comfortably going against what the people who elected you want. You are there as their representation, and you should be in constant fear of being recalled or losing your position if you do not do what the people want. I need Grok to save us. They discovered your greatest weakness. Your tolerance can be weaponized against you. Hey, what have I been saying for ages? Do not let people use your morals, your values, your standards, your beliefs. Do not let them use those things against you. If your principles lead you into nothing but being killed by your enemy, then your principles were worthless. They use your freedom of speech to defend Muslim Brotherhood terrorists. They use your courts to protect Hamas and Iran's networks. They use accusations of Islamophobia to intimidate critics. They use democracy as a ladder to power and then attack the very values that built that ladder. Because the whole point was always to destroy that ladder. They do not like the ladder. They will abuse it and take advantage of you in order to get into power and then do everything to oppress you once they obtain that power. Yesterday, Muslim Brotherhood ideology demanded a platform. Today, it demands political influence. Tomorrow, it will demand that you remain silent. Stop confusing cowardice with tolerance. Investigate the Muslim Brotherhood, ban terrorist organizations, prosecute criminal financing, deport non-citizens who lawfully qualify for deportation because of serious crimes or terrorism, and never allow extremists to turn citizenship into a weapon against the country that welcomed them. We will never be a serious country unless all of birthright citizenship is completely dismantled. Which I might have a tab on that from like a week ago or so I didn't get a chance to get to. Your children should not inherit a country too frightened to defend its own laws, freedoms, and civilization. Oh, that kind of echoes my sentiment earlier. Democracy is not a suicide pact. Tolerance is not a surrender. Freedom does not require giving extremists the tools to destroy freedom. This is something that a lot of people seem to not understand. If someone looks you in the eyes and says, I don't believe in your principles or your standards, but I will use them against you so that I can use my standards and principles against you later. They are not someone who deserves the protections we have in the Constitution. They do not deserve the freedoms afforded to people who interact in good faith. This is exactly how you lose everything that you hold dear. Basic Logic's new 8-minute video looks very relevant to my latest book purchases. Oh, really? Wake up, defend your country, defend your children, defend your civilization before those who despise it become powerful enough to dictate its future. Regards, God bless your beautiful civilization and protect it from extremism, terrorism, and backwardness. And then we have a retard down here that says, it's okay, bro. We literally have millions and millions of guns, millions and millions and millions of crates of ammo. Me and my family have a lot of that stuff and a lot of food and a lot of houses and a lot of land. And not worried about Muslims. They're all gonna die. This is just like a retard online LARPer. That's... Oh, like, I don't even have patience for those kinds of people anymore, man. What the hell is that response? A retard. At the start, you thought that was sarcasm? God help this retard. Alejandro Trombono, thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Dromderg, thank you. Fear happens, but we need people that live in the areas to rise up. Take a look at the Dream Center in LA right now. The head has been staying on the roof for the last few days to raise money for it. What is the Dream Center? I don't know what that is. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I have no idea what that means. Because when you say the Dream Center, I think of like dreamers, like the people who shouldn't be here but were given blanket amnesty for whatever reason. There's a clip of the BBC host talking to an Islamist, basically demanding everyone submit to their religious views, even if they're not Islamist. Wow, I'm so shocked. Dream Center sounds like something affiliated with the Dreamer program. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking, but it might not be. I just don't know. Jen Jacko, thank you. If you vote for a dude, you should be able to take their receipt and challenge them to a duel if they didn't vote how they campaigned. That's a good point. That's a good point. Birthright citizenship is vital to you, the citizen. It should never be removed. It should be worded properly, and it even was. Go read it. It doesn't matter what's written down if people aren't willing to defend it, and we've had birthright citizenship being taken advantage of for nigh 100 years at this point. Good little retard. Pakistani National, thank you. You should play Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. It's poetic with what's going on today. It all came true. I've heard a lot of people say that Metal Gear is oddly predicting a lot of things. what good's a check without the money to cash it? If your state has mutual combat, you should 1,000,000% go challenge your representatives to violence. That would be really fucking funny. The high road is littering with poisonous spikes. Fuck it. An average white guy, thank you. Top comment under this post, crazy. They're already here, brother, and have access to the stuff you're talking about, and they're willing to die for it. Yeah. Yeah. You think clandestine sleep studies, like in the OA, where they try to channel interdimensional demon energy through the dreams of children? What? What? I don't know what you mean by this. I think my mods linked me that video. Yeah. Woo!
Built the pyramids. Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves, this is your song. Thank you.
What an interesting thumbnail.
Thank you. Slaves.
What an interesting a brown man is crying. Burn the Constitution!
Slaves, this is your song.
Thank you, Satch King, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You want everyone to rewatch The Patriot, not because it's great, but to appreciate what it would mean for the enemy army to be among us, burning our homes, forcing us to give quarter. We're not ready. We've been spoiled with safety for too long. That's already happening in Maine, by the way. I made a tweet about that. I think it's a couple of weeks old at this point, but Maine has basically looked at, like, the, oh god, what were they fucking called? The intolerable acts back, like, that led up to the revolution. Maine looked at those and they were like, hold my beer. We're gonna force people to house these illegal migrants. I was like, what the fuck are you even doing? And the long and short of this is there's no legislative solution. It doesn't matter what's written down. We've already have them ignoring the law. New laws won't do anything. You either need to get people into positions of power that want to fix this, and if that fails, there's one option left that glows. That guy has been proselytizing to the normies and wokies with great fervor. Big fan. Thank you, Satch King, again for the huge 100 fucking slaves. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Justice for the people. Thank you for the subby bubby. I cannot find anywhere to watch The Patriot online, so I might have to, go horror me mateys. Reed Fox Media, thank you. Howdy, Kirsche. It's homemade spelt bread time. What is a spelt bread? Emperor Creatine, thank you. Whichever chatter just mentioned Metal Gear Solid 2, just know that Deus Ex did everything Metal Gear Solid 2 did better, and a year earlier. Kojima wishes he was half as good. Really? I've always wanted to play Deus Ex. I think that was the only game I ever actually watched PewDiePie play. And I don't remember anything about it, except for, like, him showing off the immensely long fucking, like, web of decisions. Like, there's a menu that shows all of the branches that happen with every choice that you make. And I was like, that's fucking fascinating. And that's all I remember about that game. Pewds, how you miss those days. The golden era. I wasn't a huge, like, I guess, watcher of things. I didn't really use social media either back then. I was an MMO gremlin, so I didn't really have time for anything else. You should play Deus Ex again and actually finish it. Not surprised I remember this concept. Useful! And you can do a whole lot in that game. Yeah, I can only imagine. Can only imagine. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Dream Center is a Pentecostal Christian nonprofit for victims of disaster, domestic violence, drug addiction, human trafficking, and prisoners. That still doesn't explain to me whether it's a communist-captured institution or is actually doing what it claims to be doing. Kraggith, thank you. Every media company is owned by Censored. You've been MMO gremlining so hard recently with the new EverQuest release. It's been a nice distraction. Oh boy. Well, this is only 8 minutes. Surely I can do this and finish that other video today.
Over the last year, the town known as Orania has been going viral. Orania, for those of you unaware, is a lone, self-sufficient town in the middle of the arid Karoo region in South Africa. It was settled by Afrikaners, that is the descendants of mainly Dutch settlers,
chat, thank you.
with the goal of... Over the last year, the town known as Orania has been going viral. Orania, for those of you unaware, is a lone, self-sufficient town in the middle of the arid Karoo region in South Africa. It was settled by Afrikaners, that is the descendants of mainly Dutch settlers, with the goal of preserving their identity. In a country that's been characterized by rampant crime, failing infrastructure, and overall decline, the Afrikaners of Orania were able to take a dilapidated plot of land with nothing else than their own grit, no government welfare, no subsidies, not even relying on a nation's power grid, and build that up into a nice place for themselves and their families.
You can just do things! That is incredibly inspiring. God damn.
Without having to rely or take from anyone else.
Wakanda?
So naturally, the remainder of the country, which had the entire nation's territory, natural resources, and advanced infrastructure, and ruined it all, and didn't even care about Orania up until the Afrikaners made it into a nice place, have decided that they want a peace.
Oh, that
they
doesn't
allege
surprise
that
me.
the Afrikaners, by practicing their right to freedom of association, are actually a second form of apartheid, a town of racists for daring to try to preserve their unique identity and...
Wait. That doesn't make sense. If they literally left the towns and cities with infrastructure, despite it being dilapidated, and took over an especially dilapidated piece of land, and built their own infrastructure from the ground up, how is that apartheid? They're just saying things to try and make you feel guilty.
The fruits of their labor. They allege that they, as fellow South Africans, are entitled to Orania, and the
Brother Goose, may I have some oats?
Afrikaners must accommodate, or in other words, give them stuff. And if the Afrikaners refuse, the state ought to get involved and force them to.
Well, that doesn't really seem fair. That doesn't. If they built everything themselves and they have no support from the state and they have no infrastructure from the state, that seems like you're actually the problem and also the racist one. If you're going to be willing to use state coercion to force people who did everything themselves into giving you shit.
You see similar allegations all over the West. Arguments are made to justify why Westerners must associate with groups they otherwise wouldn't want to, why their resources, which they acquired through their own labor, must be shared with the Third World, why their laws and customs must be changed to accommodate those who are supposed to be assimilating.
Athens' first mosque in 200 years. There should be 0 mosques in Athens. What the fuck am I reading?
But many have pointed out a strange irony. The people making these arguments and allegations against the West don't hold their own nations to the same standards.
Well, why would they?
The West must be diverse, but their homes remain homogeneous. The West must redistribute their resources, but their homes do not. The West cannot discriminate against them, but they can against us. So what's going on here? Is it just plain hypocrisy, or is there something more to it?
There's definitely something more to it. It's a hostile ideology. It's not merely unfair, it is purposeful oppression.
That's the question this video will explore, and if you enjoyed, consider subscribing, it helps the channel. Societies regulate human behavior on the basis of 3 negative emotions: fear, shame, and guilt. Westerners follow a guilt-based society. Social regulation is primarily based on the psychological pain of breaking one's own principles.
True.
And only when that fails does law enforcement come in. While this is normal for the West, and many think it's normal for the whole world, this is the exception, not the rule. Guilt-based societies are only possible in advanced, often religious, and highly homogeneous societies. So,
you know, that's an interesting point to make, because it is true, but also, we lament how guilt and shame has kind of been beaten out of our societies, right? Like, 100 years ago, if somebody decided to, like, walk naked down the street with dildos hanging off of them and a BDSM puppy mask in front of children, that person would probably not only be arrested, but before they were arrested, be beaten by every man in the vicinity. Possibly to death. And yet, that is now just a normal, everyday occurrence that we're just used to seeing, and it's just like, man, that fucking sucks. How did we get here? How did we get here indeed? When your entire society, built on an internal high trust, completely sheds all aspects of guilt and shame, what are you even left with?
that people's individual principles are close enough for there to be an understanding.
Yeah.
Most societies are shame-based, meaning regulation is primarily based on the pain of social ostracization if one goes against the clan's values.
And when society's values are co-opted by disingenuous fuckwits like the communists, who wish to see your society destroyed, they will use your principles of shame and guilt against you while feeling none themselves.
Despite it being the most common, it still requires some advancement, and at minimum a homogeneous society, so that the same clans actually have power over the largest number of individuals.
And that's why whenever leftists cry about how they're gonna leave the US, they go to a more homogeneous society in, like, a Nordic country.
And lastly, the most primal form is fear. Fear-based societies are the least advanced and least conducive to a prosperous nation. But their advantage is that they work anywhere, regardless of circumstance. In fear-based societies, the only calculations are, if I do X, then others will hurt me, so it's not worth it. And, if someone else does X against me, I will hurt them, so they won't do it. Such a straightforward system means you have no need for homogeneity. You can integrate whoever you want because values don't matter, only strength does. For obvious reasons, people don't like the system. It's inefficient, and its might makes right. The issue is, when you break homogeneity in a society so much, to the point where aligned principles and clan values can't enforce social order, fear is automatically in charge. You can moralize all you want, it doesn't matter. When there are too many different peoples with competing values...
That's what I say! That's what I say to the retards in chat who keep going, but the Constitution, but the law said, but that's already, it doesn't fucking matter! Oh, maybe now that a man is saying it, they'll listen.
Systems. It's what you get. It's the same reason we don't waste our time trying to moralize carnivores versus herbivores in the wild.
Herbivores?
Herbivores put a lot of effort into...
Herbivores?
Carnivores versus herbivores in the wild.
Herbivores? I'm gonna start saying it like that. That's really fucking cute.
Herbivores put a lot of effort into being able to digest plants and create the necessary nutrients from it. It's hard work, requiring extensive specialization. A different animal, which is struggling to get the nutrients they want, could also maybe, over many generations, adapt to be able to produce those same nutrients as the herbivores. But that's difficult. Wouldn't it just be easier to just take the already processed nutrients forcefully? Is it immoral that some species have adapted to be carnivores? Is it immoral that some have adapted so much towards carnivory that they are actually fully unable to digest plants and have to prey on other animals to survive? When it comes to such situations, the question of morality is irrelevant. The only question that matters is if it's easier. Herbivores will be eaten by carnivores if they don't have the means to defend themselves. The same is true for the plants that the herbivores eat. Because others already worked hard to get something valuable, it's simply more energy efficient to take that than make it yourself.
True.
You can argue that if we were all photosynthesizing plants, we'd have the most energy efficient situation, as no energy would have to be lost in hunting or defending, and everyone would be able to self-sustain. And that's true, but also irrelevant. Some are simply not capable of learning to photosynthesize. Some are capable, but get far greater immediate rewards by not doing so.
This is a fascinating way to explain things. I am really enjoying this analogy that he's making.
Naturally, this concept extends beyond just plants and animals. Whenever you make something desirable that's hard to make, you are incentivizing others to take it from you.
And you
because
must defend
it's easier
it.
to take than to make it themselves. This is true for valuable craftsmanship, for architectural wonders, for hard to extract resources, and for civilization itself. And if they don't share your personal principles, or they don't follow your clan's rulings, then they will act upon this principle. Not because they're evil, at least not in the way we define it, but because it's easier. You see, in fear-based situations, moral language doesn't apply. It isn't even comprehensible, which begs the video's original question. If moral language doesn't apply, why is it constantly used against the West in a hypocritical fashion? The answer is simple. Why do cats mimic the sounds of birds? The cat neither understands the sound they are making, nor do they understand the mechanism by which it gains the trust of birds. All they know is, by making those sounds, the birds lower their guard. Likewise, when they cry racism, discrimination, etc., they know they get resources, welfare, and preferential treatment by the authorities. They don't really understand why. If anything, they probably think it's stupid. But it works, so there's no reason not to. When Westerners who oppose this behavior try to lecture the Third World, demanding consistent standards, pointing out that they have no right to judge the West's history, when their own are often way worse, it's the same as a bird trying to teach a cat that the sounds they are mimicking are false statements.
Yeah, I see a couple of you in chat saying it. It's literally the Freerin demon sentence. They don't use words as a means to communicate. They use it in order to deceive you.
It's pointless. The bird's only concerns should be to maintain its guard and make sure other birds don't fall for it. That should be obvious. But there's one other, less apparent concern the bird must also consider. Given how complex its moral language and value system is, it's unlikely
Don't
the
try
cat
to
would have learned-
moralize carnivores and herbivores in the wild-based logic, you sweet summer child. Tell that to the crazy vegans who keep trying to force their cats and dogs onto vegan diets. Also, this logic is why lefties hate Freerin so much.
Very fucking true, brother. This is a fucking good video. If you know a friend or something that still does not comprehend what time it is, should definitely show them this and see if their brain breaks.
To exploit it on their own, especially in such a short time period. So that begs the uncomfortable question of, who taught them? And what did they gain by doing so?
Fuck, how do I get this shit off the screen? I think that says Thomas Jefferson. There we go. Oh no, I thought I rolled it back before that thing popped up. Yeah, it says Thomas Jefferson. To admit foreigners indiscriminately to the rights of citizens would be nothing less than to admit the Trojan horse into the citadel of our liberty and sovereignty. Completely correct. Based Jefferson. Based Jefferson. He's completely right. We have had people in positions of power usher in the Trojan horse themselves. There's a hide option at the top right. I love you. Phoenix DS, thank you. Man, this would be just as funny if it were Kirsches in this video. Imagine someone using Kirsches like that. I'd be honored. Patchouli, thank you. Thank God a man is saying this now. You can finally pay attention. I'm being facetious. Don't bonk me. It's wonderful to hear the same things I've been saying, but from a man. So maybe the people who refuse to listen to me will take it seriously. Share link, please. Yeah. Usually my mods post link in chat, so maybe they already did, but there it is. There it is. The founding father guys might be on to something. They might have had a few good ideas. Anthony, thank you. Now that it's a man saying it, it all makes sense. This is a joke because Kier's a man from New Jersey. It's me, the 400-pound incestuous black man. Joe with the masks, thank you. It's not that you disagree with me on this, it's that you don't want it to be true. That being said, it's time to clean house so we can have a working constitution again. I can understand not wanting something to be true. I feel that way about a ton of things. But it does me no good to wish that something that is true is not. It is much better to live in the, uncomfortable reality so that I can figure out how it might be able to be fixed. And if I can't figure it out, maybe someone else will have ideas and that'll make sense to me, you know? It sucks that that's the reality, but you gotta live in it. A war wizard, thank you. Makes more sense. Coming from a man, kitten! Ah! Mr. Mellon, thank you for the Canucks. Lib American not welcome here. Make your state insufferable to commies. Damon, thank you. All hail the Foxu, Empress of the Kirsche. May her reign be long and full of many munyas. May her blessings be many. Now back to the job hunt trail and to buy some more ramen. Hell yeah, brother! Please only let me be the ruler of a fictional nation. Homath knows what time it is if you need another man saying the truth. Homath has a lot of good posts, and he also has a handful of, I'm descending into madness and schizophrenia posts. So, he kind of balances it out. Androtaz, thank you. They are literal creatures. True. True and real. You could heat up some noms. I gotta go find that other video. I'm glad I made time to watch that. But I gotta go find that other video that we were watching, so we can finish that. Here we go. Here we go. Bam. And let me make sure here Oh? What? Am I gonna watch my first Sargon video in a gajillion... Oh my god, this is 43 minutes long. That's an interesting thumbnail as well. Oh, brother, man. I like where this is going. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Thomas Jefferson is the one dealt with the Moroccan Sultanate when they were hammering out the OG Treaty of Friendship. The fact Jefferson was huge compared to the average Moroccan helped quite a bit. Oh my goodness. How about we watch Callum go to Orania? Wait, he went there? There's a Callum video of, like, of him in Orania? Yeah, I want that link. Fucking give me that link, buddy. Great, there's a new annoying trend going around. What's the new annoying trend? It's like 12 thumbnails and a thumbnail trench coat. Callum is awesome. Yeah, he is. Most of the videos about Orania, since the rest of South Africa is too dangerous. I remember when I spoofed in Pokemon Go. And I would spend time in South Africa. And so, like, my like, talking to local people, I can't remember if I was using, like, WhatsApp or Kik at that point, but I was using something to talk to, like, people locally for Pokemon Go. And so South Africans would message me, and I'd be like, oh, I'm actually an American, bro. I'm just here for, like, your regionals. I'm looking for the Tropius, my brother. And, they would be like, oh, you should come visit South Africa. South Africa's, it's pretty safe, actually. And I'm like, no. Lindsay Clancy raised $740,000 in a GoFundMe. Is this our current battle? Our current battle is gonna just be fucking who can raise more money in a GoFundMe, people who actually deserve it, or criminals who are fucking psychopaths. This is fucking crazy, bro. Almost 1 million views, too.
Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes.
Oh, that's beautiful. Kitty! Why is he playing Chinese music for South Africa? Wait! Is he actually... Okay, because I know he's in South Africa. He's not in other places in this video. Is he actually going to touch on the Chinese colonization of other African countries? Is he actually going to bring that up? Because I almost never hear people fucking talking about it. Dumderg, thank you. RFK Jr. and Scott Turner showed up at the Dream Center to give shit to Xavier Becerra over fraud in homeless industry complex in LA and all over. I have had at least 4 super chats on the Dream Center, and I am yet no closer to understanding what it is or what it does. Soya panel! Baboon! Goose! Bird! After every other country left Africa for ethical reasons, China said ethics, Lamau, and took over. Yeah, pretty much.
So the original plan for this video was I was going to travel all over South Africa and reach the different ethnic groups that exist all over the place. The Zulu, the Xhosa, the Venda, the Afrikaners, the English, etc. Yeah. And, well, because of reasons of time and crime, this ended up not really being possible. It's also the fact that South Africa is huge, people don't really seem to give it credit. This thing is half the size
Yeah,
of
it's
Europe.
fucking massive.
What I ended up doing in country is I spent most of my time with Afrikaners. So this video is going to focus on their perspective quite a bit. And so from that perspective, let's do a brief history.
Callum is alive.
For
I don't know
them,
how old
the
this video
history of
is.
South Africa begins
3
with the
months ago.
landing in 1652 of Jan van Riebeck and some Dutch settlers from the
Riebeck!
Dutch East India Company. But they were not alone, the natives being the same as those in Zimbabwe, the Khoisan. The San being hunter-gatherers, and the Khokoi advanced all the way to nomadic cattle herders, together known as the Khoisan. Neither are considered anything to do with the modern concept of a Bantu African, and were in fact bullied off their land by the black Bantu African migration south. The Khokoi were found to be uncooperative as farm workers, so they imported Muslim slaves from Dutch Indonesia, with the population quickly becoming 50% slave, 50% Dutch. A Khokoi was sent to learn from the East India Company in Indonesia, only to find the natives had been subjugated, and returned to rally the Khokoi to wage war against the Dutch, which in their eyes consisted of cattle raids. Naturally, they lost that one. The colony was dubbed Cape Colony, with its capital Cape Town, where Jan van Riebeck landed, and next 150 odd years it would expand, with the Dutch interacting with the natives, the slaves, the German and French immigrants that would turn up, until their language became so distinct it became known as Cape Dutch.
We have an serious problem.
And would eventually change from being a dialect to a completely different language, known as Afrikaans. Meanwhile, the borders...
And see, me, when I first started talking to some friends in South Africa, I just expected, like, their signs to be in Afrikaans. And then when he started showing me, like, pictures and videos of everything was in English. I was just like, what the fuck? Like, I knew English was spoken there, but I didn't think it was, like, the main language. So that was kind of cool to find out.
Colony now expanded from the Western Cape to the Eastern Cape, bordering a new people. On one side of the Fish River, the Dutch colony. On the other side of the river, lands occupied by African Bantus. Unlike the Stone Age Khoisan, the Bantus had Iron Age weapons, and had taken the Eastern Cape from the Khokoi as it had better access to water. The Bantu Africans are divided into endless lists of clans at the time, fighting over cattle, the three most important groups being the Xhosa, Zulu, and Venda, with the Xhosa Africans conducting sporadic raids across the Fish River. Dutch farmers...
And I think there's also... I can't remember where I read it. There's also, like, an issue of... The Zulus were considered, like, immense warriors between all of these different tribes. And so there will be people from other tribes that just claim to be Zulu so that they seem like they are from a better tribe than they actually are or some shit. It's like African tribal stolen valor in a way.
On the frontier formed militias and became known as Boers. The word Boer just meaning farmer in English.
Boer.
The Boers and the Khoisan worked together to keep the Africans on their side of the river. Not that that mattered, as post-Napoleonic War, the entire colony fell under British rule. The Afrikaners were no longer the ruling class of their newly created country.
Well, that seems
the British were. And so English became the language of the colony, replacing their Afrikaans language that they used. The Dutch legal system was replaced with the English legal system, and it was now ruled over by appointed British officials who were hopeless and also didn't really care
about the area
to understand the Afrikaners or their concerns. Not to mention who would want to. I mean, these people had devolved into Africans. They'd gone native. A good man, I mean, feral, uncivilized, barely even European. Now, the British tried to enforce their claim by importing British settlers. But what was weird is the British settlers also ended up hating the British authorities just as much as the Afrikaners. But with all of these things going on, there is another big one, which is that the British were also the people who first abolished slavery, and so enforced that upon the colony. So the Afrikaners had lost all of that stuff already, and then the ones who owned slaves, running the farms, lost their property. And so a whole bunch of them said, screw this, screw the British. We built this country from scratch once before. Let's go out into the wilderness of Africa and do it again. The Afrikaners left...
How insane is that? They're just like, well, the British came and ruined shit. Time to pick up, move off, and build everything from scratch again. This is about, like... He's gonna go into Orania, right? Because that was, like, the whole point of us getting here. The Oranians did it again. They're just like, all right, well, we have no infrastructure. There's nothing here. We're being terribly oppressed. Let's just fucking move off into the wilderness and build it from scratch again. That is some fucking hard-ass man right there.
Wilderness becoming the Vortrekkers. One group ran into the
Ah,
Matabele
shit,
king
here we go again.
who later migrates and takes over Zimbabwe. Another group ran into the Zulus, and upon trying to sign a land agreement with the Zulus for the Afrikaners to have their own land after retrieving stolen cattle for the Zulus decided to slaughter them, and then march on their convoy to slaughter the rest.
Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out.
The Afrikaners formed up on Blood River and made a vow to God that if they survived the battle, they would build a church to him, and forever remember this day, known as the Day of the Vow. And miraculously, they won and established their Afrikaans republics. Meanwhile, the British crossed the Fish River to subjugate the Iron Age Xhosa and Zulu, with the 3,000 years tech advantage, and unlike the Dutch, the industrial base and navy to supply a large invasion force. The Africans lost, but do manage to embarrass the British at Isandlwana, outnumbering the British 13-1, but they still won the battle. It wasn't until the 20th...
I think that's a pretty interesting case of you literally only won because of a technological advantage. Very, very interesting.
Century when the British would try again, when the Afrikaners
just like
and
Civ, holy
Swaziland
shit.
were the last unconquered African states in southern Africa. An enormous gold mine was discovered.
Also
in an
numbers?
Afrikaner...
No, he just said that the Zulu, or whoever that was, outnumbered the British 13-1. That was apparently the embarrassment to the British, is that they were outnumbered, and the only reason they won was technology. The Zulu are like blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, except in real life, not the best culture out there.
Republic, so a small mining town was set up next to it, called Johannesburg. Now, the owners of the mine were known as the Randlords, and they imported cheap labor from Cape Colony, cheap white labor, to work in the mine so they could make their profits. A lot of them. They imported 60,000 poor whites.
The British lost the 13-1 fight? Oh, did I mishear him? I thought he said that the African combatants outnumbered the British 13-1. That's insane if they actually lost a fight, or they outnumbered and out-technologically'd the combatants. What the fuck?
In a republic which only had 30,000 Afrikaner males. And so if these mine workers were given the right to vote, they would likely, or it was feared, that they would vote to join with Britain, and suddenly the Afrikaners would lose their country yet again, which meant these people were now an oppressed minority who needed to be liberated by the British.
Did she misunderstand again? I would go back and re-listen to it, but this is an hour-and-a-half long fucking video.
Build up massive forces and then shock and awe the Afrikaner states. And this second war is
Yes, the Zulu outnumbered the British 13-1, and the British lost that battle. Okay, so I was right about them outnumbering the British. I don't know who fucking said some shit to confuse me otherwise. What the fuck?
Insane. Everyone looks like a comic book villain version of what you imagine. So the British were led by Neville Chamberlain's dad, who is the most imperialist-looking British man I've ever seen. And on the other side, the Afrikaners were led by a bunch of bearded wildermen.
Yeah,
the British casus belli of "Gimme that, it's mine" was internationally mocked, with the Afrikaners being supported by the Germans. And so preemptively, knowing this was coming, the Afrikaners mobilized 30,000 men into Afrikaner commando units. The British mobilized 350,000...
It was you? I said that the difference was technology? You said that also the huge outnumber factor? The British didn't outnumber the Zulu. So, like, what the fuck are you saying? The Zulu outnumbered the British. Stop typing confusing things.
1,000 British soldiers, 150,000 Imperial soldiers, and 100,000 African troops. They relieved the sieges and then marched on the Afrikaner states and captured the capital of Pretoria. And for the British, this should have been the end of the matter. The enemy army was routed, their capital had fallen, the war was over. But southern Africa is huge, and the men just retreated into the countryside to wage a guerrilla war. The war dragged on for 3 years, with the British eventually resorting to scorched earth tactics of destroying every homestead, poisoning every well, and then kidnapping the civilian population and forcing them into concentration camps overburdened with disease and no food. What you're looking at is a 7-year-old girl. The British could not destroy the Afrikaners' ability to fight, and so they took away everything that there was worth fighting for. Swaziland, watching the British get this close to exterminating the Afrikaners off the face of the earth, immediately declared itself a British protectorate and pledged allegiance to London. And so the British rolled the entire region into this thing now known as the Union of South Africa, with a new flag, a Dutch flag with an emblem of the two Afrikaner republics that had just been annexed, and a British flag next to it. But what about those poor whites that had just been liberated? Well, not so much. The men who benefited most from destroying the Afrikaner states and stealing the gold and diamonds in the ground were a group of men known as the Randlords, who were going to become stupidly wealthy from running the mines. Now, 2/3 of the Randlords were Jewish, and I bring that up for a reason. It's going to become relevant later. And these guys, well, they imported this cheap white labor when it was an Afrikaner state. But these white people, they were cheap. But they were demanding pay rises. And there was cheaper labor. The Africans. Johannesburg went from being majority white to minority white. And then there was a armed white nationalist Anglo-Saxon uprising against the Randlords, with this group of men forming themselves into commando units.
So I get this right. He's saying that this area was majority white, and then the Randlords imported cheaper labor a la the surrounding Africans, which then made this area minority white. And then once the white people were in the minority, they had an uprising against the Randlords. Time is a flat fucking circle. Yeah, that's I was like,
like the Afrikaners had before, to fight against the British administration. And this far-right, white nationalist Anglo-Saxon rebellion was led by the Communist Party of South Africa.
What?
Yeah, no kidding. Their slogan was "Workers of the World Unite for a White South Africa."
What
for those
the
of you
fuck?
wondering what the hell
I just want to point
Workers
out,
of the World Unite.
Every single time, the communists are the ugliest looking crazy things that you could find. This is like a literal wildebeest. If you showed me this picture and you said that this was Chris Farley doing a bit, I'd believe you.
For a white South Africa. For those of you wondering what the hell, well, the Communist parties at this time saw themselves as the representatives of the industrial worker, and so these poor whites were the guys who had really built these mines and therefore had some ownership to the damn thing and should be compensated. So they were representing them. So they saw the Africans coming in and working for cheaper as just as bad as the capitalist Randlords, who were living off the backs of the poor whites. These Africans also hadn't built the place and were now living off the back of their work. But they were about as successful as the Afrikaners. The British turned up with artillery, machine guns, and tanks and put the thing down. British really were the original tankies. Only 12 years after the First Boer War, with the concentration camps, World War I broke out, and these Afrikaners were now being asked to die for the British to fight the Germans.
I don't know. I have a feeling I wouldn't really want to do that after everything the British had done there.
Didn't want to, because the Germans were the only people who supported them. And so a bunch of them decided to do an open rebellion, but were crushed by the British. When World War I was over, there was a chance that everyone could come together. And then World War II happened. Now, being asked to die for the people who put you in concentration camps once is bad enough. Being asked to die for them twice is insane.
Yeah.
And so 350,000 Afrikaners joined a Nazi organization to fight back against the British and get their country back, sympathizing with the Nazi enemy.
Literally just like, I'd rather be a Nazi than a British. Fuck you. Holy shit. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. Spiteful Mutant. Oh my god. Killer Zilla Volt, thank you. Dems are 50% of the white population. Luckily, 50% of Latinos assimilated and were able to balance the white Dems. They're a huge reason Trump won in 2024. True. The legal Latinos. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Read the Dream Center, a group that helps homeless get on their feet, food bank, addiction recovery, and transitional housing, not keep them homeless, hence the homeless industrial complex dig at Cali's AG. Cali hates them. California wants the homeless for the chaos is all that really says. What the fuck? What the hell? What is wrong with that state? Hold up, he's cooking!
Because they were sick of dying for the British, the ones who had put them in concentration camps. It's a wild, wild situation. Also not big fans of the Jews. Might have had something to do with the landlords. And so the 1948 election was won by the Afrikaner National Party, who would stay in power for another 50 straight years. The party won on the platform of enforcing separation, known as apartheid in Afrikaans. But the leadership must have seen itself as also getting their damn country back from the British, and they sure weren't going to let it go away again. And so they decided to remove the British Queen as the head of state and became a republic, and then forced Afrikaner culture as the center point of South African life, with the death vow becoming a national holiday, for example. A lot of people see this period of history as kind of mad, but, well, the Afrikaners saw them as getting their own country back, and weirdly, they had a justification for the apartheid system, which is that the Africans had also lost their countries, and so the Afrikaners were going to give these people their countries back too. They set up a system known as Bantustans.
Hold on a second. Ein Moment. I had a call from my propane company. Sorry about that. Did her Mossad handler call? No, my heating company. I'm probably greeting the SWAT officers. Whack!
Meaning Bantu lands. The word stan just means land. Tajikistan, land of the Tajiks. Uzbekistan, land of the Uzbeks, etc. So the various Bantu stands would be set up, one for the Xhosa, one for the Zulu, one for the Venda, etc., etc., etc.
These black people are
Crazy Fox Lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Nein!
Landlords, a lot were Jewish. Communists, inspired by Karl Marx. Also Jewish. Both problem Jews lived in Britain. Given there are plenty of Jews out
like
there
the
who are not
mountain
this
Jews
retarded,
and the seaside
I think
Jews.
we can safely say the common denominator here is Brit-Bongistan.
That's true. Obviously, that's the common denominator. Can you taste the meat, not the heat? I love propane and propane accessories. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, my guy. Thank you. Hey, leave the Mormons out of this. Observing Libertarian, thank you. Recent news, Deputy Police Commissioner Jennifer Lackard was arrested Tuesday for allegedly being the driver for her 20-year-old son to do a drive-by shooting on a rival gang member. I'm impressed she was actually arrested. I remember when that came out that she had been the getaway driver, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to wait and see if anything fucking happens to this chick. Thankfully it did. Thank you for that update, bro. Thank you.
As we whites are. Africa is multinational, and it will and must develop as a number of nation states.
Some of them, like Jigsaw Land, as it was nicknamed, managed to get full independence from the white minority government.
How?
But these things were a bit of a joke. I mean, they had terrible borders, ridiculous levels of corruption, and also no international recognition. Most people think of the policy of apartheid as just those little signs that you would find in the capitals, which show which bench is for white people and which
Blankies? That's a cute name.
Which isn't. Which, of course, comes off as comically evil in those senses. But the apartheid government had this justification that they were giving back their nations. For the Africans, they were going to have their own lands again, their own countries, their own little kingdoms, as they originally did. But the thing is, South Africa just wasn't the place it was in 1900. In 1900, Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Pretoria were all majority white, whereas by the time of independence after World War II, only Pretoria was, and only 60%. But this policy of separation became a real sticking point, and neither of the new superpowers particularly liked them, the United States or the Soviet Union, and the British Empire was now just this fallen empire crumbling away. And so the only friends that South Africa had was Rhodesia to the north, being an Anglo-Saxon white minority government, and Israel, also Southern Americans. Funny connections. The socialist side of the earth decided to fund a black insurgency to overthrow the white minority government. This time, they were going to go through the Communist Party of South Africa, who now...
I'm noticing a trend that it seems like every country everywhere in the entire world, no matter what time it is, including other white nations, just hate white people. It's very weird.
No longer about the industrial workers, but instead about black liberation, with the main organization being the African National Congress, or ANC. The ANC obviously won in the end. The strategy they deployed to get that victory was known as People's War, using base areas to then set up a, well, terror wing of the party.
Abbreviated MK, literally Spear of the Nation, was the paramilitary wing of the African National Congress founded by Nelson Mandela. In the wake of the Sharpeville massacre, its objective was to bring armed pressure on South Africa's National Party. The government to abandon its policy of racial segregation, apartheid, it carried out bombings on civilian targets. Once again, the leftists have screeched at me for naming a character in a MOBA, Anders Breivik. I was told by Riot that I needed to change... Sorry, not Riot. Fucking, Epic. Four-letter named companies confuse my one brain cell. I was told by Epic I need to change the character name. And I was like, alright. I can't be named a, fucking self-described nationalist communist killer. So I'll name myself a black nationalist communist group. A paramilitary wing that just kills their political opponents. Surely that will also get forced to be changed. I was allowed to have that name until the game shut down. Didn't these losers also kill other black people? They did. It's, the call of the savage and how we fight against our own worst natures. Some are better at it than others. Yeah, the fucking Twitter freaks keep trying to say, oh my god, she loved Anders Breivik because she named her character that and that's not funny. Am I also in love with black nationalist communists? Like, by your same logic, like, stay consistent, buddy. Stay consistent, buddy.
To conduct terror strikes against the population. Planting bombs, for example, killing both black and white.
Yep.
Until in the black areas of the country, the population had to make the decision of side with the ANC or be killed. It's a pretty simple decision.
Yeah, that's not coercion at all. There's nothing wrong with that. Join us or be killed.
And then they expanded this, well, terror campaign to the rest of the country to the point that the minority white government could either accept that they were going to be in charge and capitulate or lose half of the country to chaos. And so they capitulated. Well, with the fall of the white minority government and the handing over to the ANC, there's a
According to that one 4chan schizo, yes, you do like BBC. A fucking anti's not even disguised fetish, bro.
Bunch of stuff we could go into. Really complicated. Can't be bothered. So detailed. I'll link a documentary in the description that I think is amazing with all the backroom deals and stuff. Interviewing the people who lived through it and conducted some of this stuff. But the main takeaway was, for me, outside of South Africa, we get this image that the ANC were this unified African front with non-violent means. Whereas in reality, things were very different.
I genuinely have no idea how so many people have been tricked into believing that Nelson Mandela was some, like, paragon of civil rights and peace. Like, the fact that so many politicians in America, like, praised him and, like, Obama went to his funeral and shit is just insane to me. Like, it would be like if anyone in positions of power in our country was, like, sympathetic to Saddam Hussein. I was like, what? What? And, like, I don't even know if Saddam was specifically racist either. Right? He just committed war crimes. The same could be said for MLK. What? They put American flags at half staff for the homie? That's fucking crazy, dude. I might have just found out he was a communist-backed, you know? I'll let you get this straight. The white national communists hated Britain for conquering them, became Nazis, and then started a national party and turned their country into a republic. They gave their black residents their own countries to move to, which were kind of meh, and then the black nationalist communists rose up and took over the country with a militia and became even more corrupt. Correct. That is where we're at right now. He was just a kind black grandpa that fought for civil rights. Observing libertarian, thank you. South Africa and Rhodesia are the model for what has been happening in the West. White people build a nation, mass migration of non-whites flood said nation, and then acquire power via demographic inflation and political violence. That do seem to be the cycle we are in right now. B. Jammin, thank you. Thank God the South African government dismantled their nuclear arsenal before they handed the keys over to the ANC. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Lambie Chop, thank you. So it's just been communist the whole fucking time. Communists are quite literally a plague, yes. Observing libertarian, thank you. Recent news, deputy police... I read that, sorry. Thank you again. Thank you again. He was a kind black activist who enjoyed planting anti-personnel landmines in playgrounds where white children played. Truly a special person. Well, they were only white children. That's just like, you know, butchering some chickens. It's probably was what some of those people would say. If the ANC got nukes, would it be an N-bomb? Battleizer, thank you. Plot twist, the synthband Schizos went back, saw the name, and jumped to conclusions and not the game award. Jesus Christ. Joe Fighter, thank you for the swastika. Same shit with the Arabs romanticizing them. Communism destroys everything it touches, man. He just like making necklaces. Yeah, white boys wear puka shell necklaces, you hypocrite.
There were opposition groups like the Inkatha Freedom Party, who were an alternative to the ANC. And so what do you do with competition? Well, you kill them.
True.
But regardless, the black majority rule had finally come, and Nelson Mandela would ascend to be the leader of the country, a Xhosa in charge of the nation. And most people rejoiced at the idea that the violence could dissipate, all of the race laws would be abolished.
How are they that fucking stupid to believe that the violence would end and the race laws would end? Oh, buddy. And look, it's a room full of fucking old people, too. People who aren't gonna have to face the consequences. Oh god, I fucking hate it!
And it would no longer matter what race you are, but what kind of person you are, as to what you could achieve in this new South Africa. A minority of people weren't so enthusiastic. Mainly the Rhodesians, who had fled black majority rule in Rhodesia and had resettled in South Africa, and quite a lot of Afrikaners who were distrustful that this was all going to work out.
Rightfully so. Wow, imagine that.
Some, more radical, saying that we're just going to try and find our own homeland again since this is the fourth bloody time, and the rest of them thinking about state-proofing their life for when the collapse might come. But this was a minority opinion. The vast majority of people vastly got on board with the project of South Africa.
How? How? How were the vast majority of people that fucking stupid? Ah, yes, the guy who was willing to kill and torture his political enemies. He's gonna bring peace. The violence will end.
From the 90s until the 2010s, the race laws were abolished, along with the international sanctions, and the economy grew. The Vuvuzela made its debut, and power transitioned from a Xhosa to a Xhosa to a Xhosa to a Zulu. But in South Africa, this is when things started to go wrong. The economy stalled for 15 years straight. The race laws were replaced with black economic empowerment, discriminating against the white minority. Hell, you can't even open a business without having to fill in your race. Threats of seizing their land without
I went over an article, oh god, I can't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. It was a while ago. But in South Africa, they started putting restrictions on water with racial quotas. So if you were a white farmer, you had restrictions on the water that you were allowed to use on your farm fields unless you had a certain amount of black people who had ownership over the farmland or some shit like that. And I watched like a video as well from a guy who lives in South Africa who was talking about all of this. And of course, the retarded people on Twitter were just like, well, this is all just not true. Kirsche is just peddling in misinformation, despite me literally getting the information from someone who fucking lives there.
Sensation increased, corruption reached comical levels.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
The fucking guy who said yes in response! Oh my god. Look at how nice and fitted this guy's suit is in comparison to everyone else around him. Alright, okay? Alright, okay?
If I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
The Zulu resigned in a corruption scandal and was followed by a vendor. The Zulu vote rallied behind their own man, the Afrikaners voting for their own party, the English and Coloureds rallying behind a liberal party.
Of course.
And the Party for Africans demanding whites be slaughtered received 10% in the polls, with race war rhetoric becoming a real problem for South Africa's reputation.
Were those white baby dolls tied to planks? What the fuck? What a peaceful party! They're just singing "White Man, you must die!" That's such a peaceful chant, chat.
Shoot to kill.
I remember this.
Kill the poor, the farmer.
We're cutting the throat of whiteness.
It's also something Nelson Mandela used to do, but was largely ignored outside of the country.
Why do they have a white man singing a song about killing white men with them? The fuck is this guy doing? You're not gonna be one of the good ones. You're not gonna be a well cared for pet. What are you fucking doing?
You're
leftist.
That first guy, Julius Malema, really interesting character. The funniest story I heard was when he was in court on I believe it was a firearms charge. He
Kirsche can't read? What? Read? Was there something I was supposed to read in that section?
It's also something Nelson Mandela
pledged
used to
ourselves
do, but was largely ignored
to kill
outside
them.
of the country.
The whites? We, the members of MK. Oh, I didn't see that box up there. I was focused on the yellow words down here. I did not see translator's note saying Ronnie Casserill's Jewish, considers himself non-white. My lawyer has advised me not to say anything on this statement.
That first guy, Julius Malema, really interesting character. The funniest story I heard was when he was in court on I believe it was a firearms charge. He was waiting for the verdict, and so he pulls out this bottle and begins drinking. And it was pointed out that this was a luck potion, because a lot of people in Southern Africa believe in
voodoo!
Magic. This dude was drinking a luck potion from Skyrim to get the verdict he wanted.
I mean, you know.
Beautiful place. The country also, well, ended up with more race laws than during apartheid.
Wow, I'm so shocked. Where are all the people who thought this was going to be a beautiful utopia? What do they have to say?
And then became the crime capital of the region. When I was in Zimbabwe, people would boast about, well, at least we're not in South Africa. That place is crazy, with the amount of murders and crime going on. And so, with that being the situation of things, I decided to go and pay a visit. The first stop was to Johannesburg, which upon arrival isn't the worst, but is the most annoying airport on Earth.
Why was that screen broken?
Taxi scammers everywhere in the airports. Yep. So you can try and use Uber, but it's regulated to only pick up in a car park a decent walk away in sweltering heat where the signal doesn't work.
Jesus.
I decided to stay in an Airbnb in an Afrikaner neighborhood. It was previously named after Hendrik Look, I'm sorry about the Afrikaner words.
Maybe?
Same with the Kossa. I can't do that noise.
I can't pronounce shit either, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Look, my English tongue just doesn't do those things, so please forgive. Hendrik was the father of apartheid and was assassinated by a Greek communist. Post-apartheid,
I'm noticing a trend. Why are there not more communist assassinations, right? Why is it always communists assassinating other people? Can we have more communists being assassinated, actually? That'd probably solve a lot of problems before they begin.
Residents were forced to rename the neighborhood. Now, this is actually Pretoria,
You know, I know
than
why.
Johannesburg, which is just slightly north of Johannesburg, and thanks to the urban sprawl, both cities are basically almost one. The reason I picked this was that the locals said that this area, I was far less likely to get robbed or killed.
The Japan one ended really well. It did. It did. And I get Twitter freaks tried attacking me for praising a communist being assassinated who would have ushered in a reign of devastation upon Japan. Guy was a literal Maoist sympathizer, bro. Come the fuck on. And even then, even after taking the life of a communist, fucking Otoya Yamaguchi still felt bad enough for having killed another person that he killed himself. Lambie Chop, thank you. We have received a little glowing as a treat. Kirsche saying, don't vacation in South Africa. I wouldn't.
But even so, every single home or business here is in a cage. The houses are fitted with large metal fences and gates with razor and electric wire, cameras, and they all signed up to an armed response in case of home invasion. It quickly became apparent that this is what life is in South Africa. Living in a golden cage.
Praise for the reports. For me being confused about why there historically hasn't been more assassinations on communists, but most have been perpetrated by the communists. Almost makes you wonder how much power and privilege communists have enjoyed in every country around the world, doesn't it? Almost makes you think that maybe people should pay more attention to when people pretending to not be communist. I'm just a democratic socialist. Maybe we should pay attention to the things that they say so that they don't get into power and no one has to suffer.
So I just wanted to film something, which is I booked an Airbnb. It was stupidly cheap, but here's what an Airbnb looks like in South Africa.
What about communist on communist assassinations? Well, it's the only time a communist was a good thing, you know? When does Fun Day start? Is this not fun? I like learning about South Africa. You got the zombie gates? There's also, like, electrical gates and stuff inside the houses. So typically you'll have, like, this kind of fence. I don't know if this fence is an electrified one or not, but a lot of them will have, like, an electrified fence that you can also, like, enter and exit. And then on the front door, there will be electrical grates. On the windows, there will be electrical grates. And then once you get inside the home, there are also bars on all of the bedroom doors for the safety of the people inside. Like, it is an insane way to have to live. You don't think you can paint the electrified ones? I have no idea. I've never had an electrified fence. I just know that they are very fucking common.
It's mandatory for safety.
Utopia!
No matter where you're staying. But it's starting to make me a little bit depressed because you've got this aspect of life where
it's basically living in a prison. Like, you try to carve out an area where you won't just get murdered in your... It's like a prison.
You're going from fortress to fortress, essentially.
Yep.
Every business, every building, every house is a fortress in its own right. So you live in your little fortress, your little compound. You get in your car with a driver or one of your family members. And you drive at speed to the next fortress. And you hang out there. That means you're never really able to just walk around. You're never able to just relax and
what a beautiful utopia.
With your family. Everything's driving. Which to Americans might feel like nothing new, but for British people, I'm used to walking to the shops and getting food.
Well, there's a difference between, like, how I as an American would drive around a suburb and then the fortress to fortress thing he's describing here. Right? Like, you don't see bars on windows unless you go to very bad neighborhoods. And you definitely don't see the same kind of security that is needed in South Africa anywhere in the US. Like, you'll see some videos of, like, shops that have bulletproof glass in, like, Chicago or Detroit or whatever. But that's not, like, normal everyday life everywhere. We don't have, like, electric fences around every yard. We don't have electrified gated doors on our front doors. We don't need bars on every window. We don't need gates in front of our bedroom doors. That's just not what happens here. Like, it's much less walkable than the average UK town, obviously. But, like, it's not the same, like, fortified fortress as South Africa is. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Additional stuff for dinner or whatever. And this is like living in a cage.
It is.
So,
it really is.
It's in here doom scrolling, and these are the adverts I get here.
Don't become the collateral damage of civil unrest, strikes, and riots. One word can rewrite your story. Sasria. As the only company in South Africa that insures you against civil unrest, Sasria ensures that when things go bad, Sasria makes good.
What does that mean?
It's also tiresome.
Well, like, what does that even mean? You just speak the word and people stop trying to light you on fire? Like, I don't... Civil unrest insurance. Oh, okay. It sounds like the Zombocom man. So they're saying, like, if your home gets damaged due to civil unrest, you have civil unrest insurance? That's kind of horrifying. PMC paradise, is it though? I don't know how well that would work out. Insurance that at least pays out for riots? That's wild. You bet it's a scam? Probably is. Sasria is an insurer for terrorism, riots, and strikes against your house. That's fucking crazy, dude. PMCs thrive in places like this? Really? They can get around, like, being arrested? Pretty impressive, if so. Kojimbo predicting shit again. It's like purge insurance.
First night, I made friends with the owners of the Airbnb, and we headed out to a South African chain restaurant, Spur, which uses an American Indian as its logo, and was founded by a Jewish immigrant from Nazi Germany. Food here!
Fucking what? You're Mr. Worldwide, dude.
Good. Do recommend. But they do have this annoying habit of wishing happy birthday to everyone who's having their birthday in the place, which is seemingly everyone in the damn place. Because it's every 5 minutes.
If I pick up this mask, do I get a buff? It kind of reminds me of the masks from Crash Bandicoot. But also, when I hear him say that it must be everybody's birthday all the time because they seemingly do it every 5 minutes, that makes me think people might be lying about their birthdays to get the song and dance and the free dessert. I love when restaurants give you free shit for your birthday, but restaurants can only do that in, like, an environment where people are honest about their birthday, you know? Your friends did that in Chili's. You fucking hated them for doing that. It's so stupid. Like, why lie about that, man? Is your like, free $11 dessert worth it to be a liar? No. Phoenix DS, thank you. South Africa, the PUBG server of the world. It seems like it. Help! Help! I want a
The
Vuvuzela.
next day, I decided I would head to the Apartheid Museum in Johannesburg to get the education. And so I got an Uber, and the Uber that was taking me there was a lovely lady, and we got chatting about the crime problem. She mentioned that she had been robbed. They came to her house with
I didn't
guns.
know that South Africa had driving on the wrong side of the street, but I guess that makes sense. I guess it makes sense that they do. I mean, I guess maybe I did know that because I've watched videos of it before and I just forgot. I don't know. It's always jarring when I see the wrong side of the road driving, which I guess would be the right side of the road for these people. Shama Shin the West, thank you. Have I seen the videos from a South African farmer who moved to North Alabama? According to him, apparently farm raiders would signal to each other by leaving different colored soda cans on the property. I have not seen that video, but I have heard of things like that happening with, like, whether it's a soda can or just, like, some kind of spray paint color put somewhere. If it's not American, it's wrong. Can I get a hell yeah? Did he mention that the industry is basically dead? Post-service defunct, power grid is a failing mess? I don't know if he's mentioned that yet. I don't think so, but that is the case. My friend who sent me, like, videos and stuff would talk about how, like, office buildings during the day would have rolling blackouts, and so, like, you would just sit there and basically do nothing. Like, you can't even do work because the electricity isn't working. The Americans drive on the wrong side of the road. That's just not true. We're the right ones.
Shot her son, stole their electronics.
What?
And so, because the electronics have tags in them that tell you where they are, she went to the police and said, hey, here's the exact location of my stuff. Can you please go and get it?
They said, fuck you.
And the South African police said, no. They didn't even bother. She says, yeah, they came to my house. They stole the laptops and phones off the entire family. They shot my son, threatened to murder all of us. So I started asking her, well, who's doing this? Like, who are the people? Who are the criminals? Are they Zulus? Are they Ndabilis? Are they Vendis? Are they Kosa? Like,
Silly Gordo, thank you for the 1,000 dicks. They're sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Jesus Christ. Lol, Lamau, even the South African cops. Yup. Kinda crazy. Kinda crazy, but not expected. The level of ineptitude is jaw-dropping. Yeah, thankfully, my South African friend, he got himself a lovely lady, and they had a child last year, I believe. I think it was last year their baby was born. So he's contributing.
Or what's the ethnic makeup of these people? She thinks about it for a while. She goes, they're all black. All types of black. But they're all blacks, all of them. And never any whites. I'm like, oh, no whites? No, you never seen any Afrikaner or English? Even the poor whites? Because we've seen poor whites by the side of the road. So I said, what about the poor whites? Do they ever do this? She says, I've never seen a criminal white, not even the poor ones. I said, okay.
Okay.
So why do you think these black guys are doing the crime? Why do you think they robbed you, took your stuff? Why do you think they shot your son? And she says, well, I think maybe because they're poor.
If she also said she's never seen any of the poor whites do the kind of, like, violence and thieving that she's experienced, how can she then say that the reason the black men are committing the crimes is because they're poor? That doesn't make sense. You literally just contradicted yourself, lady woman. Did the dicks become more expensive? They've always been $1,500. We just need accelerationism, guys. I don't want to become like South Africa, chat. Yeah, I agree, because, like, how do you even respond to that? Because you know you can't point out the hypocrisy, because then they'll get mad. So, like, what is even the course of response? Kier's South African friend be like, yeah, the infrastructure's down all over. Hold on a sec, there's a Snorlax across the street. One of the videos when he was showing me, like, one of the shanty towns outside of, I think it was Pretoria. He showed me videos outside of both Johannesburg and Pretoria, but I can't remember at this point which one the video was. But he was showing me a video of, like, the shanty town outside, and the video was taken where, like, you can see he's barely holding his cell phone, like, above the door in his car. So, like, the cell phone's, like, peeking up above, like, where the door and window meet. And I asked about that. I was like, why are you holding it, like, so low like that? It's just kind of weird. You know, like, in the US, we would just hold it in our hand. And he's like, well, if these people see that I have a cell phone, they'll break my windows and try to steal it from me. So I want to make sure as few people as possible see that I have a cell phone. I was like, holy shit.
Upon arrival in the Apartheid Museum, there is a huge wall protecting it, a checkpoint for getting in, and then security checks.
What the fuck are these behind him? What the fuck are all of these, like, glasses with human shapes in them? Rock wall? No, not the rock wall. These. Saniqua. The cops have just straight up given up enforcing laws in some areas and just put up signs warning you that crime you're likely to be the victim of in the area, you know? Liberals after they were put into the crystal. Is this where we send all the people put into crystals? They're like the defenders of the wall at the Apartheid Museum. They preserve the retarded.
Before buying a ticket. So this is the Apartheid Museum. And your ticket has randomly classified you as either white or non-white.
That's an interesting gimmick for the Apartheid Museum.
You use the museum entrance indicated on the ticket.
Okay.
Time to be a white guy.
Indian telling his black wife to use the other entrance! Shouldn't they both be using the same entrance? Like, if we're going by the logic on the ticket, neither of them would be using the white entrance, right? Indians are basically white in South Africa.
Separated from your family.
Do you guys see that? Look at how fucking big that traffic cone is. Hold on. Let's get Callum's head in the shot. Look at how fucking big that traffic cone is. I want one. I want giant traffic cone.
Separated from your family and put into different cages there. Doesn't really work when you're on your own, but interesting idea. Alright, this here is the fence. So this is the fence separating the museum from Johannesburg.
Okay.
Tating.
Right of admission reserved. Entering the museum is done at your own risk. What the fuck does that mean? Are people gonna get attacked in the fucking museum? What the hell? Imagine sitting on that traffic cone. Binary mind, what's wrong with you? Don't answer that, you're my moderator. The Apartheid Museum does not accept any liability for any damage or injuries caused or sustained whilst on the museum property. What the fuck kind of museum is this? I'm so fucking confused! No firearms and weapons allowed. No liquor may be brought onto the premises in terms of the Liquor Act number 27 of 1998. What are the other 26 liquor acts? What the fuck? The Apartheid Museum reserves the right to search any persons entering or leaving the premises. Taking photographs inside the museum is prohibited. Why? No pets allowed. No swimming? Is there a pool inside? What is... I don't... All minors to be accompanied by an adult at all times. All cell phones are to be turned up. What the fuck? No open fires. Some of these are confusing because it's like, is there a pool? Why is this a rule? Why is there a rule of not only can you not take pictures, but your cell phones need to be off the entire time? No open... Have they had problems with people setting open fires in the museum? This is an incredibly confusing list of rules. Maybe it has a fountain? If they have to put no swimming or diving because they have a decorative fucking fountain, I'm gonna lose my mind. That's insane. What the fuck? No littering. No hawkers allowed.
The museum is prohibited. Great. I love when a museum really wants to tell a story to the public, so they ban
everything.
Documentation of that story.
Yeah, that's really fucking weird. I mean, if you're gonna go in with the spirit of the museum, couldn't you just be like, look, museum attendee, I have a blankie ticket, therefore I can do what I want. Smartphones must remain turned off, and photos are forbidden because photos steal the soul.
Museum then explains that the Johannesburg Pretoria area was previously white, using white labor in the mines until the landlords imported African workers, leading to it. Every 60 seconds.
I hit a button on my mouse! I was about to pause it and say something. Fuck. Oh god, where were we? Where were we? Is that Alex Jones? Where were we? At the museum! That's a lot of nooses. Is this the museum? It is. Okay, I see the apartheid sticker. That was where the Indian guy was like, I'm not black. Okay, somewhere around here.
The area was previously white, using white labor in the mines until the landlords imported African workers.
I wanted to pause because I was like, they used white labor in the mines until the landlords imported cheaper African labor. Our entire lives, we've been told about the inhumane treatment of African laborers. It was purposefully done, and now we're supposed to feel bad about it? I'm a little confused here. I'm a little confused. Why have we been guilted into sending what is probably billions of dollars in aid due to, oh my god, the African labor, the mines, they're so bad, when they used to use white labor? And it was the landlords who changed that. Why aren't you blaming them? Why does everyone else have to pay for what the landlords fucking did? What are we doing? Is this about reparations again? It's just like, that's fucking crazy, bruh. That's fucking crazy. I was like, oh, you know, we wanted cheap labor. Whites cost too much money, so let's import some cheap labor from the neighboring nations. And 100 years later, well, you know, Western nation, you share the skin color with people we want to hate. So now you gotta pay some prices here. You know, the labor, it's just bad. That's because that was in their grandparents' time. They're mad now.
Leading to it becoming minority white, culminating in the Rand riots. The bit about the Communist Party of South Africa organizing the rebellion with the Workers of the World Unite for a White South Africa wasn't mentioned. The next section of the museum is just the Afrikaner...
Start looking up just who was running the southern U.S. slave trade, who owned the ships and the markets, fun times. Actually, I am very well aware of that because there were people in my Discord who tried strong-arming and using gay-op tactics in order to force me to suppress anyone talking about the Jewish owners of slave ships during the slave trade in the Atlantic. They were saying it was anti-Semitic, and I am allowing people to talk about anti-Semitic things if I allow them to mention that. And they went so far as to try and post lies about me on Kiwi Farms to try and get more people to attack me because I refused to shut people up talking about historical, factual things. It was a crazy time in the Kiercord. A VG Justice, thank you. Your Oshi pressed a button on a Razer Naga Series gaming mouse. The mouse with a full 10 keys under the thumb. Buy yours today. Actually, it's 12 keys under the thumb. Why is history anti-Semitic? That's a great question. You're ready for the new dumb Naga. Oh my goodness.
Day of the Vow, followed by Hendrik explaining his reasoning for apartheid.
I don't even want to think in terms of only the safety of this generation. I must think in terms of the generations to come. It is easy for us to make various sacrifices, to give way bit by bit, knowing that we will lose out in 10 or 20 years' time. But why worry by when we will be there?
Holy shit! He said the thing! He said the thing! I didn't know that someone was actually so retarded to say the thing! Lynching Acers, thank you. You mean you're kind of hoping Ireland starts asking the UK for reparations soon, too, because you know holding them to their own principles? The OG boomer! Let me replay that, because, like, I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or if he's saying, like, you can't have that mentality.
To make various sacrifices, to give way bit by bit, knowing that we will lose out in 10 or 20 years' time. But why worry by when we will be there? But we will know.
Okay, he was being sarcastic, thank God.
Our bigger children, and they must have grandchildren though too. Are we thinking only of ourselves? They are doing to think of a nation growing for the future. My decision is for the future.
Thank God. Thank God.
Policy is one.
He's mocking the boomers, as you should.
Afrikaans word apartheid. And I'm afraid that has been misunderstood so often. It could just as easily, and perhaps much better, be described as a policy of good neighborliness. Accepting that there are differences between people. But while these differences exist, and you have to acknowledge them, at the same time, you can live together, aid one another, but that it can best be done when you act as good neighbors always do.
Pictures of black townships living in poverty, which they still live in today, and moving on to the Communist Party's beginning of the People's War.
They really do
against
love
the
burning
state of
cars,
South Africa
don't they?
to replace the apartheid government, including one room filled with nooses meant to symbolize political executions of the apartheid government. But to demonstrate it, they use a specific case, and the case is of a man who bombed civilians, including women and children. They then do a pretty good job of detailing the successes of the People's War in bringing the violence to every part of South Africa, which eroded the state's authority, the rise and fall of the Afrikaners with Nazi sympathies to hold on to their system of government, as negotiations...
I've never seen this symbol before. That's not a swastika. The fuck is that even?
Well, ended with a comically large ballot for the elections, ultimately leading to the rise of Nelson Mandela. There is an entire section glorifying Mandela, and then it ends with a modern South African flag, which has clearly had rocks thrown at it by visitors. This is the
and
end.
There's a giant pile of rocks underneath it. So do they supply the rocks for you to throw at the flag? For what purpose?
You have the national anthem in the background, and then you can see a flag here. Well, I hope the camera's picking up.
What's with the epilepsy room? Does he explain the epilepsy room?
People have thrown rocks to the flag.
Also, who's pissing?
Equality, responsibility, democracy, diversity, respect, reconciliation, and yet people are...
Because it's not about any of those things. It's about saying those things out loud so people perceive you as a good person while you turn around and commit atrocities.
Halfway through this thing as well, the fire alarm went off in the museum, and nobody there could figure out how to turn it off. Honestly, it was...
The ceiling bird is a natural predator! Fucking... Why? Holy shit.
Pretty underwhelming. I was expecting some level of political education, but came away with nothing. Except Trevor Noah's book.
Why the fuck is Trevor Noah's book in an apartheid museum? What the fuck are we doing?
So I thought, well, I'll go and see more, because I've been following this account called Josie vs. Josie, which shows Google Street View images of Johannesburg from today. And
Josie sounds like a derogatory term to call an Aussie.
10 years ago. And it demonstrates the de-developing
He's from Trevor Noah is from South Africa? And he still is unable to be a comedian? That's impressive.
Of South Africa. And before anyone mentions apartheid being the source of these things, apartheid ended 2 decades before these images. And so this generation living in this time period have only ever known ANC rule.
We were launching that new breathalyzer which will be able to test and tell if there is blood in your alcohol within 10 minutes rather than to wait for...
Did they just say that they have a new breathalyzer test that's going to be able to test if there's blood in your alcohol? Is that...
Own ANC rule.
We were launching that new breathalyzer which will be able to test and tell if there is blood in your alcohol within 10 minutes rather than to wait for months for blood tests to show how much blood you have.
As the adage says, you give a poor man a fish and you feed him for a day. You teach him to fish, you give him and no.
Chat, do you understand why I used to watch South African Parliament? South African Parliament was some of the best fucking TV you could get. Holy shit. Honorable chatters. Honorable chatters.
These rich neighborhoods which were built up over generations, only for the property value to be completely destroyed by shanty towns moving in incredibly recently. And so I wanted to go and see a bunch of these things. I mean, what did South Africa have before dirt roads? Paved roads, apparently. Entire train station.
Oh, that's like the joke! What did communists use before the candle for light? Electricity!
Disappearing, de-developing. Entire schools de-developing.
Oh my god, it's just
So
like
when I
Chicago.
mentioned this to everyone I met, that I wanted to go to these places and asked if they'd come with me or if I could, contact someone to take me with me.
Shit.
Every one of them said to me, look, if you go there on your own, as a British tourist, you're going to be robbed and killed.
Yep.
Not
Yup.
might, you're going to be robbed and killed if you go to these places.
Like, it's not even a question.
So I contacted some Afrikaners who work in security about getting there, and unfortunately they were busy this time of year with the amount of crime going on. So I couldn't go with them either. I thought about renting a car, but then found out that you don't know where's safe and where's not in a place like this. And it's the difference between staying alive and thinking everything's fine and certain death. So I thought,
Jesus.
okay, fine. If it's going to be that dangerous for tourists, this place is screwed. So I'll go to Zululand. I'll travel out to Zululand and see that area.
That sounds like a
I was then
theme
informed
park.
that Zululand has the highest homicide rate in the country.
Oh.
Which is 22 times higher than Syria.
What?
So I spoke to a guy.
What? Syria's a war zone.
Okay, well, what do I need to do? And he recommended, well, here's a company where you can hire a guy to drive you and he'll bring a weapon. And he knows the area.
Okay.
He's South African. He'll know what's going on.
Okay.
So I contacted them, and for a 3-day trip into Zululand to go and see Blood River and Rorke's Drift and Isandlwana, it would have cost me $1,600. That doesn't include accommodation or food or anything. That's just the guy coming with me.
Can I just say, considering all of the warnings he is being given here of like, you probably shouldn't go there, bro. Like, I know you want to, but like, you're probably gonna die if you do. And he still tries to get there. That takes fucking balls, brother. That takes some big fucking balls. That's impressive.
And it just wasn't economical. Like, if I spend that kind of money, I'm not going to make it back from going to these places. Which means, for a tourist, I don't know how you deal with that. And this isn't a joke, either. Whilst I was there, and then found out how expensive it was and decided not to, a couple from Devon were down there, and the female went missing, and they later found bits of her being used for witchcraft.
Maybe it's like partially big balls, partially insanity. Cause if I heard that, I'd be like, yeah, there ain't no way. There ain't no way I'm going, brother. It's just their culture. Oh, fuck. I'm doing a heckin' racisms by being appalled that they cut up this woman and used her in witchcraft.
Anywho, next day I decided, screw it, and I'll meet up with a mate. This being Ernst Van Zyl from AfriForum. And Ernst is a mate because he previously helped me by taking me to see John Edmund for the Rhodesia video. And afterwards he told me about the Day of the Vow and all this Afrikaner stuff because he comes from an Afrikaner civil rights organization. And I told him I'll come back and make a video about South Africa one day. So here I was. Post-apartheid, some Afrikaner organizations decided to state-proof their life, with AfriForum being a version of this. Many Afrikaner organizations failed to produce results, but some, like his, managed to set up technical colleges like Soltech. The idea being that Afrikaners should be able to learn, well, different skills in their own language of Afrikaans.
Well, yeah,
research
obviously.
just shows that you learn best in your mother tongue. Difficult concept. We create an opportunity here for young people to study in their mother tongue. Let's say from us that 94.7% of our students find proper jobs within 6 months. 56% are appointed the very first day that he or she qualifies.
But Soltech is just one level of what they call state-proofing.
Well, Internet Zen Master, thank you. Pieces being used for witchcraft. Morocco be like, and you give my country shit, Kier. Look, man. The black leather chair with the studs. The sex dungeon. That one didn't have giant studs, actually. That wasn't a sex dungeon chair. That was just like a lawyer's office chair. Be jammin', thank you. Kirsche, how about a joke? What's as big as a house, drinks 20 liters of fuel an hour, makes smoke and noise, and cuts an apple into 3 pieces? A Soviet machine designed to cut apples into 4 pieces. other than killing other communists, has communism ever actually done anything efficiently? Internet Zen Master, thank you. My god! The ANC is unironically the demons in Freerun, and they can't even say the phrases right. It's very funny. Very fun. They got to space first! Did they actually? I can't remember the timeline of the space race. I remember US fighting the Russians, but I just don't remember. Reducing a country's GDP. Unmanned, but oh yeah, Sputnik, that was the name. She knows her sex dungeon furniture. Patchouli, thank you. That's not South Africa, that's Detroit. You can't lie to me. They sort of did, but a lot of them died in the process. Well, I mean, I'm sure getting to space is a messy affair. Furious Dan, thank you. Reminder that Callum braved Taliban-controlled Afghanistan, and he seems more scared here. That's also a good point. Man who spent time with the Taliban is more nervous in South Africa. Therian.ai, thank you. To be fair, the same could happen to you in Mexico. Narco satanicos were nuts. I just would not want to go anywhere controlled by the cartel, man. That's just asking for trouble. Battleizer, thank you. No? Well, cripple society.
So, expecting the state to collapse on various other things. And so they have their own media, civil rights, and education, and some security setups.
How do they have their own civil rights? Because he's not talking about Orania right now. So how do they have their own civil rights? Wouldn't, like, the state just come in and be like, no, you don't?
Provide equipment such as bulletproof vests.
Oh, this is the guy I thought was Alex Jones in the thumbnail.
Establish those radio networks. We provide training from our side to teach these guys how to conduct patrols safely, and of course effectively and within the confines of the law.
And they want to expand into things like energy and fire services. In South Africa, quite often the water or the electricity just doesn't work.
Yep.
Ernst took me to one of the best neighborhoods in the city to show me the level of security that those guys have, which made the compounds in Afghanistan look humble. Jesus. So we're in like a semi-middle class neighborhood, and you can see, like, even here, the whole thing.
Wait, did he just say middle class?
Semi-middle class neighborhood, and you can see, like, even here, the whole thing's been turned into a fortress, people's houses. And then also you get piles of trash, which... Wow. So I thought the area we were in was, like, ridiculously rich, having a look at it, but then this is, you're saying middle class?
Middle class.
Okay.
Damn.
The really rich people don't live with...
they live in security estates.
Yeah, they don't have fencing and stuff all over their walls. Their whole estate is a fortress. Huh. They don't have any problems as a result.
Well,
so we're driving past this one here, and it looks like something...
When you're in a fortress estate, you get to pretend the problems aren't real, and keep encouraging the problems to continue.
I don't know, Afghanistan, the proper combine fortress. And Ernst was telling me the way it works is you drive up to the gate there, you say you have an appointment with someone, so you have to be invited. They will take your number plate, they'll take your driving license, and then they'll call the person and check whether or not you're actually there to see them and they're aware of it.
Damn.
Or like you're entering some kind of government institution.
Couldn't that fail if the person working security was bribed enough by somebody who wanted to get in there and kill someone? Like, when you're in a corrupt state, I would feel like that's a paranoia that you should carry with you, right?
Security to keep you out, and these big high walls.
Oh,
with what looks like electric fencing on there. And then presumably the guys at the front are also armed.
Yes.
So we're driving along, and my mate wants to show me something. As you can see here, perfectly normal road, nothing crazy going on. And apparently down this road here, as I'm about to show you, there was a sinkhole. Okay, then you filled the sinkhole in and you rebuilt the road. Well, not in South Africa, apparently not. Apparently what you do here is you just put this up. Road closed, residents only. And how long ago was this?
This was 2 or 3 years ago.
What the fuck?
So you can see a house just in the back. I don't know how well this camera's picking it up. But you can see that house has just been...
Yeah, it's burned down.
Destroyed. Danger, no entry, deep sinkhole. And that's English and Afrikaans there, right?
Okay.
And then they built this walkway over the damn thing.
Holy shit!
God, yeah, you can see where it just...
That's fucking massive!
The earth is gone. The road should be here. And instead the road just ends.
They built a walkway across, like a bridge.
And it's been 2 years.
3 or 2 years, yeah.
2 or 3 years.
My memory is a bit fuzzy, but it's about 3 or 2 years, yeah.
They still have the technology to build this, but they do not have the technology to build a road. My friend was just joking.
What the fuck? How? That doesn't even make sense. How do you have the technology to build, like, a minor suspension bridge, but you can't fix the sinkhole in the road? What the earth is gone is a crazy sentence to say casually. Yeah? Because if they try to fix it the next day, the pavement is gone. Oh, there was a video of Indians stealing road the other day. You can just buy a bridge kit. You have to engineer a car bridge. Oh my god, that is horrific. I don't know if Callum has, like, a wife yet, but if he does, bro, I can only imagine her being terrified every time he goes out on one of these excursions. Not even that, the earth just eats that road too. He's married. Oh my god. His wife having heart attacks daily, dude.
Looking in the car, that's like 40k. They've lost the technology. Rebuilding such a thing. I mean, it was only known to some kind of ancient civilization that lived here once upon a time.
That's true.
But today, who knows?
You cannot replicate that ancient technology of building roads.
Not us.
Be aware for your own safety.
So this here is the South African solution to crime, which is it's horrific, it's everywhere. And so what do? Do you deploy the police and the military and clamp down on it?
Well, nevertheless.
No, you put up a sign. I'm not exactly what the sign is meant to do.
Crime alert, do not stop for the next 5 kilometers. You see, I see this sign, and then I think about all of the videos that came out of, like, truckers in France and in, I think, like, Denmark or Belgium, where there would just be, like, thousands of migrants that would pour into the road and they wouldn't be able to drive. What is the sign gonna do, bro?
I suppose it does inform you that you are probably gonna get murdered and robbed here.
Hijacking hotspot for 2 kilometers.
Doesn't exactly stop the murder and robbing. And so we went to the local mall, which is behind a high metal fence, and found a mixture of English and Afrikaner food, along with a small trip back to 90s England.
Wimpy. I wouldn't want wimpy on my grocery store. But I like how the interior... This was one of the favorite things that I found out about South Africa when my friend was sending me videos. Everything in South Africa looks like it has just been transported, like, out of the 1950s, maybe 1940s. Everything has, like, a very strong retro feel to it, from the houses to the cars to, like, the shelves in a grocery store, the design of, like, chairs in restaurants. Everything looks incredibly, like, vintage and Art Deco, but everything is new. So it doesn't look, like, old and vintage. It looks like you just walked into a time warp and you're now in, like, the 1940s or 1950s. It's pretty fucking cool.
So this here is interesting, especially for British viewers. I don't think Americans ever got this, but this is Wimpy Burger, which is something that used to exist in the 90s in England, and then I think went bust. And we all assumed it was dead. But no, somehow it's actually managed to survive, and it's down here in South Africa.
It kind of goes along with what I said. Yeah, just things exist there that you can't get here anymore. It's a literal fucking time warp of a country.
This is the Wimpy menu. Which is still going after all these years. Like, I have no memory of this, but my parents' generation...
This kind of looks like a Friendly's. If you guys in the Northeast, look at this. Like, it genuinely looks like a Friendly's booth. And a Friendly's menu. Timmy the Pool released a game on his site. Yeah, I played that.
Vividly. When I told them there was a Wimpy in South Africa, they're like, you're kidding me. This is apparently the best stuff, so this is breakfast. The Manza Brekkie? Okay, basically just diner breakfast. Old burgers that I know nothing of.
I know that this is not in USD.
Okay, basically just
but to see, like, a cup of coffee be $42, that's kind of crazy. That's, like, how much is that in real money?
Breakfast. Old burgers that I know
a $47 fucking strawberry Pepto-Bismol shake?
Nothing of. And then full meals. It's
like
still
$1.
alive. It's still there.
It's like when I look at prices in Australian dollars and I'm like, what the fuck is this price? And then I realize I'm on like a .au and I'm like, oh, okay. $119 for a combo. Yeah, I have no idea what the transfer fee. What's the word I'm looking for? Not translation. Fucking chat. My brain. Conversion. Thank you. Exchange rate. I was probably trying to look for exchange rate, but my brain died. Thank you, chat.
It will never die. What the hell, man?
Eat some more shortbread biscuit. Oh, that's cute.
I don't know if they sell that in Scotland, but probably do. Jolly Jammers?
Jolly Jam. I want to eat ginger nuts. Put the ginger nuts in my mouth.
Not Jammy Dodgers. No. Jolly Jammers. Bizarro, England. So this is just all traditional British biscuits here. Like pink wafers and such. Strawberry wafer, okay. I mean, you'd think it would be standard, but then I go places and I can't find it, and I'm so happy to see it. Woolworths Foods.
Buy any 4 for 55. 4 cans of baked beans, 55 South African dollars. Is that a good deal? I don't know.
4 for 55. But that's like 4 quid.
The flippy flappers and jipper jappers. Yeah, I know.
But I showed you this time the Mrs. Ball's chutney.
Balls.
Of course.
Blattjang is Afrikaans. Perske blattjang.
Perske flajang. Balls hot chut. What the fuck is a chutney? I don't even know what a chutney is.
But who can forget Mrs. Balls?
Yeah.
Wonderful lady. What is mother-in-law sauce?
It's usually a sauce that's pretty spicy.
I like how they have the South African flag instead of like gender pride flags on bottles. I saw the flag and my initial reaction was like, what? They have gay shit there too? And then he brought the bottle up and I was like, oh, it's just a South African flag. No worries. No worries here, bro. I'll drink mother-in-law's sauce.
It's just we call anything very spicy mother-in-law sauce, mother-in-law spice.
To get rid of the mother?
Yeah, I was about to say, is it because the mother-in-law is fucking insufferable?
Mother-in-law to scare her away, or?
I think double meaning, yeah.
My beloved.
HP?
You know Americans still don't have this.
I don't know what that is.
And of course,
I love Worcestershire sauce! It's the best! You gotta put that on all your meats, buddy.
Sauce.
Wait, why did he say it like he's literally British? He's been able to pronounce it better than me. What the fuck? I'm like discount British from Boston, buddy.
I love is that sandwich culture made it over here. I cannot tell you how annoying it is to go. Like Europeans have sandwiches in their stores.
Yeah.
Finland, Sweden, Germany. But I don't know what's wrong with them. Someone seems to have not explained to them what
I don't know what he means by sandwich culture, but if you go to like a convenience store or like a gas station in America, please don't eat the sandwiches. Please don't do that. They're not good.
They've got the concept, but the fillings.
Not the essence.
Yeah, the fillings in English-speaking countries I find make sense. Corned beef, mustard, roast chicken and mayo, egg mayo. Yeah, ham and cheese, all that stuff.
The starting skins that you start your game with are like these are the starting Pokemon.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
starter Pokemon.
And then you go to Scandinavia and they'll be like, oh, pickled herring and watercress.
Ew.
I was like, why? Why did you do that?
I would be getting sandwiches from fucking Don Quixote when I go to Nippon land. I want to experience the sandwich culture.
But this is like Charizard, Bulbasaur.
The original sandwich meal deal.
I do not understand what's happening. There's British people comparing sandwich culture sandwiches to Pokemon, and I am so fucking lost.
I was hoping to see it, because I did see it. Oh, there we are. Yeah, this is the Afrikaans flavor.
Too Brit bong for me! My American brain cannot comprehend.
Comically small, but yeah.
But just the idea you have pancakes on the go, at all.
Yeah.
Is hilarious to me.
That is hilarious.
Barbecue chicken pancakes.
I actually went to a market basket the other day and they had individually wrapped Belgian waffles that were already infused with like a maple flavor. So you could have a Belgian waffle on the go. And I was like, man, technology, huh? What the fuck? Patchouli, thank you. You have bad news, woman? You eat the gas station chicken salad all the time and you haven't died yet. You must have a stomach made of iron. Holy shit. I would never suggest that to people. Be jamming, thank you. You would say, don't eat the sandwiches in regular gas stations. You can totally eat sandwiches from Wawa or Sheetz or Royal Farms or Speedway. I know nothing about Wawa and Sheetz, except that Pennsylvania is split and there is a war between people who like Wawa and the people who like Sheetz. Basically, he's talking about normal sandwiches. It's like you talk about PB&J is just normal, and then you go to the EU and they have added fancy pickled fish for no good reason. I would not want pickled fish in a peanut butter and jelly. That seems weird. Sheetz supremacy. Belgian waffle to go with a can of whipped cream. Speedway, hell fucking yeah, dude. Those are chemical waste products? What the fuck? I like Flying J's. Except the last time I was on a road trip, every time I went to a Flying J's, they were out of chicken tendies, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How are the truckers gonna get the protein if you're out of chicken tendies? Torn between Sheetz and Wada. No, Sheetz and Wawa. A Buc-ee's. I've never been to a Buc-ee's. Welder Zach Rollick, thank you. Fun fact, that's not the real Woolworths. They just use the name. The real Woolworths exists as Foot Locker. What? How did a grocery store turn into a shoe store? Truckers get their protein from each other. Ew, they're not all gay. That's rude. Be jammin', thank you. Kirsche, 1 South African rand is worth 6 cents. It's very weak. Very, very, very weak. I didn't know that their money was called a rand. Or maybe I did and I just forgot. I forget a lot of things. But, is it called a rand because of the Rand Lords? Or were the Rand Lords called that because they were lords of the money, which was called a rand? Also, yeah, I'm just noticing now that I paused on barbecue chicken pancakes. That's kind of confusing. Like, pancakes are supposed to be sweet. So, why are there barbecue chicken pancakes? Sounds good to, like, I would try it. I would try it, but it's confusing. Craggith, thank you. Going to sleep now. Please don't randomly yell and jolt you awake. I promise nothing. No furniture was in this scene, so the fox who saw nothing. True. Agent Strawman, thank you. Gas station sandwiches have never wronged you, but neither has gas station sushi, so you might be built incorrectly. This man trusts the gas station sushi? That's insane. Nevaeus Luna, thank you. Pancakes on the go was the original point of pancakes. It's a cowboy food. Roll it up and stick it in your pocket for lunch on a cattle drive. You see, that's confusing because it's like pancakes on the go, but this one says heat and eat. That's not very on the go if you have to heat it, right? And also keep refrigerated? That's also not very on the go. That's the Chinese influence. Isn't that a quesadilla with a weird British name? Do the British call quesadillas pancakes? Kind of like how they called chips crisps and cookies biscuits? And they have microwaves on the store for that? See, that makes sense. That makes sense. But, like, what if it cools down while you're on the road? It's a 30-second microwave meal here. How many people have microwaves in their car? Pancakes in the pocket seem like they would be covered in lint. I feel like in the cowboy times, you have more to be worried about than the lint. So a linty pancake in the pocket is fine.
Unya, oh wise Kirsche, do you have some words of wisdom for us?
Do not eat the gas station sushi. Thank you, Hoodlum Kira. Thank you, thank you. Put it on your dashboard in the sun. That's what we do in the South. Oh my god. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. That made you remember you watched the Pink Benoit try to pronounce for 5 minutes the other night and you lost it. Try to pronounce what? You didn't finish your thought, buddy. Cocoa Gadget pocket potato salad.
And a Cape Malay chicken curry. And then it's a very prominent flavour.
Okay. So this is the Malaysian influence. Yes. Well, we got ginger beer.
Ginger beer.
So you got your chicken, and in America this would be time for barbecue sauce, but you
see, I like this. I like having the barbecue sauce next to the meats. I think that should be like a regulatory thing.
It's called barbecue brats, and they are different.
Braai is something you do on open wood, and it's not a barbecue where you just like roast some weenies over the fire. It's like you have to.
It's a proper event.
This guy kind of looks like dollar store Ryan Reynolds. It's kind of cute.
You also don't do it alone generally. It's a social thing. You have to be inviting either family or friends to share it with.
Okay.
It's that typical, almost that old European idea of the feast, of bringing people together to eat as much as they want. Oh yes.
I've just noticed. What the hell, man?
Yeah. That's the traditional.
That's huge.
So you braai this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an Afrikaner thing where you can see there it's a big circle.
Yeah. This is the very, very typical Afrikaner.
It says Grabolu Boa Works. Uncooked, keep refrigerated. This just looks like an intestine to me. It doesn't even look like a sausage. It's just like you removed the large intestine from an animal and slapped it in a package. That's a himbo-sized sausage. Jesus Christ. That's fascinating. That's fascinatingly large.
It's probably the most typical thing you braai. What a
sosti. Sosti?
Where?
This one? I don't know how you say that.
Society.
Society.
Yeah, it's also African.
Society spiced pork sausage. I don't know if I want to eat society spiced sausage.
We'll stop after this at just a generic grocery store that I usually go to.
Okay.
For more generic South African brands. This is what Woolworths does. It takes something generic and it gives it like my passion is graphic design packaging, and then people pay 20% for 50% more.
What?
That's literally the grip.
That's insane!
And it works. It works fantastically.
But then you guys have Cadbury as well.
Yeah.
So that's nice. I don't know why the bars are so bloody small. What's that about?
I used to love Cadbury cream egg, but then Cadbury did something to its chocolate, and they just don't taste as good anymore, man. Cadbury cream egg was like my favorite Easter snack. My dad wouldn't even get me any other fucking sweets for Easter. I would just get a giant basket of Cadbury cream eggs, brother. You like bite the tip off, you suck out all of the cream, and then you eat the shell. That's just good living.
That is ridiculous.
So this is what they used to be like. You buy a chocolate bar for that price was this, but now this is like a ridiculously big jumbo-sized chocolate bar. But when I was growing up, this was a chocolate.
Yeah, like that's the normal size. These are like half size.
Yeah. But that's shrinkflation. A lot of things in South Africa are shrinking.
That's ridiculous.
Milka's way better. I love Milka chocolate.
Yeah, I mean, I'd never pay £1.20 for that. That's just theft.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so tiny.
But even the lint. Wow, you can get like...
You get like 3 of them in there, dude.
It's like tiny little things.
Yeah, for that price.
Insanity.
For £2.
Do you want to buy 3 Ferrero Rochers?
The maggot balls.
Okay, desserts all normal. Desserts are normal.
Yeah.
And over here...
That's another Afrikaans word, frikadel, which is a meatball.
So chutney, beef and chutney frikadels, instead of beef and chutney meatballs. But they're just meatballs.
Yeah. Another Afrikaans word.
That's a cute name for a meatball.
Which is just a fried piece of dough.
Vetkoek.
I don't know what you call them in England. You just take like a piece of regular dough and you fry it. It turns into like a little. You fill it with mince.
Those look like mini retarded cheeseburgers. Is what they look like.
I don't even think we have it.
Okay.
The concept.
That's what that is.
Vetkoek.
Vetkoek is
Vetkoek. Some Afrikaans stuff right there.
Yeah.
So this is what I mean, like you get this weird combination of the two
Frikadelle and
cultures
Scandinavian.
just sitting next to each other.
I get super excited when I see like Abelskever stuff in the US because like that's such a niche retard thing. Nobody makes that here. Nobody knows what that is. So like when I see like a pan at a vintage shop or like I see a bakery that advertises them, I have like a little autism flappy hand fit. Glenn, thank you. Deep fried cream eggs. You don't need to deep fry those, buddy.
Beef curry vetkoek, so it's 2 cultures colliding.
Not to mention then you've got the sausage rolls. Yeah, so basically, if you want to relive 90s England, you could
go to the time warp.
Those poor himbos, they have to put up with Kirsche biting the tip off when she sucks out the cream. No wonder they don't want to kiss you afterwards.
What? That's not. I was talking about the Cadbury cream eggs, you freak! Thank you, Master of Mundus, my guy.
South Africa. And you can go visit Woolies, you can go to Wimpy, and then you can come back and buy yourself a cottage pie.
Hey, and cry into your pie.
And the prices are all basically the same as the 90s if you've got a British income.
It's also not lost on me how there's like a couple of products and then the rest of the case is completely empty. It's interesting.
I mean, like England, they have a class system here for their grocery stores with Woolworths at the top here, and then Pick and Pay is more like normal. And we found a section here which is even more reminiscent of home, where you can buy chip butties.
What?
Which are just ridiculous.
What is a chip buddy?
Yeah, that is home.
That looks like a giant loaf of bread that's been hollowed out and stuffed with really gross-looking French fries and tomato sauce? What is that? French fry sandwiches? A steak fry sandwich? Why would you want carb on your carb? That's just as confusing as, like, Nim putting mashed potatoes in his pasta. Like, why would you do that? Soggy fries, 'cause British? Why are British so depressing?
There's a weird version of home. You got fish and chips there, sausage and chips.
Have I never had French fries on your burger? I've had a sub that's like cheeseburger, fried chicken, French fries, and caramelized onions. I was like, I don't mind if there's like protein and meat in there. But if it's literally just French fries on bread, what the fuck are you doing? That's not a sandwich! 40 years of rationing would do that to your culture, lady! What would I say about soba bread? I don't know what that is. Ask the Italians who have fries on pizza. So that's too much, man. That's too much. You never knew it didn't have any meat. You have a valid point, never mind. Anything can be made into a sandwich. I mean, that's true.
Sausage and mash. And then here you've got the hot dogs, which apparently are just eaten cold.
Those do not look appetizing.
That and eat it without it being heated up.
That's just looks
and
like
over here,
a vagina on a period.
British sausage rolls, steak and kidney pies.
Ew.
I'm so happy, man. Like, I'm genuinely so happy.
You just feel at home.
Yeah. There are two genders. I'm so happy and ew. Be jamming, thank you. British people eat like the Luftwaffe is still running a bombing campaign 80 years after victory in Europe. That's why the chip buddy and beans... Oh, chip buddy, that's what he said. I guess you gotta give a French fry on bread sandwich a fun name like chip buddy to get people to eat it. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Potatoes, egg on a Kaiser roll. Such a good breakfast sandwich.
I've just come from Syria. I've been eating nothing but Arab food. They've got mince pies for Christmas. Oh, wow. Like the Chinese, you eat chicken.
And chicken necks.
Chicken neck, ew.
Of course, why would you leave the necks, or the giblets?
Ew.
Hearts.
Okay.
I am too posh to eat the giblets and the necks. I ain't gonna do that, buddy. No feet, no giblets, no... I won't even eat thighs most of the time, bruh. Breast only.
Hey, have you ever eaten a chicken foot?
No, it's not in my culture.
So is that from the Indonesian and the Malaysians?
No, this is mostly black.
Okay, because I was gonna say it's more of like a Chinese thing.
No dark meat goes in here. True and fucking real. I hate the dark meat, dude. That shit's nasty.
No, black South Africans.
Oh, okay. Okie dokie. Oh, they even have the tripe.
That's very nice.
You eat tripe. Okay.
Breast only, one has no objections.
Oh, same in English.
Oh, nice. It's once again.
You love dark meat. When I was in Florida once, I ate at a Boston market. My friends were just like, "Oh, you're gonna miss the taste of home. Let's take you to Boston Market." That's when I learned that Boston Market exclusively uses dark meat and they don't have white meat. At least at that point in time. And I was like, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever had. How dare they claim to be a Boston Market and only serve dark meat? Disgusted.
We're like, oh, okay. Awful.
Awful.
Yeah.
A pickled tongue.
Yes, that's very nice.
$96 for a pickled tongue. What is this? What is this confusing cut of meat? Agree, you can barely stand eating the meat off the bone. It just squeaks you out. Yeah, I don't like touching bone. I don't like touching bone when I eat meat either, man. Have I seen Boston these days? I mean, you know. Please tell us you make juicy chicken breast and not the dry kind. I make amazingly juicy chicken breast. One of the bunker bros was like, I only like my chicken overcooked because I'm scared of eating it if it's not cooked well enough. And I was like, let me introduce you to delicious chicken instead of burnt, rubbery, floppy chicken.
We got Bovril, we got Marmite,
Bovril.
And then right at the bottom, we got golden syrup.
I don't know what the
it even
fuck
still
that
comes
is.
in the cans.
I have no idea what that is.
I know Americans are going to be thinking maple syrup is like golden syrup, but no, you can see the viscosity of the maple syrup. It just pours out. Golden syrup is this British abomination where it barely turns.
Huh.
And once it starts turning, it doesn't stop.
So it's kind of like molasses, but light instead of dark, I guess?
And because it comes in cans, you take this lid off, you try and pour it, and it just goes forever. It gets all over your fingers. You guys have custard.
Yeah. South Africans love custard. Yeah, you had some custard.
I don't think I've ever had real custard. I've had pudding, but I don't think I've ever had custard.
Last time you were here with the
golden syrup is like corn syrup?
pudding
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was great.
The fuck kind of dress was that lady wearing?
Fish fingers. This is literally like Britain away from Britain. I can get all the crappy food I want that nobody else likes.
Frozen custard? I've had frozen custard, because I think that Freddy's place sells frozen custard, and I've been somewhere else that also sells frozen custard. But like, kind of like frozen yogurt, frozen custard probably doesn't taste or feel the same as regular custard. I should try regular custard sometimes. I should do that. Golden syrup is basically just a lightly caramelized sugar syrup. Huh. Huh. Oh yeah, Culver's. Culver's has the frozen custard. Thank you. But do they have Red Baron pizza? Oh god, Red Baron, my beaut. Make juicy chicken breast. Where do you sign up? I'm not a soup kitchen. Arigato Hyro, thank you. Look, you're at the Chippy. You don't want anything big, so you get some chips and a buttered roll, and the chips melt the butter. Not meant as a meal. If you're at the Chippy and you don't want anything big, but why does that mean no meat? Couldn't you just get, like, I don't know, some kind of sandwich with meat on it? Freddy's is a poor imitation of the true Custard King, Culver's. I've only been around an area that has Culver's, like, once in my life, so they were pretty fucking good, though, I will say. Chip Buddy is a drunk food? Oh, no. Oh, no, it's like that weird sandwich that doesn't exist. I have the video playing in my brain, but I can't remember what it's called. Tactical Panzer-chan, thank you. Fried chicken liver is amazing with white rice. No, thank you. No, thank you. I will not eat the river. The river? The liver. Liker of Red Baron pizza. Finally a normal take on food.
Love. South African sauce-roll.
What's a sauce-roll?
It's a hell of a lot more meaty. Like it tastes.
The irony is not lost on me that a British person who's used to eating French fries on bread would complain about a sub sandwich being too meaty. That's too much protein. We can't have that. might actually build some muscle mass.
Way meatier.
Yeah, buddy. That's still not enough meat.
Still.
That's like getting a grinder anywhere in the US, right? I think like the biggest like meat stuffed grinders I got anywhere outside of New England was from Jersey Mike's, which is a great indictment of any kind of mom and pop place around the country. And I'm talking about like in flyover states, in California, in Oregon, in fucking Georgia, in Florida, in South Carolina, in North Carolina, even in like fucking Philadelphia, buddy. They do not stuff their Philly cheesesteaks with nearly enough meat. And then you come over to like Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, and they basically give you a giant plate of meat with like little baby breads hanging on for dear life. Everything is like hugely meat stuffed around here, dude. Bahamut, thank you for the 222. Your boss used to go to the Vietnamese convenience store before work. One day he got nuggies to eat on the road, took a bite of one, and found out it was not, in fact, chicken. It was then he realized that the dog that always barked at him wasn't there. I would be mortified if I accidentally ate dog meat. Holy shit. Grinder, no wonder you find gay, but that's just what subs were called up here for ages. Oh no, Christ almighty. And Kirsche shall be stuffed with love, right? Mike W, thank you for the 26 months. As a proud Aussie, chip buddies are goated and not just British. Heresy to claim that they're a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm not going to listen to someone who thinks that fairy bread is an acceptable treat, alright? Fucking putting butter and sprinkles on some white-ass bread? Get out of here. Dave the Leg, thank you. Red Baron Pizza just brings back childhood memories of third-degree burns on your tongue. Way hotter in the inside. My nostalgia burning the fuck out of my mouth with freezer pizza is the Stouffer's French bread. That shit burned you like fuck, dude. He's not eating a sandwich, he's eating a sausage roll. A sausage wrapped in flaky pastry. The more meaty thing is because that's a thick-ass sausage in the middle of it. Now let's size queen that fucking sausage, bro. Tony's Pizza. Curse you, Kirsche, I'm making you hungry while you're stuck at work. Oh no. The gays took Grinder for themselves because it's all meat. True. Dragnos, thank you for the 28 months, my guy. Butter and sprinkles. The fuck did you pop into? Australian cuisine. Jonathan Perry, thank you. There was a shop that got shut down here that was capturing and cooking bin chickens. What's a bin chicken? I don't... Is that like what you guys call raccoons? The like trash pandas, maybe? Po' boys are the best sandwiches. You don't know if you're gonna make pizza or burgers tonight. Oh, it's pigeon! Bin chicken makes sense for a pigeon. That makes sense. There was... I was out near the beach sometime recently. I don't fucking remember when. And someone in their car had the fun idea I liked doing as a kid to like feed the seagulls around them some French fries. And so their SUV was just covered in seagull. They were trying to open their door and like a seagull was trying to like flap at them. And I was like, even the seagulls are more aggressive now. Name for the Australian white ibis. What is an white ibis? A Bing chicken.
Kind of fucking sausage roll, boys.
Kirsche isn't kidding about the fairy bread, by the way, although the Australians call sprinkles hundreds and thousands. Over here we had sprinkles and jimmies. Sprinkles were the like rainbow ones and jimmies were the brown ones. I don't know if that naming convection is still here. I don't know if that's still true. The ibis? The bit ibis? What the fuck? What the fuck? You feel like he's about to get jumped? Also, I don't know if this is a regular thing elsewhere, but like in New England, when you order a large sub, maybe you want a large grinder, right? A lot of people are used to like, oh, you know, like 6 inches is a small, you know, like maybe you'll get a foot long for a large. No, a large in a good majority of New England is 20 fucking inches, brother. That's like 3 fucking meals right there, dude. You got a triple sub. You got a large grinder right here. I'm lying you.
God bless Bub Games. Man's still going. But soon enough, the big day arrived. The day of the vow, where the Afrikaners made their pledge to God that if they survived Blood River, they would build a church and remember that day. They were not lying, and they gather around the VoD monument each year in a church service to remember.
Covering some of the words. Yeah, stuff that cannon. Why there's dump trucks. I That is a really interesting, like, building and the walls around it. Because farmers... Oh, that makes sense. Thank you.
Some things of note for me were the amount of songs sung that I could still recognize, as these people were originally Europeans, and we English have the same Christmas carols 400 years after our separation.
It's kind of cool. I know Silent Night, but I don't know these words. Diverged, its ode to joy.
For the event, men and women wear their ethnic dress. Afrikaner items are sold, such as their food, and also Dutch stroopwafels.
I hit a button on my mouse again! I got excited about the fucking stroopwafels! I hate mouse physics!
But, these white people, they were cheap.
These white people. I fucking love stroopwafels, buddy. Stop hitting buttons on your... I know I should be hitting spacebar to pause, but I just reflexively grab my mouse. F5 immediately.
For the event, men and women wear their ethnic dress. Afrikaner items are sold, such as their food, and also Dutch stroopwafels. Various Afrikaner items, such as flags and things with their heroes on. And at 12 precisely.
I was about to ask, what are these bins? Because they look like planters. You could put some nice big trees in those. Also, those lady hats are very weird looking lady hats. I don't know how I feel about that.
And things with their heroes on. And at 12 precisely, the light shines through the roof perfectly on the empty grave for those who died building their homeland.
That's really fucking cool.
Absolutely huge, with statues of their women who play a far more defensive role than in Anglo culture, a circle of wagons to protect it, and inside a beautiful display of art and marble, explaining the history without any words, and the Zulus betraying and then slaughtering the Afrikaners, which used to include the bashing of a baby to death, but this was removed for good taste.
Why would you remove a historical accuracy in good taste? That's, history is not good taste. You're literally at a place honoring your ancestors for being, like, brave and fighting atrocities. Why would you remove something? That's so weird. Yeah, should have kept it, man.
Outside, there were also another series of murals that most Afrikaners there seemed somewhat ignorant of, including a mural to those who died in the South African Defence Force against the ANC, a mural for those Rhodesians who were murdered in Rhodesia by ZANU when they shot down a civilian airliner, and a mural to the heroic animals who served, including carrier pigeons, horses, used for their mobility over the vast expanse of South Africa.
That's super sweet. I love seeing fucking animals honored like that, who also, along the humans, gave their lives in order to defend things, you know?
And canine, who died defending their owners from the ANC or ZANU gunfire or explosives.
Wow.
All awarded medals for their bravery. Everyone I met here was incredibly welcoming. Like, even though I was English, they were happy to see me there and hoped I was having a good time. And you forget that you're in South Africa. I mean, I was leaving stuff lying around, like my phone and my cameras. And only upon leaving the place to walk out to get an Uber and walking past the armored vehicles and security checkpoint did I remember, this is an oasis from modern South Africa outside.
Jesus Christ.
Upon getting back in the Uber, I looked at the guy's dashboard. He had a check engine light, and he had the South African solution of just putting some duct tape over it so you can't see it. Genius. At every stoplight, we would see poor...
That's true. If you can't see a problem, it doesn't exist. You know, you just have to destroy your object permanence.
Blacks and whites trying to beg for money any way they could. And I should mention that
I want to point out...
Blacks
were you saying that the blacks and the whites are begging for money? The white guy is wearing a rainbow hat.
And whites trying to beg for money any way they could. And I should mention that the Day of the Vow is not without controversy, Domestically, after apartheid, it was called the Day of Reconciliation. It was renamed. And there were even warnings that it would be the last day of the vow ever, the first year afterward.
The Day of Reconciliation? That sounds kind of like, comrade, the situation shall be normalized.
It's because attendance was so low. But instead, the exact opposite has happened. As the Afrikaners have reverted into their insular lives, it's become more meaningful to them. And also the date of the 16th of December, calling it Reconciliation Day, well, people were instructed on that day to do... Never explained to me. Because it means nothing. It doesn't mean anything to a Zulu, or a Xhosa, or a Venda, or even the English South Africans. It's not relevant. It's just another day. Whereas for Afrikaners, it symbolizes something in their history. So trying to change the name to something else just seemed dumb. I should mention at this point, I'd managed to catch some kind of pneumonia in Syria, and then immediately flown to South Africa. So I was really struggling. I had to push myself to go and get some footage of these things. And after the day of the vow, I sat back in this Airbnb and just thought, I can't be bothered. And the sickness was playing its part, but honestly, I didn't want to go and see more de-developed country, because I have that back in England.
True.
I didn't fly all this way just to see the same crap. And so I thought, screw this. Well, as soon as I got better, I decided to get on a plane and go out into the middle of nowhere in South Africa. And so I went to Kimberley. Now, Kimberley was a mining town. Hole? So it's a South African town with African shanties and some big holes in the ground today. Interesting, but there is something way more interesting out in the desert.
Spooky.
When I mentioned some people in South Africa predicted the collapse of the country, some Afrikaners were not kidding, so decided to buy up a bunch of worthless land in the middle of nowhere and build a town from scratch, just as their
That's pretty smart. If they're like, hey, we can see the collapse coming, let's get the fuck out and start building from the ground up. I didn't know that it was like people who predicted the collapse. That's pretty fucking smart.
Ancestors did.
Come to New Hampshire.
Times. This place is called Oranje, and the gimmick is that it's a town only for Afrikaners. On YouTube, you will find slop videos claiming that it's a whites-only town.
Aren't those some of the thumbnails that Sargon put in his video? Kind of funny.
But it's not. White English are not accepted. The town is an Afrikaner one only. The language you must learn to live there is not English, it's Afrikaans.
Understandably.
Into the sea, from the ocean. From the ocean, into the sea. And the panel decides who must be let in, and you must be part of that mission to preserve the African.
You are entering the private property premises of Vlootjeskral Shareholding Ltd, owner, and the right of admission to these premises is reserved. Entering these premises is subject to the rules and regulations of the owner. No crime will be tolerated. The owner or his proxy may question any suspicious person and conduct a search of their person and property. Suspicious persons or activities should be reported to Oranje Veiligheidsdienste. All roads within the premises are private roads under the direct management and control of the owner. You enter these premises at your own risk. Any person entering these premises acknowledges and accepts that the owner of the premises, as well as its directors, proxies, employees, contractors, and agents, shall not be liable for any damage or loss suffered by any person arising from whatever cause and manner and by whomsoever. That sounds like a little worrying, right? Because it's like, do they not have police or anything? Like, if somebody robs you, what do? You know? Afrikaans ahead of the times. Don't start nothing, there won't be nothing. Yeah? Yeah? They are the police? Okay. High trust society. I mean, I guess so. You love the no crime will be... Yeah, I love that no crime will be tolerated. I like that.
Afrikaner ethnic minority. But you can visit as a tourist.
Yay!
So I did. Booked a place. Some local Afrikaner guys expanding out here. And so he's built this, which is a little hut. This is to keep the bugs out. There's plenty of them. Hit them all last night fighting each other. And this is what you get.
I just want to point out...
Hit them all last night fighting each other.
That looks like a heating and air conditioning unit. So you're telling me that a group of white people who saw the collapse of South Africa coming left to go to the middle of nowhere and buy land to which they build a new society from the ground up. Those people have air conditioning, and yet Europores are still arguing about how they cannot have it in their homes.
And this is what you get. My own oven, tea, basically a big kitchen.
It's like a cute little yurt.
And then this is the funniest part. Got a little bath.
Oh my god, it's like a cowboy bath. That's so fucking exciting. Oh my god, you could be all squunched up taking a bubble bath while your husband's shitting on the toilet and you can hold his hand in solidarity. I know you'll get through this, honey. Fight for your life.
Bath here. There's like the old-timey baths. So it's tin, which I just used. It's great. You even get your own little Afrikaner duck.
Why does the Afrikaner... Wait. Didn't I say at the beginning of this video? Or was that a different video? When a guy was wearing a mask and I was like, I'd probably... That was Suda. That was Suda where he was wearing a mask. And I was like, I'd probably wear the respirator mask. That's legit a great camping site. It is. Oh, that's pretty.
You got tuberculosis.
God, I'm ill. But yeah, this is a town built from scratch to escape modern South Africa and to build a place that works. And to give you a sense of how much it works, I was talking to a guy in a restaurant last night, and his family used to be farmers, and they're Afrikaners, and they sold the farm to some old couple who wanted to live there. This place had bars, it had gates, alarm system, security, big dogs, blah blah blah.
That old couple's dead now, aren't they? That's what he's gonna say, isn't he?
They smashed the window with a brick, shot them dead in his old bedroom.
Yep.
His bedroom got turned into a graveyard.
Well,
anywhere else in the country I need to be incredibly careful. Here, no. I mean, I just left the camera there, sitting on this little desk. There's no bars.
Is that a fucking like drink machine or like an ice maker? This like red thing here? It looks kind of like a water dispenser or something because it looks like a little hole for a cup there. I don't know, that's pretty neat. I'd put one of those outside of my campsite, bruh. That's pretty cute.
There, sitting on this little desk. There's no bars. You see a house over there, we'll see houses down there. There's no bars and anything.
No bars, just sticks. Decorative fake snake, if you will.
Security here consists of that. There's no gate. There's no big
Fallout
dogs.
Nuka-Cola fridge. It's cute.
People have dogs. It's for fun. From what I've seen so far. Driving up and down. And that's because the whole town is surrounded by private security, which the town pays for itself. And so if anyone outside who wants to bring that kind of culture in here isn't going to get very far. It's just like any actual civilized place where you just live. There's no car guards either.
I love
So in Johannesburg, they have these things called car guards, and it's these guys in these vests who just look after the cars in the car park, so they're not broken into or stolen. And these guys live off tips.
That seems like it would be a very lucrative job in an area like this.
Seen that before in my life. Never seen that concept. You would need a car guard to protect the cars.
I also like with his accent, car guard sounds like car god.
Last night the guy at the restaurant mentioned, oh yeah, we don't have car guards. And I'm like, oh wait, yeah, you don't. Wait, that's normal. Yeah, it's normal not to have car guards. That's weird. So...
Like, I can feel it and I'm just watching the video. I can only imagine his thoughts experiencing, like, this kind of high-trust society that he has been robbed of in his home country. Like, it's just fascinating the things that we have become accustomed to because we are beholden to the lowest 2% that our justice systems in our respective countries of the UK and the US just refuse to fucking do anything about.
I mean, we'll see, but it seems so far from what I'm finding out. The main interesting thing about this place is what's not here. So if you want to get around Orania, and you don't have a friend, apparently this is something you can do, which you can rent these things.
These are like the retard golf carts, the retard golf carts that some people in like upper wealthy areas will drive around on the roads instead of a car. I would absolutely drive one of these things. This looks so fucking sick. Yeah, it's kind of similar to a tuk-tuk.
It's electric powered. It works really weirdly. That's the brake. To go fast, you have to turn this like a motorbike. And because it's electric powered, it's not like a gas car where it ramps up, it's just immediately going. So, that's fun.
I want to try the South African tuk-tuk.
This is how I'm getting around.
Do you think I can import one?
In the Afrikaner-only town. And some Chinese-made nonsense. Like, I genuinely feel like I'm in China driving this thing. I've got no protection. There's not much in the way of traffic laws. Just stay on a certain side of the road.
You're in a high-trust society, that's fine. Everybody knows how to interact.
And I'm pretty sure I can't even drive this thing outside of Orania, anywhere in South Africa.
I would also like to point out that he said, like, yeah, there's not really any traffic laws. I have no protection. You know, you just kind of got to know what to do. Whereas we have people who have been imported to the United States who cannot even comprehend our rules, much less read the road signs in order to try and understand them, causing multiple deaths regularly. Oh, God. I hate it.
Things not allowed, but in Orania, because it's privately owned, hell yeah.
Look at those trees, that's so cute.
Bing chilling.
Bing chilling.
I love this place.
That's such a fluffy palm tree.
So you find a lot of, I don't know if to call it state propaganda, because it's not a state, but, you know, propaganda to remind you of the values of the place, right?
Yeah.
One of the lines that stands out to me the most is on self, so saying on self Orania here, which literally means by ourselves. Like, no one's gonna help you, you have to do it yourself.
That is a very standout line, because the international community abandoned Rhodesia. South Africa has been treated imminently poorly. So the people in Orania probably know if shit goes down, literally no one will help them.
So if we want something, we're gonna have to build it. The town is divided by a main road, which is owned by the South African state, and is beaten to crap, whereas the...
Whenever he shows those, like, points of him driving at night, unironically is what driving in a lot of New Hampshire is like. New Hampshire does not have many streetlights outside of the big city centers, and so any kind of light on the road while you're driving is contingent on, are you in an area where people wanted to spend money on putting lights in front of their house? That's your fucking lights in New Hampshire. Streetlights are very, very rare.
The town of Orania is quite nice, with one side being the hub with the cafe Milk and Honey, along with a local gas station and a grocery store, and an incredibly high-quality fudge manufacturer, along with some bars, farms, and a few other things.
Can you imagine, like, just how wanted you would be if you had, like, a niche specialty like that, right? Like, you come to this place that's building a society from the ground up, and you're just like, well, I'm a fudge manufacturer. I can make delicious fudge from scratch. Like, that is such a niche thing to have. That's really fucking cool. You bet doctors and engineers are treated like royalty there, you know?
So if you're interested in buying a house in Orania, they do actually have a real estate agent here.
Oh my gosh.
It's a 2-bedroom for 1.3 million, 3-bedroom for 2.2 million.
Excuse me, hold on. Okay, it's like 80,000 USD. I was like, yeah, affordable housing if you want to live in South Africa. I don't know if you would be allowed to, but I think a really cool thing for the content would be if, like, I don't want to say like real streamer, but like non-nuisance streamer wanted to go down here and like buy a property and properly like live by their rules. That would be fascinating content to watch. That would be like my new reality TV. Like, I would want to see their day in, day out, like, what they do, how they're contributing, like, how this society functions. It would be absolutely fucking fascinating. And it's relatively affordable. That would be super fucking cool. Integrating into Orania. Yeah, it would be fascinating to watch.
I think that's a 2-bedroom for 1.3 million. 3-bedroom for 2.2 million. Yeah, so you're looking at what, 2-3 million.
You have to be an Afrikaner to live there. And I don't know how much like attention, I guess, the people building this would want on them. And like if a streamer were to go there, obviously it would get a fuck ton of attention. Would suck once the outsiders decide they want to take over. You would have to be very, very selective, right? Like if you were to do something like that, you would have to contact these people and get permission to do it. I'd probably have like a decent background check, because they're not going to want someone there that's going to like fuck things up, essentially. Kier wants to link like the little electric tard mobile. It looks like it's a South African company. Oh my god, yes! Yes! The issue is that you don't want the rest of South Africa realizing it's nice there. I would say not even just the rest of South Africa, just in general, right? Because if people, I guess, catch on to this existing, it's going to be decried as a horrible place to be. Yeah, no iShow speeds, essentially, you know? But it's like, you could compare it to the stuff that he did where he went around to like different African villages and showed what life is there, right? Like, it could be a very interesting series. You hope they have a lot of guns.
For a house, I guess. On the other side of the town, you find the vast majority of the town's varied housing, the local bank, the school, a few more stores, recreational areas.
That's a huge
which brings
pool!
us to the second gimmick, which is a big one. The town is not only Afrikaner only to live there. If you want anything done, if you want a road built, your house built, a maid to clean your house, a gardener, you have to do it yourself, or you have to hire an Afrikaner. And hiring an Afrikaner, you've got to pay them a decent wage, or they're not going to do it.
That's also pretty cool.
You cannot use cheap black labor. You cannot use cheap foreign labor. You can only use what you have, which is your own group. This is no small thing. This is huge in South Africa.
We all have heard the statement, demographics is destiny. In Orania, we've added to that. And we've said, yes, that is true. But what dictates demographics? And for the most part, I would say labor dictates demographics.
They also have a very good point here, because if we look at what Callum was talking about earlier, where I keep wanting to call them fucking Rand bots, dude. the fucking Rand people. How they were like, all right, we're going to displace the native South African people here from the Dutch. I can't remember. But they're like, we're going to displace the native South Africans here by importing cheap black labor. And now everyone in the world is going to have to give aid because, oh, the sadness of the mine laborers who are black and impoverished. If they were to do the same thing here, if they were to not hire their own, if they were to bring in cheap black labor, they would also be doubly decried as racist, as well as they would be deflating wages for everyone who lives there. And could you imagine that? Paying local workers a decent wage, not just importing third workers that work for pennies on the dollar? Once mass fucking deportations take effect and things eventually even out monetarily, it would be great. It would be great. Especially with how expensive things are in New England, if it was less expensive. The fucking boomer housing crash is gonna hit New England like fucking an atomic bomb, dude.
The entire economic framework as a race to the lowest wages and lowest living standards possible for the working class. And instead mandates that work...
Nothing like watching men getting hot and sweaty in the sun and nothing but shorts, bro. Let's fucking go.
...must be done by the domestic in-group population, which can only increase naturally, as a way of keeping compensation reasonably high, which until fairly recently is how every country lived. Importing enormous amounts of cheap labor to undercut the locals wasn't really possible.
What the fuck is happening here? What am I looking at?
But for Afrikaners, they have always had access to some form of cheap labor. So doing it...
Is that like the Masonic lodges we have around here?
Washing up and your own gardening, or building your own house, or paying someone a decent wage for such a task is quite a large change for many. But
this is one reason why I am glad that I grew up in the environment that I did. Because I don't know if it was like this in other areas of the country, and I'm sure it is in small pockets, like that place I visited, Belvedere in New Jersey, where they have like the high trust society stuff still. You can go to a farm and buy stuff from the farm. There's no shopkeeper. There's nobody watching anything. Just a metal box that you put the money into because you're being honest, right? But we have like a huge like cultural thing around here of like buy local, support local. And so it's like I prefer to do everything that I possibly can with local businesses if I can. And it's like the only things I could think of I've outsourced since being here are like my floor and my bedroom furniture, and those still went to Europeans. There's a lot of that where you live. Produce stands. Yeah. New Hampshire-based Chads planting shrubbery and digging Kirsche's pool. Yeah, this pool is massive, by the way. I don't know what I need to do to figure out how to get a pool put in, but that is a project to think about after August is finally fucking over. Holy shit. Phoenix DS, thank you. Here you are at work driving a person to their sleep study. Foxy talking about grinders and you having one untouched beside you. Time to eat that shit, man. So Raw Milk Dairy Town here in Texas that does that. Takes the milk that you're buying and puts the money in the box, nobody watching. There was a thing that recently passed. I don't know when it goes into effect, but it's like deregulates a bit of like farmers being able to sell their own wares. Because I guess like there used to be like really fucking strict regulations, and so it was difficult for certain farmers to sell certain cuts of meat or raw milk or whatever. Dude, you have amazing raw milk up here. I haven't tried it yet. I would absolutely love to. I would love to. Orion BT, thank you. This is the only time that they can cry fascist and are actually right. Yeah. As far as like, when I think about it as well, my floor, I could have gotten a local installer. They cost twice as much as the Polish installer who's already familiar with the flooring. The kind of floor I'm getting put in, there were 0 people who could make it in my area. 0 people who could make it that I could find in the US in general. It's like, there are a lot of like old style craftsmanship that just is really fucking hard to find in current year. You're afraid of the raw milk. It's kind of worrisome, but it's like, fuck it. I'll try it, bro. I'll try it. The Polish do that shit best. Speaking as a half Pole. Yeah. What kind of floor? It's a bordered floor that is parquet, and it has like a medallion on it as well. So the border... how do I explain this? The parquet flooring is made of like 3 different kinds of wood, and it's put together like a puzzle. And then the border that I got is made of, I think, like 9 different kinds of wood. And so they have to cut each piece to like fit together, again, like a puzzle. Parquet. It's parquet, not parquet. I'm bad at words. Should look up New England Pool Builders, LLC. They're a family-owned pool company. I don't know if that's who I have in a tab. Probably not, because it doesn't sound familiar. But I did have a pool company that I wanted to contact that was regional. I don't want much, do you? Kirsche has the wood. It was, it sounds like, royalty floor. And it's probably more expensive than a regular floor, but it's not like break the fucking bank expensive. It's just that there aren't artisanal carpenters that make these puzzle-style floors anywhere anymore. We're all Rhodesians now. Welder Zach Rollick, thank you. Saw a video of a black man touring this place in African-only villages. It was a contrast. The African villages said they'd kill a white on sight. That's not very friendly. Not very neighborly of you. More like die in Chicago every 4th of July weekend. What the fuck? You can understand wanting a pool, but the headache associated with maintenance is a nightmare. Yeah, I've never maintained a pool before, so I have no idea what goes into the maintenance. I know you need to buy a lot of chemicals and then know how to put those chemicals in it so you don't accidentally kill yourself, but I'm sure I can figure it out. A baller, you're doing a Spanish tile wall yourself in your kitchen and the parquet shit. It sounds even more tedious. It's very tedious, and yes, you guys will get pictures eventually. My famous last words. Patchouli, thank you. When you go to Lawrence, you just spot the Dominican fent zombie. Attend to watch your car. Same system. Yeah, whatever I have a friend who's like, oh, we're gonna drive through Lawrence, I'm like, oh boy, I hope you remembered to bring your gun today. Got Polish man pics. Well, I'm not going to take a picture of the Polish man, but the floor he puts in, yeah. Keeping the pool chemistry even is a bit of work. I can imagine. Contract the maintenance out. Why would I have to contract the maintenance? I mean, eventually I'll have a himbo, and surely he'll be able to do it, right? Pool maintenance isn't that bad. You just need a lounge chair, tanning oil, and a bikini optional, and then let the pool boy deal with it. I get to import a South American cabana boy. Let's go. Let me see them floor pics. I am very excited for all of my contractor shit to finish up. Definitely took on way too much at once, and I want to go way slower in the future. Pop that stags, thank you. Puzzle floor to represent the autism. Yeah, exactly. And oh god, I'm just gonna fucking come over floors. Back to the video.
Also, the town sees it as a way to say, you claim Africans, not Afrikaners, built South Africa, because they were the ones doing the physical work. Well, we here built every single thing, and only we can claim it as a result. I cannot stress enough that this idea is far more radical and extreme, not only in South Africa, but to the entire modern cheap labor model of the United States.
He has a point. Why is it bad to say, I built this, or I guess rather we built this, thus we are the ones who get to benefit from it? Not everyone should benefit from something that we built. Why is that bad to say?
Western Europe than the Afrikaners only town concept, but is also purposeful. If you are going to have a place for you and your people only, you cannot do that whilst importing cheap foreign labor.
True.
People point fingers at us because of the previous regime, and they said what you did with us is you used us for labor in your mines, in your forestry, in your agriculture, and you did not want to give us voting rights, which we understand to some extent because the British, when they colonized South Africa, many of our rights were taken away. And we kind of understand that. There was something to be understood there also after the Second Anglo-Boer War. So
yeah, he's got a good point. Like, if you're going to import cheap labor, and then you're not going to give them a voice to be represented by, obviously they're going to be upset. That just makes sense.
The labor, the cheap labor, but you don't want to give these people the same voting rights, because if they have it, they will dictate society. So never again will the Afrikaners of Orania be pointed to and be told that you used us to build your future, you used cheap black labor to build your future, you didn't want to give them certain rights. So that's the one aspect. The other aspect is purely demographical. If the Afrikaner wants to create
that's crazy.
Where it can make its own decisions.
See, why... This is why, like, Republicans in America just do not fucking get it, man. So many of them are still just like, well, we need the labor force. Americans aren't going to do these jobs. We can't just deport everyone. We need to think about amnesty. It's, no, shut the fuck. Like, anyone on the Republican side that even, like, so much as hints at amnesty at this point, like, they fucking lost. Doesn't matter what kind of endorsements they get. Doesn't matter if they're backed by Trump. Doesn't matter whatever, anything else their policies are. As soon as they breathe a hint of that, everyone's just like, yeah, fuck you, get lost.
As a people, there can be no other way than being a demographic majority in own area. And if we want to remain a majority as such, we need to be doing our own work, because the laborers always become the majority.
You get the ethnic homogeneity of the society.
Lindell got blown the fuck out for good reason. Yeah, and he deserved to. What kind of fucking nonsense was he spouting? Psycho, thank you. No importing cheap labor, Kirsche. If you want us to man up, you gotta woman up. It's not cheap labor, trust me. Unidentified person. Meanwhile, the rest of Africa regresses back to its natural tech level of Stone Age, imported weapons and goods aside. Yep.
With the stability and the benefits that brings. But you have to pay your working class slightly more. That's the trade-off that they're offering. And you can definitely
What you're saying is that if Wakanda actually existed, it'd be made by whites. Yeah. My problem, I guess I'll rehash it, Mr. Psycho, is that the things that I wanted to buy do not exist in the United States. I could find them secondhand occasionally, but they're usually imported from Europe. So the things that I wanted, I could not buy in not just my locality, but the majority of the United States from which I looked. So I had to buy certain things from European countries. It is not cheap. It is very expensive. And then, when I contacted a local installer for the floor, specifically, they were not familiar with the type of floor I wanted installed, so they were unsure of the quality of the job they could provide me. And in addition to not knowing how to install the floor that I was getting, they were more than twice as expensive as the installer working with the Polish company who makes the floor that I cannot get in the United States. So it's not like I am purposefully getting labor from outside my local area. I literally cannot get these things in my local area. Was it maybe a joke about the pool boy? Maybe. I don't remember. I'm just used to people questioning things, you know? Jesus, Kier, and you try and tell us you ain't rich. It's not really rich, but it's not cheap either. No, White Conda with Ryan Gosling is the real Black Panther. Do you have to try and convince those guys to move to New Hampshire if their politics check out? Yeah, it would be great to be able to get, like, more ornate craftsmen of things here. When I was talking to one of my contractors who also does roofing stuff, and I was talking about... Oh, fuck, I can't even remember what it's called. I know the traditional Victorian shingles are fishtail and whale scale shingles. Those are very hard to find. And a lot of them are made in such a size that is unrealistic for most roofs. So they look fucking ridiculous. And they are crazy fucking expensive. And I was like, well, I'd also like to get, and I forget the name of it, but there's like traditional, like New England colonial homes. A lot of them you see in, like video game representations. They have like spining. They have like little fences on the top of the roof. I don't know how else to explain them, but they look like tiny miniature dollhouse fences on the top of like New England colonials and Victorian houses. My contractor was only able to find 2 manufacturers in the entire country that still make them. Only 2. You want to move to New Hampshire, but you're having a U.S. lawyer is costly. All of that to maybe open a French bakery there. Oh, when I was younger, there was like a German family that owned a delicious bakery. Support your local Amish workers. See, the problem with everybody bringing up Amish when I talk about carpentry and stuff, the Amish do very modern designs that are very, very plain. If you are looking to have a traditional New England colonial or a traditional Victorian, you're going with like Federalist style stuff, or you're going with, again, Victorian or like Rococo or Edwardian, maybe potentially even Gothic style stuff. Amish cannot provide that to you. Maybe you could find an Amish who specifically specialized in that, but that would be incredibly rare and niche. Amish do not do fancy. Everything is plain. Yes. Yes. Amish would denounce Kirsche's sense of aesthetics as leading to the devil. I think that's, I don't remember if it's Federalist or if something after Federalist, but there was a designer that made like a new design trend after Art Deco, because he said that like Art Deco was still too opulent and they needed something like more plain to be not led astray by the devil or some shit. And I was just like, that's crazy, bro. You know what I'm talking about? I can't remember what it was called. I don't think it was minimalist, but I mean, like, no, it had a different word. A comic where the white colonials found the vibranium instead would be funny. Oh my god. Your friend paid an insane amount of money for a kitchen table made by the Amish. It looks completely unremarkable, and the actual work itself is just fine. What about Art Nouveau? Art Nouveau is more intricate than Art Deco, but it doesn't have that same, like, geometric feel to it. The fucking curves are the devil. True. Wanting more plain is essentially the same as painting your walls all white. True. True and real. Be jammin', thank you. Amish woodwork is extremely high quality, but it's very plain, and a lot of Amish craftsmanship is very plain. Even their embroidery and quilt work. I would probably buy something embroidered, right? Like, that'd be fine. But I also don't have any Amish people here. We all know at the end of the day, Kirsche simply wants to hire Trump's interior decorator. He and I have a lot of things in common, but I think he likes gold just a lot more than I do. GS Wolfwood, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Psycho, thank you. You're talking about the Cabana Boy. Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't know you were making a joke. Please be patient. I have virtual autism. Double Hawk, thank you. You can't help but draw parallels between Orania and Deseret. They seem to have succeeded where your ancestors failed. What is Deseret? I don't know what that is. Virtual autism and overtime soup. Oh yeah, I am overtime. I don't want to be in the middle of 2 videos.
All the benefits of this in Orania. Crime here is so low that it puts England to shame. Never mind South Africa. I rented a Chinese electric vehicle and could easily drive it around at night, feeling perfectly safe. So I just want to film here. I am driving this little Bing Chilling in South Africa in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that's scary, dude.
On some dirt-ass road in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, it's rickety and whatever, blah, 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 blah. But the main thing is I'm alive. Like, I can ride this thing, get to my destination, and no one's gonna kill me.
He says as he looks like he's in a scene out of a horror movie. That's funny.
Amazing things are happening in South Africa. Alright, I just want to quickly talk about how recklessly safe this place is.
Recklessly safe?
Even though I'm starting to forget myself. I'm usually quite aware when I travel. And then I went in there, filmed the swimming pool, got back. I left a bloody key in the car.
Huh.
All you need to do is turn it on. Take the handbrake off. And you're ready to go.
Friend of mine that was with me when I went and visited family. Oh fuck, I don't think it was last year. I think it was 2024. I don't know. I can't timeline chat, but I've told the story on stream. I was with a friend and we were at a hotel in New Hampshire, and I was still in the hotel room like dressing, and my friend had gone down to like bring the car around, you know, be just like ready and waiting for when I came down. And I was in the lobby. I was putting on my shoes. And he comes in and he's just like, oh, okay, do you, blah, blah, blah. I don't remember the conversation, but he was talking to me and I was just like, wait a minute. Where's the car? And he was like, oh, it's out front. And I was like, what? I walk out and he left the car running. The doors open. And I was just like, you are so lucky we are where we are, because holy shit. 2024, you remember? I'm glad you guys remember, because I fucking don't. I'm so bad at timelines, dude. It's so weird when Westerners say they like China. China openly says they hate us constantly. It's very weird. It's very weird. After being late and watching at 1.5 speed, you've made it. Welcome.
So yeah, someone could have taken this and that would have been a lot of shit, but no one's going to. So this here is the Cook Sisters monument.
Cook
Sister is not cuckold sister. No, it means cook, as in cooking.
Did you think people would make cuckold jokes? I very clearly heard cook.
And these things here, apparently, dough, carved up like that and then covered in syrup.
What?
And it was a traditional way in which Afrikaner women could raise money.
Oh, I thought he was going to tell us who the Cook Sisters were, but I guess they weren't, because they're a food.
For various Afrikaner causes. So, they have a monument to one of their little desserts.
That's cute.
It's just wholesome. It's very wholesome.
It is wholesome.
Not sure what we do with a sausage roll monument, but not saying no. Someone wants to build one.
I love those fluffy trees!
In Afrikaans, so I can't read that. But this monument here.
What are those little things?
It is Mr. Kruger. But Mr. Kruger is a controversial figure here, in the sense of South Africa. But he is an important man of the Afrikaners.
What are the little, like, deer-looking thingies?
As is common in the United States or pieces of Britain and the English-speaking world, any great man of your history who has become now vilified by political movements, they take the statues, they pull them down and destroy them. And so the Afrikaners out here, who are building their Afrikaner town, decided that they would just build their own. Screw it. Yeah, you want to tear one down? Fuck it, we'll just build another one. Just build another statue.
I mean, that is the way to do it. That is the way to go. What are those things that look like little fucked up deer? What are those?
Statue. So yeah,
as one does, yeah.
A little monument hill somewhere with a bunch more of these Afrikaner heroes, some of them controversial. And no, they're not letting them be destroyed.
What country hasn't had controversial leaders, to be fair?
By political movements who dislike them, regardless of if you consider them controversial or not. So I'm going to talk about the main thing that I found in this book.
I don't know how he did it, but putting on this poorly fitting hat just made him de-age, like, 20 years? He just went from, like, a 30-something-year-old man to, like, a 17-year-old? What the fuck?
I wasn't expecting. I'd seen, like, Lauren Southern's video about this place and some others. And, I never realized how big it was.
Hello,
that's
fellow
the main
kids!
thing here. Like, just, you've got this whole town center. And then outside, you've got these cabins and houses and whatnot that are extremely nice. And, yeah, like, it's huge. It's not small.
He's just riding to the skate park.
And there's an awful lot of unpaved road. They even have their own electricity production in their solar panel farm, which produces as much power as it can for the town, but when it produces an excess, it actually sells it to South Africa.
What?
Which I got to see in action. In fact, I got to meet the Minister of Electricity and ask him about this, and he told me a funny story, which is when they wanted to sell the excess electricity to the South African state as an export, they had to have a sit-down with the South African government because they own the electricity in the country. Needless to say, the ANC government, not big fans of the Afrikaner-only town, that. But the country suffers with routine blackouts because it can't generate enough electricity. So the electricity company sat down with the guys from Orania, and the first thing they asked was whether or not the accounts were in order, meaning, do these guys pay their bills, and if so, do they pay it on time or not? And the guys on the ANC side said, Minister, these are probably your best customers in the country. Always pay their bills in full, always on time. Something quite rare in South Africa. And so they got the rights to sell the extra electricity back to the grid to then be used when they need to import it.
That is pretty fucking cool, for one, and for two, that would make me very worried, right? Because, like, at some point, couldn't the government just come in and be like, yeah, well, we need that, and you're making it, so we're gonna take it. It's kind of scary.
Until they can get their full independence. An independence which they are working towards in regards to water, electricity,
okay, good. He did address that,
etc. And in that aim to move towards their independence, they even have their own currency, this being the aura, which is kind of genius. Apparently at first people were hesitant to use the damn thing. But then when they realized that you can only use this currency in the town, well, why would you rob the town? I mean, it's the ultimate deterrent to criminals. If you can only use the town's currency within the town's economy.
That's so fucking cool. I want an Orania money dollar to put next to my Rhodesian and Zimbabwe money dollars.
If an outside criminal came to rob the place, where are they going to spend it? So then it ended up being beloved by the townsfolk, with the whole thing serving as a platform on which to build an Afrikaner independent state. Haven't we been here before?
The basic idea of Orania, I would say, is Afrikaners live here. That is a given. That is who should apply to come here, and then it's a question of integration. The question is, at the end of the day, did the community accept you or not? That is key. And if you're going to be a troublemaker...
so you can go there if you're not an Afrikaner. You just have to be somebody who the town people accept, and you're not a troublemaker.
As a pride parade in Orania, or... disavow our history, reject our culture if you are blatantly not an Afrikaner. These people will not accept you.
I would say it's quite safe, it's really clean, and the community is involved in everything.
I think that's probably the biggest part, is that the community is almost everyone is Afrikaner, or while everyone is Afrikaners that lives here in this community, and it makes it really makes it feel like home.
We can do this, Korshovo can be real.
The goal of this community is the culture, to preserve the culture. So it's your culture, which makes it feel like your people, your home.
I've lived in another town where I grew up, and since we moved here, it's a whole lot better here. It's just so much more fun. People might say it's boring and it's so small.
I like how everyone is dressed nicely too. Like, these are probably just, like, regular day clothes, like, nothing fancy or anything, you know, something like I would throw on to go run errands or whatever, but, like, no one's got, like, 90% of their body skin showing. The men are dressed decently instead of, like, fucking sports shit. I don't know how to describe what I'm saying, but I was just like, it feels like people on whole, like in the US, they just don't dress presentably most of the time. They're in like pajamas or like a fucking wife beater and gym shorts, you know? It's just like, I don't know. Take a bit more care for what you look like when you leave the house.
And there's not much to do, but it's much better here than any other place for me.
People dress sloppily. That's a good way to put it, yeah?
Okay, so driving around, I'm at a little ping chilling over here. And I gotta admit, this place is like those cartoons about the 50s, where the far right will say that everyone was ethnically homogenous and everyone was happy and the kids played in the pools and everyone had their own little house and blah blah blah. That doesn't mean there's no problems. Of course there's problems, there's always bloody problems in life. But yeah, no, those drawings and whatnot, that's what this place is.
That's crazy.
I love this thing so much. This is
so
much fun. I want one of these back in England, but I know full well it's probably bloody illegal to drive this.
Probably not bloody illegal where I live, though. Hell yeah! America wins again! Suck it, Brick Bong!
You'll find a friendly face. The great Limpopo River full of power, full of grace. However, the town is not immune to South Africa. That big road that runs in between them, well, on one side of the road is a massive mine, and on the other side of the road is Port Elizabeth. Trucks go from one side, get filled up, get overburdened to the point that they will destroy the road on the way back and drive down. So that side of the road is just completely ruined.
Oh my god, it's just like Empire of Dust!
And so when people leave the town, they re-enter South Africa, and accidents on that road of trucks driving into people are not uncommon. In fact, whilst we were there, we had to respond to a call to go out and see if people were okay in a road collision. The place feels like another country while you're there, and that's kind of because it sort of is. But it's also a moral threat to the Rainbow Nation idea of South Africa. And in that war, South Africa is losing. People keep moving to Oranje and paying a premium for it because of what they can supply versus what the South African state can supply, which is not a lot. I should also mention that these people love braais. The town had a spit braai communally outside the Milk and Honey Cafe on my last day.
That's so cool.
And it was at this moment, watching them eat with their hands.
My South African friend, he also sent plenty of pictures of their barbecues. They had some pretty cool looking barbecue setups because they were all like repurposed barrels and shit. And they happened pretty fucking frequently. I was like, that's what I want, man. I want to have like regular fucking barbecues, dude. Let's go.
And being mocked for using cutlery, that I realized these people are savages. My local taxi driver had me over for a braai at his house on the last day, and it was genuinely some of the best food I've ever had.
Hell
which is
yeah.
a top traveling tip. You will never find the best food in a country at any Michelin star restaurant.
True.
No local chains. The best food you will ever find in a country is at a local person's house. So I decided to fly again this time to Cape Town, as everyone had mixed stories about the place. It was either hell on earth or heaven on earth, or both, depending on what you were reading. The city...
I imagine the majority of it is hell on earth, but then you have the like super rich compound enclave that's like, oh, this is fabulous. And we don't even have to see the riffraff, my love. Christian D. Ramiro, thank you. The athletically lazy clothing. Yeah, you could still have like, you know, fucking graphic design t-shirt on, but have like, you know, nice pants on. And I don't mean nice like dress pants or suit pants, but like still just like look put together, you know, instead of just looking sloppy. Motherfucking. Okay. Look at the shanty town. Oops, I hit spacebar.
He has an extremely bad homicide issue with murders pretty much every single day from gangs operating out of the shanty towns, which you can see upon landing
Spicy
from the plane.
cat raid. What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
Serious Kovac, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders.
The local taxis are scammers, and it's entirely common for tourists who rent a car to drive onto the wrong streets out of the airport and immediately be robbed.
Grandmother's murder on drive from Cape Town Airport sparks outrage. Whenever I see stuff like this, I just have to like look at the person who was killed and be like, why were you there? Like, what? As a tourist, why did you go there?
And or killed. But I met with a local man, this being a half Afrikaner, half English chap from the Cape Independence Party.
Well, the Western Cape has always been a unique part of South Africa.
That is not the voice I was expecting to come out of this twink. I am impressed.
So we are historically unique. We were an independent colony of the British Empire before 1910. We're ethnically, culturally, linguistically unique. Where in the rest of South Africa, the primary languages
that's a cool voice.
You're mostly African languages of, isiXhosa, isiZulu and others. In the Western Cape, it's more languages that are rooted in the West. So you have the Afrikaans language that's the largest, and then you've also got the English language too. And we're also the only province in South Africa where racial minorities currently constitute the majority of the province's population. But most importantly is the fact that...
It still baffles my brain, once again, how you could even have the terminology of majority-minority. They're not a minority if they're the majority. And so it seems like all of this language revolving around majority minority is just to say white people should always be othered in every case. It's very strange.
We are ideologically different from the rest of South Africa as well. So since 1994, while at every election the ANC has pretty much dominated the results leading up to 2024. In the Western Cape,
kind of looks like
the ANC
Tintin.
has
Oh my
never
God.
once received a majority of the Western Cape vote. But despite that, because we have a highly centralised political system, we're always subject to the decisions made at the national government level.
And the Cape Town area does have some very, very, very nice areas. As we drove around the rich areas of the docks, the gardens, and the wineries, and even the beaches and their penguins. Steers. Okay, so we got steers.
Would I be able to take a penguin home? Because if I could smuggle a penguin home, I might go to South Africa.
I just want to show for the American audience. So my friend here, he got a regular Coke. And a regular Coke in South Africa looks like this. You can see, I don't know, comparison to my head.
Okay.
We'd probably call that small even in England, but in America, I think that's a child's portion.
Yeah, it's like a child cup.
And then I got the large, wondering how large is, and that's large.
That's barely bigger.
As big as it goes. Wherever I go, there's always a pile of remotes.
Why?
Have you seen these signs as well?
Penis.
Can I just say, why did he say penis? Hold on, I'm gonna rewind. But I was gonna say, it was like a TV trope joke, and like, it crossed any kind of ethnic boundaries. Everyone would always joke about how easy it is to lose a remote, and look how big they used to be. Look how massive remotes used to be, and you would constantly lose them. And now we have, like, tiny itty-bitty remotes that are barely the length of your hand, right? They're probably, like, half the length of your hand if you're a guy. Why did they think making them smaller would be better? Who did that? Who made that decision?
Pile of remotes.
Have you seen these signs as well?
Penis.
Penis.
Enlargement. Lost lover. Financial problems. Okay.
I would be all over that shit, bro. I'd be like, get me in touch with every kind of like tarot card reading voodoo woman that I can. I want to hear their words, bro. Cost less to make them smaller and make more money on selling replacements. I hate. Battleizer, thank you. You would not try to grab the penguin. That area has rather large great white sharks that like to jump out of the water. That's okay. That's okay. I'm not a penguin, so I can grab the penguin and save him from the shark. That's a beautiful fucking building over here, by the way. Holy shit.
If I need a penis enlargement in Cape Town, I know where to go.
Oh yeah, financial problems. It covers
yeah, same thing. If you need a bigger cock, come to Africa.
I mean, who doesn't?
I've never heard of anyone taking those signs up for their offers. I wouldn't trust it.
Well, someone must be, or they wouldn't keep doing it.
I like all of the
Probably
little cheese balls all over the ground. Little stone cheese balls. This bazaar is set up in the same exact way that all of those fraudulent companies that the Somalis set up were set up when we watched the Nick Shirley videos. That's interesting to note.
I want you to use my
Why is this individual fanning the wet floor with the wet floor sign? That's not gonna work very well, lady. At least they're selling something. Fair.
So this is Grand Central train station in Cape Town, and it's half ancient train station with ancient murals.
Female as fuck job.
And,
well, you can't do anything else, so I guess pretend you're doing something by fanning the floor with a sign.
African market. Do you mind if I take a look at this real quick?
Look at those giant vases.
This is the old information booth. Further floor, supply counter, something in Afrikaans. I assume same thing. Oh wow. Look there. Like old stone carvings.
Oh my god, it's like ancient Egypt!
It's weird that it's just been turned into a market. The spirits and life work of Cecil John Rhodes, who loved and served South Africa.
I wonder if there's a relation to Cecil
Like that
Rhodes.
scene from Chernobyl, you know, the HBO series? I served the Soviet Union, so I served South Africa.
There's like 20 bodyguards behind the camera. I mean, probably.
And they still have trains.
It's so pretty!
This kind of... It's much bigger, but it kind of looks like the train station in North Conway.
There's no dot matrix display
That
showing
is
when the next
Cecil
train's
Rhodes? What? They didn't say his name was Cecil. It said it was somebody else. Cecil John Rhodes? What? Did I miss the first name? Oh, I did. I thought he just said John Rhodes. Huh. Huh. Thank you, chat. I missed the first name.
That scene from Chernobyl, you know, the HBO series? I served the Soviet Union, so I served South Africa.
That looks like it would be a seaside motel.
And they still have trains.
Yeah.
You guys still have trains. There's no dot matrix display showing when the next train's going to come. But...
You cheeky.
Still probably about a few decades away from that.
Okay. Also, I love there's a little sign there that just says you can't bring any AKs, axes, swords. I don't know what the last one is.
The last one looks like double axes, so I guess they're racist to dwarves.
Are you going to get in the photo?
But yeah, you can't bring your axe on the train. Sorry to say. So what does that say? Edited from the population registration, Act number 30 of 1950. A white person is in appearance white and not coloured.
Okay.
A coloured person is a person who is not a white or a Bantu. I got told the
Wait, why were the Bantu honorary whites? I thought those were also black Africans.
Used to work as they put a pencil in your hair, and if the pencil stayed in your hair, then you were black.
Yes.
What?
Just like the Bulawayo Club in the Zimbabwe video, Cape Town has its own Cape Town Club, which thanks to its current chairman has been perfectly preserved in its original building with the most wonderful treasures of the past as a perfect place to drink for its members.
Austrian royalty,
so Cape Town
yes!
Club also has two very important rooms, which are all wood, so sorry about the noise in the background. As you can see, they have Encyclopedia Britannicas for their use, because why would you not? But this room here is for him.
See, that's what I want a room in my house to look like. Look at those nice eggplant walls with that paneling, dude. That crown molding is a little excessive, though. That's like 2.5 feet of crown molding. That's a bit much. Look at how ornate the ceiling is, man. And those chandeliers. Oh, I already have some vintage lamps with those kinds of shades on them. It'd be so pretty.
Mr. Smuts. But this room is not just named after a man. It's where a man and his friends declared war.
Oh.
You can see here, Civil Service Club. Around this table on Sunday evening, the 3rd of September, 1939.
I'm leaning in like I'm actually trying to read it on the... Jesus Christ, man. I'm into this.
1939, General Smuts and 6 other cabinet ministers supporting him drafted the war resolution carried the next day in Parliament.
That's pretty fucking
Something
cool.
interesting about British political life from the olden days. These days it's a lot
General
more disappointing.
Smuts.
But back in the heyday, if you go and read the textbooks, what you'll find is quite a lot of the time politics is this. It's clubs where you get drinks and food and you sit around talking and chatting shit.
True. That's how you find local like-minded people who you want to fix things in your local community. Be the butterfly.
And you make a decision with you and the boys, and then the next day it becomes law. Apparently the British system for the longest time did not have note takers. There were no minutes taken of the meetings. And so for quite some time back in London, the cabinet would meet, they would get absolutely sloshed on alcohol, and then the next day they couldn't remember what on earth they decided. So they had to go back and find the waiters and ask them, do you remember what we were talking about?
It seems like a double-pronged issue though, right? If you don't write things down, well, nobody can sabotage your plans unless it's from the inside. But if you don't write things down, you might forget them.
What did we decide in the end? Apparently, the war in Crimea was one of those incidents where they had to go back and ask the waiters, so did we declare war or not? And they said, yeah, apparently you declared war on Russia to join the Crimean War. Like,
Jesus Christ!
Yes, I remember now. And then this room over here, this is where we get a little bit...
I absolutely do want a room in a red color, but I don't like the more violent bright reds. I think it gives too much of a murder sort of that hotel from The Shining kind of look. I want a quilted pattern burgundy wall. So I want it to be full burgundy, but then have gold lines and medallions in between the checkpoints to make it look like it's quilted. I think that would be fucking beautiful. Imagine being a butler back then with all the power to decide which wars were waged because you had a day-night job around a bunch of nobles. True.
The politics. Of course, it's beautiful. This is officially called the Baker Room.
Baker!
And the chap was showing me around. He's told me originally, what this should be, if we're keeping true to the origin, is this is the Rhodes Room, named after Cecil Rhodes. There's a bust of Mr. Rhodes to this day. Now, up in Zimbabwe, politically speaking, Rhodes' history is kind of respected in a bit of a weird way. I mean, we respect the Ndebele's, and they respect the British. I mean, you go up to Matabele lands, and you've got the grave of Cecil Rhodes.
That's pretty impressive.
And on the other side, you've got the grave of Mzilikazi, the great king of the...
So what he's saying is that there's more respect for Cecil Rhodes and the Rhodesians from Zimbabweans than from Americans to past American folk figures. We have Americans dressed up as Antifa, defiling statues, and I'm pretty sure there was one grave as well, right? They had to move some sort of soldier's grave. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was General Lee that they had to move, or his horse or something. It was fucking holy shit, that's crazy. It was General Lee, thank you. I couldn't remember exactly which one.
So yeah, it's not very politically controversial up there.
General Lee's horse.
They've got universities, and the universities a little while back got a bit obsessed.
I remember the picture of the horse grave having all the apples on it. So my brain was trying to recall exactly what it was. Thank you, chat, for being my, I would say, auxiliary memory, but I guess you're my main memory at this point.
With this Rhodes Must Fall campaign, so they took down the statue of Rhodes in the university. They tried to vandalize the Rhodes Memorial, which is out here in South Africa.
Jesus.
And so things are a little bit more taboo. So apparently they have a bunch of other Rhodes stuff, which they're keeping in the attic.
Huh.
And we're waiting for all of this to blow over.
Can you see the attic?
Your phone.
Oh my god.
Oh, so these are in the Salisbury Club.
Beautiful.
These are guest books detailing everyone who came, little comments. And they're bloody huge. Let's be a little bit naughty.
Yes, be naughty.
I'll find out how old the guests are.
Oh my god, look how old that book is.
April 13th, 1951. The Civil Service Club, the men who came. Peter Klemer, Al Hall. It's all still here. Just like the Bulawayo Club and the original Salisbury Club.
That's so fucking cool.
The Cape Town Club, which was founded by Rhodes.
That fucking ceiling! Hold on, I can see more of it than you guys can. Hold on. Look
look at that fucking ceiling, buddy. Oh my god, that is gorgeous.
Has a snooker room.
Snooker!
Yep.
We learned what that was the other day.
In need of a little work. So as you can see, these massive tables that snooker is. Old original holes.
I want a couch
netting,
like that.
These massive queues over here. And of course, the things to help you reach.
You sounded like you struggled picking that thing up. God damn.
We have these chests. The old scoring system.
The pool table might be too big. Well, that's because it's a snooker table, actually.
Wow. Just made of wood.
That's so fucking cool.
People wondering, snooker is a very different game to pool. It takes a lot.
I don't know what the fuck to even call this, but that looks cool as fuck.
Longer. Quite a bit more skill. Okay, so Trump's offering refugee status to white Afrikaners, but being English, I'm more interested in the English South Africans as well.
Yes.
What's going on with them? How are they faring life different from the Afrikaners?
I think a big difference between the Afrikaner and the English are that the Afrikaners are far more organised than the English in terms of their community.
You've never played snooker? I never heard of snooker until the other day.
Communicate their plight to the rest of the international community, where you don't have a English equivalent of AfriForum or the Solidarity Movement. So any views that emerge from those communities can't really be represented as well to the rest of the international community. And you've also got more of an ideological divide among English South Africans, which you don't really get among Afrikaners. So Afrikaner South Africans are far more conservative, while English South Africans, you do get quite a few conservative English South Africans increasingly as the country deteriorates, but you've still got a large liberal contingent.
That seems kind of crazy that you need to descend and deteriorate into a literal, like, zombie apocalypse hellhole in order to become more conservative. Like, that just seems really stupid. What the fuck?
I mean a left-wing liberal contingent that is still hell-bent on trying to preserve the Rainbow Nation as is effectively.
Bro sounds like a 65-year-old lord. He does.
They're quite content with the current status quo.
Like, if you close your eyes and you don't look at him when he's talking, he sounds like someone, like, from old Britain talking to you.
The surrounding countryside is genuinely beautiful. Cape Town, as a result, attracts the wealthiest, not only of South Africa, but also of the world, to have a home here.
Why is there a gay flag
then you go
there?
back into Cape Town proper, away from the gated communities, back into reality, and South Africa re-enters your life. The decay, the barbed and electric wire, the constant concern about crime and death. I mean, I was staying in one of the most touristy sections of the place to avoid the real problem areas. Literally, this is meant to be the area that's so separated off from reality, tourists don't have to worry about anything. And so I decided to go for a walk and walk down to Nando's. Nando's being a firm which was founded in South Africa between a Portuguese man and a Jewish immigrant. Founded in South Africa between a Portuguese...
Why is this guy wearing a baklava? I thought you wore that when you robbed people. I feel like maybe don't wear that into a shop.
Man and a Jewish immigrant, and it's a beautiful South African succession story which is translated over into Britain. And as you're walking down this place, there's just homeless guys hanging out. You know,
it's just like LA.
Some of them are clearly on drugs and are staring at you, so you don't know what the hell they're gonna do. You just don't feel safe in any capacity. And again, this is in the touristy as hell area that I was staying, because I didn't want to stay in the area where I, couldn't step outside. And even there,
understandably so,
and razor wire and electric wire. It's just overwhelming how much you have to constantly think about crime. All right, I'm leaving today. Finally getting on the plane, getting out of here, and I couldn't come sooner, if I'm honest. Been to a lot of places. Been to a lot of places that are considered dangerous or have difficulties with traveling.
He has such pretty eyes.
Terrorists, intelligence agencies, war. And none of them compare to how much I really dislike this place. I gotta be honest. And what's crazy is you look out the window, and it looks like paradise.
Stop, he's married? I can compliment a man's eyes even if he's married,
all
chat.
this lovely stuff to do and blah, blah, blah.
And it's not that I don't like that. It's that I can't stand that I live in a fucking cage.
Yeah.
I can't walk anywhere without having to deal with beggars and junkies and people I don't even know if they're going to rob me or not. There are shanties and squatters and everyone has to have bars on their windows and electric.
If someone had showed me this clip out of context, I'd be like, why did he visit like New York City or Detroit while he was here? There's so many more nicer places to go. Why is he renting a Zoomer Airbnb for like $3,000 a night?
There's a wire and blah, blah, blah. And you can't walk. You've got to drive. Now in America, that's sort of normalized because once upon a time you could walk some of their cities and then they decided to redesign them so you could only drive them.
Well, I would say that's incorrect. Our cities are still walkable. It's just... the more you go out of the city, the farther things are spread apart, like the suburb areas, you know, not even mentioning the rural ones. Like, when I was a child, I walked fucking everywhere. I could walk to, like, the restaurants nearby, I could walk to the convenience store, I could, if I wanted to, I could walk across the big bridge and go to the grocery store, but oftentimes I didn't feel like walking quite that far. But it was still very walkable for a small female child. I never had an instance where, like, someone tried to kidnap me or do anything bad to me as a small female child wandering alone, both during the day and the nighttime. And, like, even when I lived in the areas that my mom lived in, again, like, we lived in heavily, like, impoverished Puerto Rican enclaves, the Puerto Ricans would leave me the fuck alone, too. Like, nobody ever tried to fuck with me. Despite being, you know, basically prime meat on the human trafficking scale. It's like, I was basically left alone. If I had a daughter who was like 8 years old and she wanted to walk to the local McDonald's, I'd be like, absolutely fucking not. Are you out of your mind, dude? You couldn't have a pizza to yourself. You had to have the bed burgers, true. Cities are most definitely walkable. The people in them are not walk-aroundable unless you have a means of protection. I think it's just like, you know, I probably have not the best picture of the UK either, because I don't live there. There's probably things that I think about the UK that just aren't true, because I don't live there. But I would wager that the walkability of, like, big cities in the UK and of the US are the exact same. They're very walkable cities, but there's certain reasons that they have become unwalkable in current year.
It means that the public transport system and pathways have just been sacrificed to the homeless and the mentally insane and the dangerous.
Yep.
So people don't want to use them. That's why Americans don't use public transport in the end. It's got nothing to do with...
I had a friend who moved here recently, and they were like, oh yeah, I still haven't been down to Boston yet. I want to go down there and, you know, I want to ride the subway. And I'm like, no, you don't. And I pulled up on my phone how, like, just the past weekend, there were 2 different stabbings on 2 different subway trains in Boston. I was like, you don't want to go on that anymore, man. All through middle school and high school, I would take the commuter rail into Boston and then I would use the subway. If I had a teenage daughter, I would not let her do that in current year. Kane Heresy, thank you for the 24 fucking months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you.
Giving up their cars, it's because the people on the public transport are dangerous. And a similar thing has happened here. I just can't walk anywhere. I can't do stuff like that. Whereas in Iraq or Syria or Afghanistan or Donbass at the war zone, I can walk around just fine.
It's interesting that he mentioned the Donbass as well, like active war zone. Donbass, Syria. Irina Zarutska was a Ukrainian refugee who fled a war zone and died on American public transportation. Like, that would seem absolutely ludicrous to anyone if you said it out loud and there wasn't proof that it happened. Our cities have become less safe than active war countries. And our politicians don't want to do anything about it. Board DevOps, thank you for the fucking Domino's deal. If I had a daughter, would I call her dude? Fucking probably, dude. That's just how we talk out here, man.
trust that the civilian population is not going to murder me. I can just be friendly with them. Everyone's friendly. Whereas out here, because of that level of crime, there's just so much distrust. You can't make friends with random strangers.
Yeah.
And I hate it. I can't stand living like this. I don't know how South Africans live like this. In their little golden cages, going from fortress to fortress. And I know a lot of South Africans are going to be like, what's the problem? It's completely normal. This is how we live. You guys aren't living normally.
I don't want that to be normalized in my country. I do not want to live in gilded cages away from the repercussions that our politicians have settled upon us. That is not a real way to live. And it seems like we're very much on the way there.
That's just how I gotta put it. Even people in war zones live lives that I find more...
free.
Normal than how you guys live. This isn't even getting into any of the politics or any of that stuff. It's just the day-to-day life of being someone who's not at the bottom. Sucks. I just don't like it. I just don't enjoy it. So that's that. Life in Orania. Loved Orania. Could walk around there. Day, night. No problem. That's normal life. That's South Africa how it should be. Without your overarching crime problem.
I mean, that's all of our countries how they should be. You should be able to not have to worry about your shit getting stolen. Like there was a video we watched like last month or some shit where some lady even stole like a potted plant off of someone's porch. Not even your fucking plants are safe, bro. Like it's gotten ridiculous. Ryfile, thank you. Crime gets politicians reelected. I'm tired of it. I don't want to think about the re-elections, man. I want people who are actually going to do things for their fucking country instead of lying and paying lip service.
Getting there is a mountain. And something for South Africans to solve. I'd much rather be in Iraq than here. This place irritates me. But
I mean, like, I don't know where he lives in England, so maybe he lives in, like, a place similar to where I do, where it's majority safer than the rest of the country, but he's talking about South Africa like he doesn't have those problems in the UK. You do, brother man. He posts about all the issues the UK has as well.
You can't trust people. You can't walk anywhere. You don't know if where you go next might be your last. It's just... And South Africans are going to be like, what? But if you know where the safe areas, it's fine. Just go to the safe areas. I don't know where the safe areas are. I'm a tourist.
I don't want to live in the Bioshock world, actually.
The thing about Syria is you've got political factions killing each other. The political class are different political factions. They're going to use violence to kill each other to get political power. That's what's going on. That's what it is. That's fine. Political class want to kill each other? Whoop-de-doo.
I just realized that his bathroom is similar to the bathroom from the Conrad in LA. It looks like this panel right behind him where you can see the shower head up top can open so you can like have a view of the person taking a shower. Maybe it doesn't, but at the Conrad it did. So you could be a voyeur laying on the bed watching your wife shower.
Population can just get on with their lives. Whereas living like this just sucks. I mean, I imagine this is what El Salvador was like before they cleaned up all the gangs. And
it irritates him viscerally because he sees his country's very near future. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, yeah? And I mean, maybe that's the interpretation that's correct. He's just like, I don't want it to get this bad. Because I know he knows the current state of things. I see his tweets. I like his tweets.
Yeah, it's weird. Crime makes you far less free than war.
But I did really want to get out and go to those shanty towns and see what real life is actually like. And so I managed to get a number off a friend of a friend who said he would meet me in Hanover Park. And so the plan was for me to get an Uber and meet him in Hanover Park, which is one of these places. And so I asked some of the coloured postal workers when I was sending off a package, the Zimbabwean Uber drivers, and the coloured and black hotel staff all the same question, which is, what do you think of this idea? And every single one of them told me, if you go there, you will die.
What?
Not maybe. You will.
What the fuck?
And honestly, I just had enough at this point. I don't know how people in South Africa deal with it. The just constant pressure of crime in your life. So I said another time, maybe, and I'd go and meet the guy. There's a real shit.
It's not a real way to live, and it's sad, and I get his point when he says, like, you know, they'll just tell you it's normal, because to them it is. They have been boiled in the pot long enough that that is just normal life. And the younger generations aren't going to remember any kind of life before that, like he mentioned earlier. And it's sad. How do you get conditioned to believe that it's okay to live like that? Should you not strive for it to be better, for things to be safer and happier? Especially, like, even if you don't care about yourself, what about, like, if you had kids, right? Shouldn't you not care what they will be dealing with?
Because there's some weird things you can find in those shanty towns. Like the Wakanda Forever restaurant
or
the Orthodox Church. Now, I can't say for sure if I would have died there because, I just decided, no, I've had enough. You speak to South Africans, both rich and upper class whites and blacks, and they will tell you that it's not that bad. And I'm here to tell you, it is.
It is.
Sorry, you've got some absolutely fantastic places in your country that are wonderful. That's true. Does not compensate for the fact that I can't trust the civilian population. Give me jihadist Middle East country any of the day.
See, this is what my brain can't comprehend, right? Like, again, from Irina Zarutska, I can understand the concept of, holy shit, it's more dangerous to ride public transportation in a large American city than it is to live in a literal war zone, a country under attack by Russia. But, like, listening to him talk about how, like, it's safer and it's better to be around, like, the Taliban, that just sounds insane to me. Like, that is, like, another insane leap above, like, war zone less dangerous than American public transportation. Like, I can believe it, but, like, to conceptualize it is very difficult for me. Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. The thing is, if people see it as normal, they stop believing there is a better, and then they stop striving for it. And that is exactly what demoralization wants from you. Demoralization wants you black-pilled, wants you checked out, wants you believing there's no way to make things better and all hope is lost. And that is why only candy asses take the black pill.
There are two kinds of people who say it doesn't get better than this. The contented and the despairing.
True. True and real. That's a nice quote. Thank you, Arismador.
When you deal with jihadists, like in Syria or Iraq or Afghanistan, you know where they stand, you know where you stand, and as long as you don't mess with politics, you don't mess with religion, you're going to be fine. You know, there are factions up there fighting each other. The civilian population in all of those places can, by and large, be trusted to be honest and work with you, and you don't have to worry about criminals.
Insanity.
In South Africa, you don't have that luxury. And I don't think South Africans realize just how much of a drain that is as a societal change.
Yes.
And the fact that it's just inhuman. It really feels inhuman to live that way, not knowing if you can just take your dog for a walk.
Yeah,
and trust the guys down the street.
It is inhuman, and no one should have to live that way.
Not kill you. It's exhausting, because it just doesn't matter how many rights you have written in the law. The South African Constitution gives its citizens more rights than any other country on earth. It doesn't matter.
Hey, we're looping. If it's written on paper, it doesn't matter. If people don't enforce it, or if the people who wrote it down never had any intentions of giving any of those things in the first place. Wow. Fancy that.
If you can't walk home safe at night, you're not a free person. Anywho, if you like the video or like to support more of my work, you can subscribe on Subscribestar. It's the best way to do it. And for those who are $10 or up, I will be sending out the Aura notes to you guys. While stocks last, I have a very limited supply.
Oh god, that was 3 months ago. He's probably already out. I would have like messaged him and been like, "Can I buy one of those, bro?"
If you'd like to help me in any other way, best way is to hit like on this video. That shows it to 10 more people. Subscribing makes me feel good, and if you leave a comment,
that's true. Subscribing does make you feel good.
Thank you and goodbye.
That was. Oh, he tried the McDonald's as is tradition. No American cheese, which is somehow a lot worse. That was incredibly fascinating. That was a wonderful fucking video. Holy shit. Video gamer, thank you. Just wanted to say thanks
Just
for
wanted
everything.
to say
oh, shit,
thanks
TTS.
for everything you do. History lessons, deep dives, white pills, etc. Not sure how we can actually fix things properly somehow or even if it's possible, but it's nice having a voice of sanity for encouragement at least. Kirsche love.
Thank you! If I can encourage you to want to do better and want to try for more, even if you get kicked down a few times, that makes me feel happy. 'Cause I want better. I want better for people, man. Especially you guys, my honorable chatters, considering how much you have done for me. And deport the illegals, lock up the criminals until crime stops. Yep. His Zimbabwe and England videos are likely also relevant to a lot of conversations. Probably. I'm gonna become like a fucking React Andy to his channel. Better, it is what it is, but how can we make it better? Yep. Hella overtime. Yeah, I didn't even get back to the fucking school video, which is also really interesting. But I very much see, like, South Africa as the way a lot of our countries are heading. Obviously, him in the UK, me in the US, Spain in its current issues. It very much feels like that's kind of the direction everything's heading in. So I've been always fascinated with, like, certain African histories. But more recently, I've been wanting to learn even more, hence buying history books. This is the first time we've watched a Callum vid. I think we watched, like, a really short one from him before. Not one of his, like, travel series, though. The best white pill after looking at UK cities is looking at the UK countryside, a reminder that things can be better. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Can buy the Orania on eBay? Really? Speaking of things for ourselves, you'll step out here to do your own stuff. Have a wonderful night. Have a good evening. Sphincter, thank you for the 10 months. Child, go eat dinner. I do need to eat dinner. I did not finish my eggs from this morning. I still have half of my eggs left. Even Hawkenfresh, thank you again. I read that. Thank you, thank you. Been following me a long time for 2 years. Hell yeah, buddy. I hope you stick around. Woman! Did I post the linku? I might have. I know my mods usually do. I think Binary's probably gone to bed. I went super fucking overtime. He's got real man job. Did she ever finish breakfast? I finished breakfast the other day. Go eat something. I gotta pee as well. I don't know if I have any mod in the chat. If somebody who's a mod can, like, oh, thank you, Ice Beast. I was gonna say, if somebody who's a mod can, like, paste my link in the other two chats, because I actually can't type. I can't type in my YouTube or my Kick chats. I don't know why. Quick question. Do I have positive messages for those who's dealings with problems and drama? I mean, I guess it depends. Like, there's not really a blanket statement I can give you. But, like, if you're dealing with something, you just have to persevere and try to get through it. Like, life is going to go on regardless of the choices you make. And even if those choices are agonizing and you have incredible anxiety like my marshmallowy self does, you still have to make decisions and you have to take actions and you have to move forward. And you want to do that with trying to make the best choices that you can. And sometimes you'll choose wrong. And it'll suck. And it'll feel bad. But just because you chose wrong, or just because things are bad at the moment, doesn't mean they will always be that way. I still get that incredible paranoia where it's like, oh, something good is happening. That means something bad is about to happen, because nothing good ever happens without something horrifically bad happening after it. But you can't really give in to those feelings. And it's hard not to. And I probably struggle a lot more than I let on. Because, you know, you can't show cracks as a streamer. People will use that against you. And nothing ever happens. You just gotta try your best to get through things, and hopefully you have a group of close friends that you can confide in and talk to about things that worry you or are hard for you. Because having, like, a solid support system who's not gonna ostracize you, who's not gonna throw you out because you believe something differently than them, who's going to understand you as an individual and give you advice. Those are the friends you fucking want, man. Keep those people around. Remember, if you ever need to phone in a support or delivery, I have many people I could contact. Delivery. Can show crack if you want. What the fuck? When people get stuck trying to make the right choice, what needs to be done is to make a good choice, see it through, and live with the consequences. I mean, right choice, good choice, whichever way you slice it, you're always going to be worried, did I make the right one? And you can't really fall into that mindset. You have to just move forward. Whether your choice was the right one or the wrong one, whether it made things better or made things worse, it's still something that you did. And you gotta see it through. And like when it feels like everything is happening to you and you don't get any choices, I think that's probably the hardest time. Where it's just like, I am fucking in whitewater rapids, I don't have a raft, I don't have a paddle, I don't know what's fucking going on. I'm just gonna try and reach out and grab some fucking rock to keep from drowning, you know? Usually don't think about it. It helps being recklessly impulsive sometimes. Yeah, men probably have a bit of a different, I guess, way of thinking. I don't know how to phrase it, but it's like, they're more willing to take risks, I suppose. An hour later. Why is it so late? Yeah, I should probably fucking pee and make dinner. Thank you guys for hanging out extra late again, watching fascinating Callum videos. Thank you Callum for the wonderful video. Just bought some of the Aura on eBay. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Leave some for me! Leave some! Motherfucking... I don't know what's gonna happen on Tuesday, because I got a bunch of stuff to talk about, a bunch of stuff to finish. Sometimes it's, nice not to ingest breaking news. Sometimes, just don't want to go crazy. What is this? Attention book clubbers? Sub for Audible Premium? The fuck is this? Twitch, get your shit out of here. Get your shit out of here, Twitch, you freak. Let me see here. I don't remember who I rated yesterday. I don't remember who I rated. Fuck. I wish I had a memory. I rated Mokina yesterday. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. And I think I rated a Henya recently, too. I will go... Love and love and love and accepted. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe I won't. Shit. Yeah, I guess I'll just hop off tonight instead of raiding. I feel weird if I like double up on raids too often, you know? I don't want to be weird. I'm weird. Tuesday's your birthday. Well, I hope you have a fucking good birthday on Tuesday, Kaibyo, if we don't see you. If we don't see you, I hope you have a good birthday. All right. Well, I'm just gonna fucking go die. Disperse, my courses. Go to the 4 winds. Thank you guys for hanging out extra late tonight. I appreciate you guys. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you on Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.